What's going on, Whisper Nation, and welcome into hour 5 of the mock draft marathon. We are pleased to be rocking and rolling through this 24-hour mock draft with you. We're going to get my guy and my best friend here, Austin, onto the stream. Johnny is taking a lunch break, but we're more excited to bring in our special guests here, Kate and Michelle from Ball Blast Football. What is going on, ladies? How are you today?
Hi, we're so excited to be here with you guys.
Yeah.
Do a draft. Now, we never do standard leagues, so this is going to be a bit different, and I'm excited to try it out. I'm looking back at where I chose my spot, and I'm like, Michelle, what? Like, were you drinking that day? Why did I choose the eighth spot? Like, what's going on?
Probably, yes.
I feel like that's probably the worst spot of all time. I chose it, so I'm.
That is so. We're doing a standard one, and this is our league of record, and I have the very last pick in our league of record standard draft. And so I've been trying to pick from what I thought would be the most difficult place to draft from. And I've been going with the 8th spot. So I love
brutal
this.
Brutal spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I took one for the team. I went with the 112. But guys, I think the turn is like the most underrated drafting spot out of anything.
I like it too.
You mean even in this 14-team format, you'd take the turn? Or more like okay, all right, cool.
I
like the turn too.
Even
more so, because like give me one of these guys that's like a back end first round pick, but like the difference between an early second and a late second in a 14-team league, I feel like is much more significant.
Do you guys play in a lot of 14-team leagues?
No, and really, I feel bad because you guys just drew the short end of the stick. We put in like 2 in the whole draft, and mostly when we have multiple guests on because we want to fill the room with all the guests and let them draft separately. So I kind of felt bad because you guys kept asking me about it in the DMs, and I'm like, oh man, did they not want to do 14-team? But hopefully we can have some fun with it. You know, it's going to get a little.
I love that it's different.
And it'll be a little bit different here as well. Well, Kate, Michelle, we didn't get to really fully intro you. So why don't you tell us, what you guys are up to these days? We had you on year 1. You guys have obviously had great success. We're huge fans of what you guys are doing over there at Ball Blast. So let the people know where they can find you and what you guys are working on.
Yeah, so I work for NFL Network. I'm a researcher for them. It's been a blast. It's a dream job. I absolutely love it. But you can find pretty much all of my work at Ball Blastem on Twitter. I will be publishing work somewhere this year in fantasy, but that's to be determined where at.
Ooh,
interesting.
Stay tuned.
Could be like dropping a nice chunky announcement at some point in the near future. Who knows? I'm Kate. You can follow me on Twitter at FFBallBlast. I'm the associate manager of editorial operations for DraftKings Nation, managing pretty much any kind of sports content you can imagine. Like it's not just football for me anymore, guys. It's like NASCAR, Formula One, golf. So I'm kind of venturing out, but obviously football will always be my first love, always and forever. So I'm never going to give that up. Never going to let you down.
I was wondering if we were going there.
And we are drinking White Claws, by the way. I know.
It's still too early in the marathon for us to probably dip into the booze just yet.
Year 1,
early.
Year 1, we came in drunk. Now we are a little bit different, just a little bit different.
And speaking of,
if we're still drunk from year 1, then I'd be worried. But guys, I feel like you've earned a drink at this point. You guys are just absolute heroes.
Oh, I appreciate that. And another hero of ours wanted to surprise you. Stepmom Lauren is here with us.
Hi.
Girl, we're still drunk from the 4th of July. Don't lie. Don't lie.
4th of July 2019.
That was super fun. Still
it's
drunk.
Been so
I love
long.
you, sweeties. I totally I kiboshed your entire thing. And I was like, oh my God, it's Kate and Michelle. And I was like, listen, Les is Jesus. You better put me on because I want to be with my girls. Like,
I love it.
Hi.
I will say that like the 3 of us just go so far way back. Like I think it was year 1 of the Ball Blast podcast. We had Lauren on. God. We did the most ridiculous segment I think we've ever done with Miss Cleo. I played.
Oh my
Miss
God.
Cleo.
So you drafted Miss Cleo?
I don't know if anyone listened.
Nobody.
Oh my God.
That's not fair.
It was us laughing the entire episode. I don't even know
it was,
how
and Kate had to try to edit this. Okay, so Kate was Miss Cleo, and so she read the tarot cards for players that we were going to say did really well or didn't do very well. So I would have to say, are the cards lying or not? And then she did like the Jamaican Miss Cleo, and it was the funniest
Follow me
thing.
now for your free reading.
That's pretty good.
And I was like, no, the car's light. Oh, it was so fun. It was super fun. So I just had to like pop in and be like, hey, I love you guys.
We love
Sorry,
you.
Johnny. Peace.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, we could trade this the rest of the way. Just Johnny listening. We could do that, right?
I mean, I have dinner reservations at 6:30, so I still have an hour. So
Hang out with us every day.
Well, you didn't. I don't think you made it into the draft though, Stepmom Lauren, right? So, but you'll be here with us.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll
let you make the call when you want to dip. So
and
don't worry about me.
Yeah,
I'll maybe as Miss Cleo, like
yeah.
crap on our picks. I don't know.
Shit. Do it. I
Yes.
love it.
Awesome.
So that's the other thing too. Like, so Johnny and Travis, I've known them for super duper long time. So this is like literally a freaking high school reunion, and I'm almost 40. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I just want to hang out with my friends, and I'm in the chat like, oh my God, Matt Harmon, we're gonna fight. And he's like, Stepmom Lauren, like, didn't you see me say nice things about you? I'm like, no.
He did say some really nice things.
He did. And I was really rude because I had a couple cocktails, so everything's fine.
So we got we got a bigger draft. I just want to make sure the girls are ready. We'll get this thing started. Are we good to go?
Let's do it.
Fire away. No, I had brought up a point, Stepmom Lauren, about the San Francisco backfield and the committee approach really being led by Mike McDaniels, who's no longer in the picture because Matt Harmon had just selected Elijah Mitchell. And he's like, well, I kind of like him. I'm like, well, let me have you like him even more. Here's what Stepmom Lauren had brought in. And he's like, that is a smarter point than the one I was about to make. So thank you, Stepmom Lauren, for making such a good point.
You're welcome, Harmon. That's why I get paid the big bucks.
There it is.
Justin Jefferson going at the 3rd in a standard.
Is this standard?
Yeah.
Why did I get super flex? Oh my God, you guys.
It is a single quarterback, standard scoring, 14 team, which is literally all of the.
Let me go get my vanilla ice cream. Hang on.
This is some dirt bagirt mock drafting.
Draft.
Are we echoing on your end or only on our end?
No, I don't hear
I don't hear any echo.
Well, that's good.
What I hear is the
echo
of your beautiful faces. That's
it's like you guys are married and just like so symbiotico that you're just hearing each other, twice.
Yeah. Do you guys understand what aging means? It's supposed to have like, wrinkles and like, like crow's feet and lip lines. So sure. Arthritis and tinnitus. I don't know, but you literally look younger than you did since I saw you 3 years ago. So there's that.
Stop.
Oh my God.
It was all the Tito's. The Tito's has done me.
Dude, I switched to brunettes. Don't tell them.
It's okay. We switched to White Claw.
Okay, so I have a friend who is a distiller, and he's like, listen, I know Tito's is the super happy thing, but Burnett's actually distills better than Tito's. So we switched to Burnett's, and it's only $13.99 a handle.
What?
Right? I know.
Ooh, I hate that pick you almost just made. I saw you almost click on that.
I like how Michelle just brought it right back to football. And I'm like,
sorry. Whoa, you went all the way down that list.
I had to scroll, y'all.
Is
there anything worse than hearing? But I need this guy, Mike Evans. He is my wide receiver 1 for this year. It doesn't matter. Scoring format.
Wild. We do not agree there.
No.
I was going to say that was a look. I know that look.
I know. I also know that look. I
went with the real opportunity to be the wide receiver 1 because he does it a lot. Devontae Adams.
With his former college quarterback. Bingo card. Check.
I have to side here, I think, with Michelle on the Mike Evans pick, just because I think it's really about taking Brady over Derek Carr, really, and like touchdowns over. I mean, I love Devontae Adams. Don't get me wrong, Packers fan. So I love Devontae Adams. Maybe there's some spite built in there, but I think Evans is absolutely going to smash. We've got the Godwin timetable. We've got people leaving this offense. Who's the one true person left for Brady? It's Mike Evans, and I
Brady
think
loves Evans.
There's a lot of
making crazy choices here.
Scientist is yelling at me. I don't know who these
This is a 14-team league, Michelle. You're going to have to differentiate your roster. I can't walk away without Mike Evans. I think Mark Andrews could easily be the tight end 1 this year.
I did think about going Kelsey at 108.
So
I strong consideration.
I think what I did was just absolutely fair. I'm just really excited to have the overall wide receiver 1 for the 2022
You could have had Kelsey and Evans, though, most likely. If you went Kelsey, Mike Evans would have most likely been there. Would you like that better? Kelsey and Evans?
I don't know that I would. I think honestly, it's kind of like 1A and 1B, and I care more about having Evans. Like I'm prioritizing Mike Evans in a lot of my leagues. I would be more upset if I walked away without Mike Evans than I would like Kelsey and
That's fair.
Missing out on.
I hate everybody here. I just hate everybody.
Like in the chat or
no,
in the draft?
That's left in the draft
in this range.
Right in this
I know.
range. I just am not a fan of anybody. And
Just this time period in general. Like
yeah. Oh my goodness. No,
Michelle, I don't know if you hear that ding, ding.
Okay.
I love the Aaron Jones pickup. I love the Aaron Jones
one here.
Like Aaron Jones is just an RB1
so much,
all the
Michelle.
time, in the same way Mike Evans is a wide receiver 1 in 6 out of the 8 years he's played. Like this is all they do, but we don't really talk about them as being such like exciting ceiling type plays. But Aaron Jones is especially, I think, slotted for that this year with the departure of aforementioned Devontae Adams, and then Mike Evans has been a number 1 wide receiver overall before. And I think if he's ever had a situation he's coming into where he could repeat, this is that year. So
5 seconds, Austin.
Oh, shit. Also, Jersey J says Lamb was a bad pick.
Oh, Leonard Fournette.
Yeah.
God,
Nice.
You're so rude.
Ooh,
Leonard 4
Nice.
servings.
or for
Get
net
bodied now.
a couple of them.
I like
with him.
Fournette. I think he'll be in shape. We talked a little bit about it last hour with Matt Harmon, but I think I'm with you, Austin, that he's going to be right when the time's right.
Leonard Fournette is one of the few people that I would give this kind of room for. And I know he's taking up more room today than he was before, but I like Leonard Fournette because he's a man who gets hit and he giggles. And I don't want to I bring this up all the time.
He also
but I
gets
think
speeding tickets and giggles.
yeah, he does. Like his reward pain receptors are like different than most of ours here. And
Speak for yourself.
So he's like a
Maybe I will.
wait, is he a sadist or a masochist?
Whoa.
I need to Google
no.
the difference between those
Whoa,
two, but
whoa.
sadist or a masochist. He's one of those things, apparently.
Oh, welcome to the
Right.
welcome to the party of Lauren, Kate, and Michelle. Congratulations, boys! You have walked into a hornet's nest, and I hope you're prepared because you will never be.
I will say,
Not walked into a hornet's nest. You've stepped on it. We're angry. We're
Stomped on it. Yeah,
you can always
insulted our
tell.
queen hornet. I mean, it's going to be a thing.
All I've
So
said is
Austin
nice
and I
things
got
about the
into
pick.
it.
Why is it angry?
Austin and I
We
got
did.
into it about Devin
We did.
Singletary. Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
Wait, who?
And you know what I
who's
did the
on
next
Devin
draft?
Singletary side?
Oh, I'm against Devin Singletary. No, thank
I'm
you.
on.
Okay.
I'm supporting Devin Singletary as an RB2.
Yeah, I
Range,
think
like
that's
finishing.
fair. Like
Thank you.
late, really low RB2.
Yeah, but where he was going in the draft was way too high. And I was like, I'd rather have another piece as opposed to him. And then we got into this big fight. And then I interrupted
I think-
Travis. And then Luscious Jesus got really mad at me. And I was like, listen, Luscious Jesus, you need to calm it down a little bit. Everything's fine.
I don't think people are drafting for standard right now because Deontay Johnson.
no one
and
drafts
DJ
for standard.
Moore
What is this?
And Allen, these guys should not be in the third round, early third round. in
Thank
the
you,
standard
Jersey
league.
J. So Jersey J just said, I'd love to be invited to that party. Women who love fantasy football. Yes, please.
Yes.
So Jersey J, like peek behind the curtain. Normally
None of you
men
would
don't like
survive the
this.
party.
No, no, you don't. People don't survive the party. Ask my sweet poor husband. I love him, but he's like, I can't. I'm out. You do you. And like,
I
it's-
have yet to get to party with you
Okay,
or your
this
husband.
one-
Are you going to
person.
Canton this year? Because this girl is right
No,
here.
that's like our announcement for today. We not announcement.
look at
I don't
me.
think
I
I'm
just
that
ruined that
important,
whole thing.
Important. Michelle, make your pick.
I can't because I hate everybody.
I love
Why
you
is there
so
nobody
much.
good?
Because it's a 14 team that you really didn't want to be in.
Well is going to run dry quick.
But Cam Akers,
No.
I guess.
Ew, why? You don't like Kate Makers?
I do, but I'm scared that he's not going
But
to recover
Kate
back from
does
the Achilles.
not describe Kate.
She likes Daryl Henderson.
I do like Daryl Henderson, and I'm probably going to be one of the only analysts in the entire world, as my father-in-law pointed out in his weekly review of our podcast, that is going to have Daryl Henderson inside my top 50 running backs in the entire.
So Michelle, this is
like,
clearly your
fantasy
fault because
community.
it's your father. So
It's my fault.
Kate, you do like.
I sniped someone. I sniped Smitty, so I'm happy. As soon as
Yeah.
I learned that someone else wanted my guy, I'm like, okay, I did a good job.
How
That's
good
why
does
I
that
my
like
head
feel?
looks so small. My head looks so small compared to y'all that look really fabulous, and my head looks like a midget. Like this is, I mean, not that midgets have small heads; they're probably bigger than mine. But like, look at this little baby head. and like really large forehead. Look at what I'm doing.
not qualified.
How
to
many
talk
brunettes
about-
have you had today, Lauren?
Yeah, I was just wondering. I was like, this is where the conversation's divulged. Lauren's like, wait a second. Look at my head, guys. Look at my
No,
head.
seriously, it's
Have you
very
seen it?
Smaller
small.
than a midget. Is
You
it
went-
larger than a
Wait,
midget?
you went with Antonio Gibson.
Hey, maybe
went
it's
with
bigger than
Antonio
Kenny
Gibson.
Pickett's. Am I right?
Oh,
Hey.
Can't pick out a small head.
baby hand,
He's
Sam
got small
Darnold.
hands.
Baby
So
hands.
you know what that means.
I
Small
miss you
gloves.
so
Gloves.
much.
You're on
Kenny
that, Charlie.
Pickett is not in our repertoire. I saw a picture of a gentleman walking around, like I think the city of Pittsburgh, with a Pickett T-shirt, and I wanted to light it on fire.
Oh my
One-
god! Wait, don't hate him as a person. He's just not a very good football player.
No, I'm not hating on him as a person. I think he played very well in the situation he was given, but to think that it's going to translate to the NFL
Oh,
level, I think
shoot.
is
Hold on. So
now?
as
I should have made a
Pittsburgh
different pick
Steelers
in the
fans-
third. I'm
All right, so
very
as
annoyed.
Pittsburgh Steelers fans, you two ladies, you guys
Ooh.
have a huge upheaval right now, right? So no more Ben Roethlisberger, but which one did you like better, Mitchell Trubisky or Kenny Pickett? And then
Mitch
kind of give us
Trubisky.
an
Mitchell Trubisky.
yeah, right.
Easy.
He has like flashes of mobile
Really?
quarterback, but talk to them.
Cool.
'Cause one of my best friends is also a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and when they got Mitch Trubisky, he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited!" And then the draft happened, and then he drank heavily after that. So,
well,
like,
yeah. Oh my god. So I had to work the draft, so I could not drink away my sorrows, but I was miserable the rest of the first night. Luckily, it was the 20th pick, so I got to enjoy the first 19 picks. But miserable the rest of the draft. I didn't want to work it. I was just so annoyed. I say to this till right now, I would have rather taken Sam Howell in the first round, knowing that he slipped to the 5th. I would still rather have used a first round pick on Sam Howell than I would have on Kenny Pickett.
And to be clear, guys,
Yeah, I
this,
got my
like,
guy.
It
Woo-hoo.
did kind
Well
of ruin like the actual draft because
Cortland
we're
Sutton's going
working-
way too late.
Okay,
Especially
Michelle,
with
calm down.
standards.
We were drafting, or we were like working the draft. So both of us, we are like hooked into our sources who are tipping picks early. So like we have the TV that's on, like watching the draft, which like obviously we'd love to enjoy, but the tip is picked, or the pick is tipped before it shows up.
Yeah,
on the
I
TV.
have a 10-put full. Don't even worry about it.
But Michelle and I, our hands literally, like our faces just fell into our hands. And then we had to not only live through that, but then live through the actual announcement on the television, which it was just like,
I was so annoyed.
it
Down
hurt.
bad.
And then
Down
have to
low.
live
I
with the
thought of you
Ravens
is-
having an
is-
amazing draft.
Oh my god, I know. So as soon as I heard that, like our buddy is freaking out. I'm like, oh, poor Kate, Michelle. But I knew you guys were working, so I was like, I don't want to bother them. But this is gonna be bad. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
you were
bad.
right on the money. We were.
Yeah, we have no hope.
Super bad.
No.
Hey, Michelle, could you talk a little bit about that? That's super,
Hey,
super.
at least you're not a Lions fan. Talk to my husband.
Hey, you know what? I'm actually really
That's how you
excited
think.
to watch Hard Knocks with the Lions. I'm very excited for
right?
Dan Campbell. I think like
I love
the
him.
Lions were realistically Miles Sanders at the 4-13 could not have been the worst pick in the entire world in a standard
well,
league.
It was a auto draft, but Austin, you were
Oh,
trying
just a
to
jock.
say
Okay.
something, and us girls are.
Oh,
keep
Michelle,
talking
no,
over
no,
her.
No, we
this
will
is
constantly
fascinating.
interrupt you. Anyway, so Austin's talking. What do you
No,
want
this is
to
a really. I wanted to know what it's like to work in an industry where you also love it. Like you get your team taking a pick that you don't like, but you also got to keep working. Like you're.
That's
you're
why they
on-
drink a lot, because it's really hard, because they have
Mhm.
now my team left me and divorced me to go back to its second wife, who suddenly has like big boobs and blonde hair and lots of money. So they're like, why don't you root for your
fake.
team? I'm like, do you root for your ex? I don't root for my ex. I'm from St. Louis. It's a dirty, dirty story. But for them, it is like their life. It's their thing, and they have to separate themselves from that. So fantasy football and real football are two
Well,
completely different
the-
things, and they have to try to do that, which is really hard to do.
So the first day of free agency, first tampering. Damn it, Mike Williams was my guy.
Michelle, this
Damn
is a
it.
family-friendly podcast.
Is damn it a bad word?
Yes.
No,
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 you
you're good. You can
Fuck
say
off.
fuck, shit, damn, whatever you want.
just don't make it
Fuck off.
hateful.
Damn it. Damn it. I missed some opportunities.
Oh
to
my
say
god, you're
damn
so
it.
sweet and kind. Like, oh my god, her curse words is damn it.
Oh shoot!
Meanwhile,
Gosh
oh my
darn.
god, yeah. What are we, Philip Rivers over here? Like, oh
Yeah.
shucks. Oh shoot!
I say shucks around Phillip Rivers and he craps his pants.
So what I was gonna say is it can be really
Dirty
hard.
girl. Get it?
That's a quote. I'm writing it down. I say shuck around Phillip Rivers and he craps his pants.
They poos his pants.
I'm gonna write that in my diary.
Okay, Rungta, I agree. Maybe 8, which would be really better than 1. The Lions winning a game. So hold on, who is it? Ion Rungta said Lions are literally winning 8 games this year. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
There you go.
That's a lot.
It's really about health, right?
I love his takes though, and he's a very smart analyst. So I'm actually not at all opposed to that happening.
Darnell Mooney, though, hear me out. Darnell Mooney in a standard league, what's the point of taking him in a standard league in the 5th round? Because he's only going to be for PPR. That's it.
Literally.
Who's gonna? I mean, how many touchdowns is this dude gonna get? And how many yards?
6. 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns.
In 1,100 yards, just being nice, right? If he gets 150, if he gets 160 targets, he'll hit 1,100 yards. Okay, I mean, I don't.
Hit 140 last year.
Smitty took Kenneth Walker. Sorry,
Smitty, stop it.
No, I was looking for Kenneth Walker to grab with my next pick.
I think Smitty, he said, Kenneth Walker are serious right now. I kind of like him here in the 5th round, especially with a bit of an upside down build in standard, right? You guys on the Ken Walker train?
No,
like Ken Walker?
I absolutely am.
I like Ken Walker. I just think Rashad Penny's better. And I think, oh my God, hi, Kitty.
Of course you think Rashad Penny is better.
Because he is better. And as long as
Zach Moss is better. And
man.
That's a joke.
Man.
That's a joke.
Michelle.
Yeah,
one Travis and Johnny shared too.
I'm going to drink to my sorrows of Zach Moss.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was going to bring it up earlier, but I didn't. So I'm glad you did.
Thank you for not.
I didn't.
That's a tough subject.
Because you had a take before, and I was like, "Is that like your Zach Moss take?" But I didn't do that.
What was it? What was my take?
No.
I want to know what it was. What was the take?
It was Joe Mixon for.
Nope.
Well, no, not that.
No, you guys know how much I love Joe Mixon. No, it was someone else, and who you were really excited about. I don't remember now.
Lauren,
maybe someone in the chat.
You're bringing down the vibe.
Lauren's about 5 sips away from talking about how big her head is again.
Is it
very small? Very small.
Oh, small. That's what I meant.
Very small, not big, but it actually probably literally is small. Figuratively, very large.
If we go like this, it might be.
I got the QB1. I got the QB1.
Oh, I wanted him. I was going to take Jon Durst right now.
My sleepers for number 1 to finish number 1 at their position. It's Jalen Hurts.
Like that one.
Like easily, it's Jalen Hurts, no doubt about it. Aaron Jones at running back in PPR formats in standard, not sold. Wide receiver, Mike Evans, tight end.
It was the Mike Evans pick. That's what it was. That
was Kate. That was me.
No, I didn't say you, Michelle. I meant Kate, because Kate was really big on the Zach Moss train early. And so when you're like really hardcore on your Mike Evans pick, I actually agree with it. But it just kind of reminded me of your Zach Moss.
I feel like
pick.
Mike Evans and Zach Moss couldn't be more opposite. Like Mike Evans just.
Because Mike Evans is good?
Yeah. Shut up.
Mike Evans.
I want to give you the fingers so bad right now.
I know. I love you. I love you guys so much. I miss you.
And while they give each other
me as dogging Mike Evans because of an incident.
No,
so the boys up there, this is literally their podcast, and we just took it over. So
it's all good. We're just in the background. We need a break, so you're good. We've got 24 of these hours.
The girls and I will take care of this. Don't even worry about it. My tiny little
we love you
dome
guys.
will
Thank
figure
you.
it out. Don't even worry about it.
It's what women do. It's what women do.
Hello, Luscious Jesus. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Jersey J wants to know who's
did
taking
you not
at
like you
number
literally
7.
had no words right there. Oh wait, I'm
Rhett.
Daniel's picking his
Rhett DT. I agree. That's a fantastic draft. In standard, Cook, Barkley, Connor, Jackson, Mike Williams, Juju. More of a PPR pick for me, but who the heck knows?
Who cares?
My team's better. Right.
Well, I mean, who cares about the Juju pick at this
I
point?
love you, Michelle.
All the other picks were great. Like, so Juju being his worst one is still kind of like, it's a floor play for sure in standard.
Hold on. Yeah, but it's a solid floor play. If like we talked about before, if you look at what Patrick Mahomes is able to do without Tyreek Hill, it's going to be the short passes. And if everyone's going to be covering Travis Kelce, there's got to be someone else left in the slot. And as you ladies know, Juju Smith-Schuster is best in the slot because he cannot create separation out wide. That was an experiment that failed. So I really like Juju Smith-Schuster in PPR.
Lauren, can people cover Travis Kelce? Like, ask the Chargers if they can cover Travis Kelce. Like that Thursday night game where he just like destroyed them in overtime on one play.
Oh, so he took them into overtime when he was a rookie quarterback coming in for Tyrod Taylor, who like had a punctured lung.
I don't know where this went. Yeah.
He's talking.
I don't know where this
the
went.
doctor was like,
did you see what I did there?
I like where it's going. We're just going to go with it.
Stabbed him in the lung.
Yes. And they just like nonchalantly, the doctor almost ruined his life, but it's all good. Yeah,
don't worry, Justin Herbert.
It's okay,
you go.
You
just
Herbert,
yeah, it's like winning, literally winning cures everything.
What?
Well, Hunter Renfrow and Christian Kirk went. It's
what?
Like, I don't even know.
Why is Christian Kirk a thing?
Whoa. Why is
Hunter Renfrow? I didn't get him in the last round.
No.
No.
I was gonna get it.
Austin, I
got him.
Pick and I didn't mean to.
No, that's
I'm not even in this draft, and I'm like that weirdo that
I took Rashad
into people's conversation. Like, hi, how are you? We're gonna talk now, and they're like, go away.
I just went for a swing for the fences pick, like Chris Olave or Christian Kirk.
I would rather go with the upside of Olave.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. Christian Kirk
is vapor, but what are you gonna get from it? Nothing.
What is that often? Thank you.
I would
what
prefer.
She said.
I would prefer Kirk maybe in PPR, but as we've said a million times, we're not in PPR, and so I think to their point, it's like the mystery box of Olave allows for much more, especially with Michael Thomas's thing going on and whatever's going on there, and if Jameis can take a step, man, that could really unlock.
Thank you, Jersey J. Hold on, Jersey J said this. Tony. Okay, so Jersey J said Tony has unlimited upside. Oh, his upside is significantly limited. His name is Daniel Jones.
Oh, Dan,
that's a problem.
Dan is like Danny, as I call him.
But I love you, Jersey J, because you're awesome.
Of the mock draft-a-thon.
His talent makes him there, but his quarterback is.
His talent is through the roof, but my concern literally has always come back to him as a player. I feel like we've already heard like way too many narratives for a guy that wasn't necessarily like the most high profile pick of all time. We've already heard so many narratives about like attitude problems, about just like weird, like I've heard more weird storylines about Kadarius Toney than I feel like I have.
I know, right?
Anybody in the world. And that, like, again, I try not
Davis Bryant vibe.
Like, yes, it's just
weird.
It's weird. It's not one of those stories. It's the compilation of all of those stories put together that makes me go like, I'm not buying in to what this guy's trying to sell door to door right now.
It was good.
Calling.
It was good a few weeks ago when his ADP was like in the 9th or 10th round. But like right now, it's like it keeps rising because nobody wants anything else on the Giants.
Darn it! I forgot it was not PPR. Oh my god, my PPR brain.
And why are you trying to think all about? She literally listens to me. No, this is what Kate does. She listens to me talk about all my favorite players, Robert Woods and Kenneth Gainwell are two of my favorite sleepers. And then she just takes them from me in drafts. She does this every single offseason. I'm going to stop talking fantasy football with you altogether. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, never speak. On the podcast, I'm going to give fake names that I like.
I'm going to keep the issue is, so Michelle, guys, we just got done recording a Locked On Dynasty football podcast, and Michelle was talking about Robert Woods as like one of the best like this year values in dynasty leagues. And I mean, I totally bought in redraft, but like in dynasty leagues, if you need like a guy and you're in a win now position, the talent is there, the upside is there, the opportunity.
That was solid. That was solid. She literally just agreed with you and your amazing analysis while sniping you at the same time. That is impressive, Kate. That is impressive.
Yeah, but how does this all affect?
But how does this affect Marlon Mack? Thank you, Calvin.
That's the real question.
Marlon Mack.
I hate everybody.
I've never seen Michelle this unhappy.
I've missed you guys so much.
I hate this kid more than life. just so we know, I do not like my pick, but I
haven't
So I haven't
been
heard
any
from
picks that
Austin in a while.
Anyone know why he's on the pup list? Why is Christian Watson on the pup list?
I don't know.
Oh my god, that's
No.
really whiny.
Who
Why
am I
is
supposed to
Kristen
pick
Watson
there?
on pup list?
Anybody else?
I love
Let's
him.
just Jesus, like fucking talk. What?
Yo, I'm sorry, Christian Watson, Romeo Dubs. I can never get the name right. Will have a
think it
better
is
season
Dubs,
than
though,
Christian
right?
Watson year one.
Okay, well,
Alan Lazard was still.
Sammy
on the board. You could've taken
Watkins will
Alan
have a
Lazard.
better season than both of those.
Oh
guys.
my god,
That's
week
my
one,
hot take
sure.
that you
And then
guys
we're
know.
done. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I
good.
get it's fun, but
So you're
Luscious
predicting
Jesus,
Sammy
we're not
Watkins
even
for, like,
talking right
400
now.
yards.
this is a really good practice for me.
yeah, pretty much.
So I'm in a league with my dad and his friends. It's my dad and all of his friends.
Describe.
What's the format?
And so this league has been going on for now 30 years because they started when I was 1 year old.
Oh, damn.
I finally grabbed the spot.
Oh my god, I know, Kate. I know. Don't say it out loud.
I finally grabbed the spot in his
Stop
league
it with your editor shit.
5 years
leave her,
ago.
Leave her be.
So I share the team with my mom, but I pretty much do it all because she doesn't care or know anything. She watches football, but only the Steelers. And
Love
she
you,
just
Mom.
doesn't care. Yeah. So I draft her team for her, and it's pretty much my team at this point, 5 years in. But my dad is still so stubborn. It's straight standard, but also you only get a point per 25 yards
No,
receiving or rushing.
No.
There's no PPR, and you only get 1 point per 25 yards receiving
Whoa.
or rushing, and 1 point per 50 yards passing.
Oh my god.
You get no
Michelle.
points. Yeah, it's brutal. So this is good practice. So at least it's standard instead of PPR because you have to change your whole mindset. It's like touchdowns matter, and that's pretty much it.
But it's actually hilarious because Michelle has said, like, oh my God,
They won't change it. They
this
won't
guy,
change it.
Player X scored 5 points on my roster this week. And I was like, that sucks. She's like, no, it led the league.
really good.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like if you score 60 points in this league, like you're winning.
So
It's good.
if anyone is ever privy to the story of Kate and Michelle when they first met and the Michelle, what was it? It was like the nastiness that you had to go through with the Pittsburgh Steelers game. And Kate's like, what am I signing up for? I have no idea what's going on. It's the greatest story in the world. And this just literally epitomizes their marriage, which is the cutest thing in the world. And these two, just I fucking love you guys, and I missed you so much. I'm sorry I just took over your damn podcast. I'm really sorry, Travis.
I gotta interrupt.
No.
Because Calvin Brown just donated to the
Yay,
Super
Bro
Chat.
Cal,
Hayden
get
Hurst
it.
Family Foundation. A portion of the proceeds will go there, of course. And so we got to hit him, Austin.
With a whisper.
Woo!
And I think I'm about to auto draft, but I don't care. This is for the brand. You
Go
know what
get
I mean?
it. Go get it.
Dude, you
So
get
if-
it. Get it.
so
Get it.
So for anyone who's watching
Oh.
this who doesn't follow
Didn't really
Kate and
want that.
Michelle already, first of all, you're missing out. Second of all, you're missing out on some of the best knowledge, not just of the industry and not just of fantasy football,
Amen.
but just two really cool, amazing people. And we've known each other for a really long time. And I would like to say that I helped you, but I didn't. You guys all helped me.
You did.
Same thing with you, Travis. Like,
Aw.
seriously, this is one of the reasons why I love this industry. It's the greatest place in the world. And I love you guys so much. And it is just so wonderful being here with the Fantasy Whisperers and my girls. Like, it's weird.
I'm gonna
It's
call
like a-
Lauren every morning and just
it's a
ask for a
moment.
pep talk. You know,
Yeah,
All right, I'll
she-
give it to you.
yes,
Oh,
dude.
girl, you know me. You know me. I'll do it. I love you.
we're gonna
Part
set
of
you
the
as my
Patreon.
alarm.
Yeah.
So
if
Lauren,
anyone ever-
if we
so-
could just get a recording and
I
then
got
we
you,
could
girl.
just play that as our alarm.
I got
every
you.
we'll clip,
single
we'll,
I'll
time.
do a
clip,
new one
we'll
every
clip it
single
out
time.
for you guys. We'll make sure we get it to you. For sure.
Yeah, and this is what makes this industry so great. And even though like us three are ladies and we're in this industry and this is what we do, it doesn't matter because everyone is just like, oh, you know what you're talking about. So let's talk football. That's it. That's all it
Yeah,
is. It's
What a
blind.
concept, like
it's
meritocracy
beautiful.
and like actually treating people, with decency and respect.
Yeah, it's
Crazy.
amazing. And I remember, I'll never forget, I started following Kate and she got her first 5,000 followers and she's like, oh my God, I'm so blessed. I have 5,000 followers and now they are exploding. And the reason why they are is because they are incredibly knowledgeable. But one thing that anyone doesn't know about them, I know them. And they are not only incredibly talented in the industry, they're also two very, very good people. If you ever want to know,
Thanks,
look at
Lauren.
their pets. Their pets are the most amazing animals in the world. And because they're cool people. And that's what you should do. Like, go and get yourselves with Johnny and Travis and Austin and Donnie get yourselves with these good people, because that is what makes this industry fun.
Absolutely.
Makes it fun and makes it enjoyable. And then we just support each other. And this is, how did I get here?
I don't know, but I love it.
I love it. I love the
I'm like
journey you're
super
on.
emotional at the
Everything
moment.
you've ever done, every success you've ever had, every failure you've ever endured has brought you to this moment right
I
here.
love it. I
We are
love my
blessed
girls.
for
I love my girls.
that.
I love my boys. It's one of those things that's so amazing. And people ask me, they're like, "Oh, you're a fantasy football analyst? You get paid for that?" Like, no, I fucking do this shit for free. No, of course I get paid for it. But
I did do it for free for a very long time.
For a long time. We don't ever
We
tell
all
anyone
have done
that,
it for
though.
free
Like,
at some point. And that,
we always
like, I
have
do
to do
think
it
that's
for
something
free.
that all of us are trying to change in this industry is like,
Yes.
there's always been so many people willing to work for free. And that doesn't
Yes.
mean that you should work for free. You're timing out.
Get a girl.
Michelle,
I'm sorry, that was my fault. That was totally my fault.
Great.
But it's
pick.
about
Kate,
the
your
support of the
reaction there
industry.
was
And
acting
it's
like our house
everybody
was on fire.
listening right now. It's only $1.99. You can literally just Apple Pay really quick. Donate to the mental health for Hayden Hurst. Everything that they do is absolutely exceptional from someone who suffers from significant mental health issues. This is something that is very important to me. That's why I like to donate to it. It's only $2. Like, whatever. I don't even care. So everyone else should do it. And like, just expand your horizons and just be super. Thank you, Jersey J. Be super kind to everybody. That's it. And that's one of the reasons I love these two girls. And that's one of the reasons I love those two guys plus Johnny, is because it's always been about kindness, support, and just making sure that everyone can flourish in this industry. Because when you do well, other people do well. And that is what makes it important and fun. And that's what makes fantasy football fun.
You know,
That's it.
our
Yeah,
mission,
it's not
our
about
mission
the
statement.
Little, like, you're never going to remember, or sometimes you do.
I'm
because,
sorry, I
like,
blacked out. What
you hit.
happened? What'd I say?
No, you love
Beautiful,
me
wonderful,
is,
genius
I think, the
job.
takeaway.
My cat's literally trying to destroy my couch at this moment.
Can we talk about Kate's reaction when I almost didn't pick on time?
Yes, dude, because I was about to. So I've flown with Austin, and we're at TSA, right? And I'm like trying to get my bag, my laptop out of my bag, and he's like in my ear, anxiety, stress, anxiety, and he's like, and that's what the vibe I got right now with Kate, like, oh, and I was just like, yes.
I literally just walk up behind his ear and I just go, anxiety, stress.
Speaking of
stress.
Hayden Hurst,
Time out,
Yeah.
anxiety. You're gonna make a bad pick.
yeah,
Remember-
exactly.
That's what I
You
just
will be
no.
sniped.
I'm rooting for you, Michelle. It's what we do as spouses.
Did Trey Lance get taken? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no, my
Yeah,
cat's not
Michelle,
rooting
welcome
for
to
me.
the
He's
party.
trying to figure out ways he can kill me in my sleep.
I mean, that's like what cats do.
He's cool though.
That's what they do. That's what they're.
Oh my
here
god,
for.
who just said cats are good?
I did. Cats are good. Cats are
Awesome.
good.
Bring
Cats
me
are
the
bad-
Awesome. And like
I
I'm
do-
gonna pop out soon, but I will leave you all with this, not just to. Oh my god, I love you, Chelsea. Oh hey Chelsea, mwah. Love you. So I'll leave you
got my
with this.
favorite Ricky.
My husband hates animals, and I hate children. So we had to like do I'm kidding. I love children, but we had to do a combine, right?
Your name's Stepmom
I have-
Lauren. So
I have 2 dogs, a cat, and a sugar glider, and my husband's deathly allergic.
You have a
So
sugar
these
glider?
are girl. I had 2, and the other one he was really old and he passed away. So my other one is 13, so he's also very old. But he's working on it. His name is Badger. He's super cool. But the thing is that it's all about compromise. So whatever relationship, whatever you do, it's all about compromise and whatever you want to do. But remember that when you're playing fantasy football, please have fun. Please have fun. This is all about fake shit. That's it.
Yep.
This is
Please
all
don't get on
fake
Twitter and
shit.
get mad at people.
Don't
over
get
the
mad
thing.
at
Love it,
people.
yeah.
And
So
one of the
silly.
things that you guys said was so sweet is I'm like the nicest person on fantasy football because on Twitter because I can't handle people being mean. I'm like, oh, I get your take, man. And I was like, mute. I can't with my life. Like, be nice, be kind. You have no idea what other people are going through, and you have no clue. Just be kind to one another. It is the most important thing in the world, which is where this whole thing is about mental health, right?
Well, yeah, and that's
That
one
has
of my
been
favorite.
one of my favorite takeaways from you, Lauren.
I feel so bad for the guys that
Oh,
keep trying
sorry.
to talk. Go
That's
ahead.
okay.
Let him
No,
talk.
go for it. You're good.
We're riding the wave.
I
We've
don't
got
feel bad for them,
24 of
so
these
it's fine.
things. Like we will talk plenty.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate that. Like, just Continue because you were complimenting me.
All right, I am gonna step in now. I'm just gonna. No,
excuse me. She was speaking, luscious Jesus. Let her finish.
I was about to
Go on,
preach. I was about to preach the good word. Now, what I was going to say was that was actually like a nice lesson that Lauren taught me, because I realized, like, watching your Twitter interactions, I mean, people are not nice. Like, people are not nice on Twitter, and we all know that. Like, shocker, big surprise. Like, nobody is nice on fantasy Twitter, and that's fine. Like, you don't go there for the compliments, you don't go there for all that. But like, Lauren, I will say, you let insults bounce off of you like literally nothing ever happened, and you're just like, oh, that is so cool that you think that.
She taught me how to not let trolls. Lauren, you literally did this.
I did text you.
When I first started my Twitter account, I'd get in a lot of fights because people were so mean to me, and I didn't let it roll off. Now I'm really good at ignoring it for 99% of the time. I still let it.
And that Robert Tunyon, but winning pick.
Lauren would text me and be like, Michelle, stop it. Michelle, stop it. Put down your phone. Stop it. It does not matter. I'm like, and then there'd be sometimes I'm like, Lord, no, they need.
I can't.
That is expert. That is expert as advice, and so has been the advice to donate to the Hayden Hurst Foundation and the TFN, the Fantasy Whispers, here through the Super Chat, just like FF Mad Scientist did, to the tune of $13.99. Greatly appreciated. You know that means we got to hit you with another whisper. Woo! Appreciate you.
I love you guys. I love you guys so much. I'm gonna peace out because I just destroyed your entire hour here. So I love you guys. But Kate, Michelle, you know how much I love you. Big Travie, Luscious Jesus, Austin, and your terrible Devin Singletary take. And then,
I'm listening to
Johnny, but I love you guys. Thank you. I just talked over you right there. Love you too. But hey, I love you guys so much. And remember, everybody, this is for a good cause, and we all love you. Remember to be kind to everybody, because you never fucking know what the hell is going on.
Yes.
And this is a game. That's it. It's a game. We educated guess. That's it.
I would like to just say I wasn't allowed to say damn it, and you let her say the F word.
You can say whatever you want. I give you permission, Michelle. You
can say
fuck,
shoot, frickin', gosh. They're all on the table.
It's the real
darn
word.
it.
We'll talk about it.
Oh my goodness.
I love you guys so much.
Love you,
Travis, tell Johnny thank you for me. Thank you guys for letting me storm your time. I love you guys. I miss you so much. I can't wait
to see the barrage. We love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye, everyone in the chat. Mwah.
Who's Chestnut? Joey Chestnut?
Julie.
I mean, if that dude can put 65 hot dogs down an hour, what could he do on the goal line?
Honestly, I feel like I know so many players that I could go so deep. I've never heard of this Jade Chestnut in my life.
He went to a really, really small school.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it. That's
Julius
how small
Chestnut.
I'd have to look it up on player profile. I just want to add really quick to what Stepmom Lauren said about like just being nice to people. One of my favorite quotes is, and now I'm blanking on it as I went to go to say it. Being right is the poor man's self-worth. And that's what I think we see a lot of on Twitter, is a lot of these guys trying to dunk on people. And like, guys, like we literally are just trying to predict the future. How crazy is that? Like, let's not try to predict. Yeah. Like it's a made up game about another game where we're trying to predict the future. Like, quit taking yourself so seriously. It's all good. I promise you. So I just wanted to echo what she said there. But
you know what I really love, and I want to say it before anyone takes him.
Yeah.
I love that Deshaun Watson has not been taken. And I hope
there we go.
For a podathon like this, I feel like he should not be taken. And I really hope that we've
seen him gone in super flexes. I haven't seen him gone in any non-super flexes, which also I'm right there with you. Like, we all get it, right? But like, yeah, it makes me very happy as well.
If it was a
Jameis Winston also. Never mind. Jameis Winston can get fucked too. Yeah, but those are.
Just to be clear,
I like the Evan Ingram pick. I almost took him, but in PPR, I would definitely take him in the last pick. With it being standard, I just went with Darrell Williams because James Conner has such a hard time staying healthy, and Darrell Williams is actually a really good running back, and he could steal some goal line looks and targets. So I went with him, but Evan Ingram's my favorite sleeper tight end this year. I feel like he's everybody's favorite sleeper tight end. That's a really good pick.
I'm sick of the sleeper app, guys. Every time I make a pick, it goes, wow.
Oh, you got to turn that off at the top. Yeah.
So
Just
wait,
with
just
a
to be
microphone.
clear, is that like, is there some sort of threshold when I draft a player like too far ahead of their ADP where it's like
I haven't
Kirk
cared
Cousins.
enough. It's so annoying. I haven't cared enough to look up how they do it. I just turn it off every time because I'm like, this
Right
is
away.
so stupid.
Because I'll take
Kirk
Chris
Cousins going in
McCaffrey at
the
the 101, and it's like, wow. And you're like,
Yeah.
really?
Kirk Cousins
Really?
going at the 12th round is the biggest
Steal.
steal of the draft.
Yeah, it's steal.
He's going to be, I have him ranked inside my top 8 this year.
And I don't think that's crazy. I mean, we've already seen him kind of score in a much less talented offense in Washington, top 5 numbers at the QB position, back with, kind of the coaching scheme that got him there.
Did you guys know Devin Duvernay is the cousin of Kyler Murray?
I did not know that.
No.
Yeah. Small world. Small world.
You learn something new
Just
every
leaving
day.
you off with that little nugget for the season.
Yeah. Well, we'd love to get your guys' take on your teams and your builds really quick. We got a few minutes left here. We'll start with Michelle.
I hate my team.
And that's it.
Yeah, I mean, every time I had a pick, I love Devontae Adams in the first round. I'm fine with that, especially in a standard. Very happy with that. I think even with the downgrade from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr, he's still going to be great. I would be happier with Aaron Jones in a PPR, but he should still be pretty good. Cam Akers, it all depends on that Achilles. I love my Cortland Sutton pick. That's my favorite pick of the draft. Schultz is fine. Jalen Hurts is going to be great. And then, the rest of it's like, meh. I like Penny. We can see if he can stay healthier for more than 1 second. And I have a lot of dart throws from there.
I got the over on a second, but under on the minute. So maybe he'll be done before a minute, but not a second. All right. How about you, Kate? What do we have here?
I'm kind of feeling my team. I'm liking it as far as as much as you can like a standard team, because we know PPR is king of
your
everything.
Running backs
or
are
queen.
garbage.
No, but what I'm going to say is there is a lot of volatility on my roster. I've got some really solid anchors in the top 5 rounds, but after that, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, the range of outcomes for him is top 10 running back to RB 50. Robert Woods, if he's healthy, could be a wide receiver 1 this year, or he could literally be droppable. There's just such a wide range of outcomes. I took Sony Michel a bit early here because I do think I project him as the RB1 for this offense going into the season. Obviously, there's still lots of time with training camp. Damian Pierce, I liked him coming out of school.
James
the
Robinson
opportunity is there.
James Robinson went at the 9-11 one spot before Sony Michel. I would take Sony Michel over James Robinson 100 times out of 100 times. You're talking about an offense that's supposed to be much better this year with the Dolphins over the Jaguars, that bad offense. And then you have Travis Etienne, who should steal a lot of the work compared to Sony Michel. Does have to compete with Edmonds and Mostert, but they're both sharing backfields then. And then one tore his Achilles. I mean, that's very different.
Looking at, the running backs that went in this range, I think Sony Michel, out of all of these guys, has the most realistic chance of being his team's running back 1. And I do think the Dolphins running back 1 is going to be more valuable this season than they were in 2021, just based on the tools they've acquired. I've always been a Tua fan. He can throw a deep ball. Just for anybody that
let him know. Let him know.
He can do it. He's done it before. But Sony Michel, I think he profiles most clearly as the goal line back.
Yep.
I don't know. There's a lot of, I think, upside in this roster. There's a lot of risk though. So this can be a very hit or miss.
The DJ Shark one and the Tyler Beatty picks, both those picks in the 11th and then the 13th. So for Shark, we love him as a wide receiver. He's really good. He just has to stay on the field. And I know people want to dunk on Jared Goff being a deep ball thrower, but he had good seasons with Cooks where both of them were productive. So I think that could happen. And then Beatty's the only healthy body right now outside of Mike Davis in their running back room. So could just be something really special. I think he's more of a pass catcher scat back, but right now, drafting in July based on what we know, I think that's really good.
Yeah, I think there's definitely so much potential. I think we should definitely keep an eye on the Baltimore backfield. We had both J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards open up on the PUP. There's obviously plenty of time for them to come off, but while they're on the PUP list, this is the time for all of those running backs behind them to get those reps in training camp, and those are critical. And we know that the running backs in Baltimore, whoever steps up is productive. Give me give me a chance at that in the 13th round and a 14-teamer, please.
I like, it's so easy. It's so easy just to get off of a committee backfield because you're like, oh, it's this guy is just going to keep rotating. It's like until it's not. Like don't get complacent just thinking because you've seen a rotation rolling through. That's how it's going to stay forever. Like there is a world where it's Batty. Is it Batty or Beatty?
Beatty.
I think it's Beatty.
I
wish it was Batty.
I
think
said
we should
Beatty.
just go. It is Beatty.
Make them change it to Batty.
Just
Make
change
it
it to
Batty.
Batty.
Tyler
You're a
Beatty is a Batty.
Yeah, Tyler Batty. Let's do it. So much better.
I
He
think if there's
changes
any takeaway
Batty
from this
like
segment
Daddy.
of your mock draftathon, I think it's Tyler Beatty as a Batty.
Yeah,
Period.
there we go. All right. You heard it here first. Ladies, we are so grateful. Grateful for you. Grateful for Stepmom Lauren coming on. But please, again, give the people a chance to, tell them what you're working on and where they can find you.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at BobBlastM, BobBlastEM. I'm a researcher for NFL Network, and I like to throw little research nuggets out from time to time, meaning like always. So go follow me when you get the chance.
Do it.
And I'm Kate. You can follow me on Twitter at FFBallblast. My work is featured over at DraftKings Nation. And of course, you could check us out with Jake Trowbridge, who's the funniest human I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, we're having them on.
Every week on the Ball Blast Fantasy Football Podcast. So
when you type in Ball Blast in your podcast app, it's one word. Ball Blast.
Word.
But I think we're pretty fun on our podcast. So if you want to come listen to a fun podcast about fantasy football, come hit us up.
Yes,
absolutely. Please. Do it to it. Well, we appreciate you, ladies. Thanks again. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the boost.
Bye.
Hey, Travi, we got to shout out the draft. Wait, about announcement. $20. They threw it in here like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. No, we're good. We're good.
Getting
so I think Jersey J and Freak Stomper are trying to bet against Giants versus 49ers. More wins. It's $20 is on the line here. 20 fat big ones on the line here. So we're going to make that bet note. Freak Stomper says the Niners will have more wins. Jersey J says the Giants will. So that is where we were at. Just want to shout out to everybody in Whisper Nation. This chat has been live. You guys are rocking with us. We are working our way towards our next guest, who should be Smitty from the Fantasy Football Show. Can't wait to get Smitty the legend on here as well. He'll be coming on in the next few minutes. But our other legend has come back from his break. And we have to see. He made it back alive. So that's what we know is good. So, yeah, I know. They pointed out that it looks like hashtag MDMA in the corner. It's MDM4, but it's pretty funny.
Marathon 4.
We'll bring in our guy, as Stepmom Lauren likes to say, Tiny Jesus.
What up?
Coming in. What's going on, Johnny? How are you, buddy?
Oh, I'm feeling much better. I got some food in my belly. MDMA is full blast, still going.
He says MDMA in my belly.
I got some food in my belly, some MDA in my blood.
No, you guys were the one that was saying I see it. Unreal.
People think it looks like MDMA.
I know. Trying to get Molly. A hashtag going on fantasy Twitter. And what can a guy do? Sorry.
Pick clear numerals, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So,
Austin, what's been like your biggest takeaway so far as we kind of wait on our guy Smitty to get in here?
It's honestly the best thing here is like doing these sequentially. We do the mock draft Mondays every Monday, and we drafted with some of the industry's best, and we get our takes. But when you get to do back to back to back to back, and you hear conflicting and contradicting and supportive opinions, though, coming from different people, it ends up having like a stronger educational effect. It forces me to like reconsider certain things. Like I'm higher on James Cook right now than I've been since I've heard his name for the very first time, simply because we did talk about how under the radar Alvin Kamara was coming in. It's like, well, they're pretty high on Cook, and he does bring some interesting elements to the table. And we comped him to Andre Ellington, who at one point was a really exciting back that we had a high ceiling for. So what's been the biggest takeaway for me? It's been all of these great points with so many knowledgeable and strong communicating analysts that have like been forcing me to reconsider certain things. And I think that's for the better.
Absolutely. All right, Johnny. Well, it's time for our next guest. Why don't we intro the man and let's bring him in here.
The man, the myth, the guy that lives right here in my town, Phoenix, Arizona. Gotta
This ain't my house.
Hey, I would love to have Smitty over here to my house. Welcome in, Smitty.
What's
Football.
What up, gentlemen?
What's up, Smitty?
I'm
in the
a
lab.
little different than last year. Last year I was at Olive Garden, right?
Yeah.
It's
our favorite
meatballs.
We loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were hoping
This
you brought
meatball-
some more.
It's not like this meatball. Let me talk
Hey,
about these meatballs.
I'm
for
glad
you.
I already went to lunch because I would have been hoping that you were bringing lunch today.
I would have been at a taco shop if this had been an hour earlier, so we would have been doing the whole taco thing. But
Let's make compare these
no,
Al Pastors like Javonte Williams, you see, and the chicken here we got is Melvin Gordon. Yeah, good to have you there.
yeah, I look, Javonte. We'll get to that, but Javante's gonna have a season. I love the doubt rant. I love the doubt. We'll talk about
I'm here.
that.
Talk about that doubt.
Well, we're doing a 12-team half PPR with you, Smitty. We'll get that up here on the screen. I believe you selected the 12 spot. Yeah, that's correct. Talk to us a little bit about the strategy from the 12 and what were you thinking there?
Man, I've done this a while, gentlemen. I don't mean to date myself, but I've done this for, I think this is year 20 from a professional perspective. I play fantasy for much more than that. I've never once in the history of that amount of time ever liked a pick better than the 1.1. I've never like when someone says,
really?
Hey, what's the best pick of the draft, it's like 1.1. And what are you, a moron? It's 1.1. It's always 1.1. This year, first time ever, best pick is the 12 pick.
Oh,
Wow.
You speak on that.
The thing that's crazy about it is that there are players that fall to the 12 pick that could be as good as somebody in the top 3 or 4. And then on top of that, which is different than normal, that 3rd and 4th round pick, especially at that 3-4 turn, you have a handful of players that can easily be 2nd round worthy. And usually that cutoff happens like at the very beginning of the 3rd round, which is why traditionally that 1 pick, you get the best pick in the draft. And then you get the number 1 3rd drafted player. You get the highest pick in the 3rd round. And then the cutoff usually happens. So it just happens to be that 3rd and 4th round turn is so rich in talent that and the fact that you can literally get 2 guys that I believe are still top 5 capable is just a weird way that the players are falling this year. And the thing is, I do more mock drafting than probably anybody, aside from when you're doing this 24-hour live stream. But it's like it's you see it over and over and over, and that 12 pick, it's like almost bulletproof. It's almost bulletproof. There's just too many options when you're on the clock at the 12-13 turn, and too many options at the 3-4 turn. You could literally telegraph to everybody what's going on. You could say, I'm going to take wide receiver at the 3.12 and 4.1. And if someone tries to snipe you, there are players that shouldn't be there that fall. And then it's going to be fine either way. But it's a fantastic pick this year. I love it. Every time I draft from it, I love my team.
All right. So my job is to make him hate his team.
Yeah, you're right there at the 11. I don't know if he's saying it's not possible. But I did draft from the 12 spot a couple hours ago, and I really enjoyed that team as well. So I'd be willing to bet that you're on to something there. Well, we're on to something here. Should we get this thing started? Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
12-team half-point PPR. Of course, you're with Smitty. It is not a super flex. It is 3 wide receivers.
Yes.
1 tight end.
I will say that it does change in Superflex. That definitely not the same.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
Smitty, do you play in any Superflex?
Having a top 4 pick is what almost guarantees you a massive advantage over everybody else.
You going quarterback? Quarterback in the first 4?
Yeah, you kind of have to. And then when you get one of the like Burrows, like the Burrow or Mahomes, will probably be the guy you get because Josh Allen and Herbert probably go 1-2, 2-1, whatever. In the super flex, it's like you draft. My strategy that I use that I feel like works really well with that type of draft slot is you revert back to normal drafting once you get in round 2. And then you just scoop up everybody that should have gone in a 1 QB league in round 1, and you just boom, boom, boom. You end up getting a little bit, concerned at your quarterback too, but it's worth the gamble when you're just scooping up like, you could get like I got in the Scott Fishbowl, I got Jefferson in the 3rd round. It was, Scott Fishbowl is weird.
Yeah.
But like when if you, as long as you're drafting against traffic and you got that early quarterback pick, then everybody's just going to take quarterback between your next pick and the pick you just made. So it's golden.
Everyone's zigging and you're comfortably zagging and you're finding primo value and everyone's chasing.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, now we've got, so who do you normally like running with at the turn here? You said you've loved it. You said you've had a lot of experience now with it. What at the first turn, what have you been kind of keeping your eye out for, Smitty?
Yeah. So my favorite, and both of them are available. I like Lamb a lot here if I want to go balanced, but my 2 favorite players at this turn are Swift and Javonte. And I love Swift and Lamb. I love Javonte and Lamb. But this particular combination, I'm set at 3.12. I will get a wide receiver. There's too many wide receivers that are very, very good. And if I don't, there'll be somebody there that's ridiculous, So like there's nothing anybody can really do about it once you have. And both of these running backs, Swift and Javonte, could be top 4. Like they're that good. Javonte, in my opinion, Javonte Williams could finish as the number 1 or number 2 running back in all fantasy football 2022. I have 0 questions about his talent. The only concerns at all are the Melvin Gordon and timeshare situation, which he's got a new staff. Like, does anybody really think they're just going to do the same thing they did last year? And on top of that, they have a Super Bowl contending team. They're just going to keep this talent off the field. At some point, he's getting unlocked, just like JT got unlocked when everybody's worried about Naheem Hines last year. That drove JT into the 9 to 15 overall range last year. Everybody was scared of Naheem Hines. Naheem Hines is Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon is Naheem Hines. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn's Finkel. It's all a big circle. Okay. And I'm telling you right now that Melvin Gordon's going to only be able to keep Javonte Williams off the field so long.
Well, I just want to say, Smitty, welcome aboard, my brother. The DeAndre Swift bandwagon, it's starting to fill up. I'm glad that a lot more people are truly seeing how good he is. So welcome aboard. I agree with the DeAndre Swift take there. The Williams role, that one, see, I can totally get a part of that if there also wasn't like the Russell Wilson, love affair with Melvin Gordon and how they played together. I think that I have a feeling that we're just going to be frustrated again with what Javonte's ceiling could be, as opposed to, we're all banking pretty much that Melvin is going to get injured, which is great because it's driving Melvin's cost way down. But to your point too, and Big Travi's on this as well, that Javonte could be top 4 for sure. I don't think anyone would argue with that if Melvin goes down.
And I think the most beautiful part about the argument was what Smitty said about Javonte in juxtaposition against Jonathan Taylor last year. Because I was on that same boat of Jonathan Taylor. Like, I just couldn't justify it with not so much Naheem Hines, but really the coaching staff trying to use more backs. And so what did Smitty just say? He said, we're seeing a similar situation. And you kind of made a testament to this new coaching staff. And like, if they see the talent in Javonte Williams, which guess what? Melvin Gordon hasn't been at OTAs yet. He hasn't been there yet. So Javonte's been getting all the pass catching work in OTAs and and we'll see what happens in training camp. I'm sure Melvin shows up, and no knock against Melvin Gordon, but I think the bet on talent is for sure Javonte. And yeah, I think to your point, Johnny, you could end up frustrated, but we're swinging for the fences here, right?
You also got baked in risk for all that. Like, and I'm taking Javonte Williams at his like probably the highest you'd want to take him. Like he's falling into the mid-second round, but we're not trading here. I'm not going to skip a guy I believe could be the number 1 or number 2 overall running back at the 13 overall pick because I can't trade down. So to me, it's like I get I get the fear. And people get uncomfortable when you start talking about things that haven't happened yet. Look, that's probably the biggest. I mean, I do a lot of bold take stuff. That's kind of how I got started in the business. Period, was bold takes. I used to go on and drop my famous bold predictions on CBS and NBC Sports Radio. And time and time again. Now, do I land them all? No. You know, have I had really bad years or really good years? Yeah. And I love the ETN pick. I love that. I was gonna maybe scoop him up right here.
That's what I feared. I had a feeling.
Then you stepped
I was like,
right on it.
If there was one running back that you would have taken, it was going to be him. So that's why I reached for my guy a little bit.
Yeah. There. So right here, you want to get a wide receiver because I'm not coming back around, but I don't have to force two of them. So I'm going to take Terry McLaurin, who I think is the most capable of being a top 6 to 12 wide receiver from this draft slot. I like DK a lot. I like Waddle. I could go DK and have a really balanced approach, but I'm going to go with my other league winner. My three, I'll wait to talk about my third one, but ETN and whoa, got a timeout there.
Oh, damn it. So I was thinking that you were going to let him drop to me.
Yeah, no, you never. No, Breece Hall doesn't drop.
You've commented on some of our other videos about the Breece Hall like steam up on this. I'm here for it.
Look, this is the biggest steal in all of fantasy football 2022. Number one.
I thought it was Javonte. I thought he was
Javonte can be the number 1 or number 2 running back, but this right here for the bang for the buck 4.1. This and the other player I'll mention in a little while are the two players I feel just absolutely hands down are the best picks in fantasy football. Breece Hall could be a top 5 to 10. I don't think he could be. He will be. He'll be a top 5 to 10 running back as a rookie. And we're going to see his ADP climb into, if I have anything to do with it, it's going to climb into the top of the third, if not the bottom of the second by the end of maybe September 1, September 2. I partly don't want to do it because I want to keep scooping them up, but my job is not to benefit. It's for the followers to benefit. So I'm gonna definitely be pumping more and more Breece Hall out there. I've got shirts being made. I got Breece's Pieces shirts that are for sale right now. But I'm pumping this guy up to the moon. He's already on the moon. He's already on the moon. He's not traveling there. He lives there. He has his tent pitched. This guy's a top 5 to 10 running back. You're getting him at 4.1. You're getting him at 4.1 to 4.10. That's about where he's falling. And he's a top 5 to 10 running back. He's going to get fed. This guy's a monster. Naji Harris went around 9 to 14 last year. He's Naji Harris. This year he is Naji Harris. I have no worries about Carter. This is a first-round talent. The Jets even said that in their eyes, this is a first-round talent. And the consensus is, and a lot of people that I talk to that are close to the situation have already said, look, it's already 60-40. Like, that's just out the gate. Like, it's a matter of time. Like, I know Carter did well last year. I know Carter's a pretty good running back. No one's taking anything away from him. But this is a different monster right here. This Breece Hall character, this is a 102 touchdown, every other game type of guy.
So just to confirm on the breakdown of the backfield here, you see Michael Carter being a pure spell back, a very good running back, but is a spell for Breece Hall, which if that's the case is probably good for Breece Hall. It's going to keep him fresh, keep that whole team efficient, keep first downs coming and opportunities to score.
And I love when people say things like they're the Jets. It's not going to, but he plays for the Jets. Anybody watch the draft? They had one of the best drafts anybody's ever seen. The last time a team had a better draft, all three of you probably weren't even sharding in your diapers yet. Like, that's how good this draft was.
I've always been sharding in my diapers.
Bro, I was sharding in my diapers last week, man. Don't cap my
literally the best draft anybody's ever seen on both sides of the football. And when people say it's the Jets, what do you mean it's the Jets? They have a completely different.
It's a new year, baby.
Hey, I wonder what that means for Juniper, because she's just shatting in her diapers right now. So could that mean her next good Jets draft could be a while?
Look, I'm not saying. I don't know if you I don't know if I said this on your show, but I was saying it all offseason, so I'm sure I spat it out one time or so. But the Bengals would win the division. I was pushing that out there like crazy last year. I'm not saying the Jets are going to do exactly what the Bengals did, because the Jets have a really tough division. The conference is tough. They're not making the playoffs this year. The Bengals, it was a 1-year turnaround. It's very easy to see. They're drafting Jamar Chase. People were like, "You can't take Jamar." It was so ridiculous that argument.
I love that boy.
The Jets are going to be another year out from that kind of rebound, but they have the same kind of blueprint going on. And so people could get them mad all they want and say it's the Jets, whatever. They're on their way. It's going to happen. The team's loaded with talent. And even if they don't become a Super Bowl contender, let's say, they're going to be ultra talented from a fantasy perspective. And that's all we care about. So, I'm not here to try and predict when or if they ever make it to a Super Bowl. I'm telling you, the offense is going to be absolute fire in time, and it should be really good on the ground. They have two really good wide receivers, very underrated wide receivers. Like, we don't even know which one's going to be the number one. That's how both of them. How good.
Dude, are the Jets and the Lions like the same team, opposite conference? Like a second-year head coach that most people are excited by, exciting pieces all around, all over the place. A quarterback that has some high capital that we still have question marks on both sides. We don't know if they're going to be good. We kind of have them as dark horses, but we really like the fantasy pieces all around them. Like the Lions and the Jets to me are just like,
yeah.
The Lions are making the playoff,
I wanted
baby.
to add to Smitty's comment about Michael Carter and Breece Hall. So I think what this is showing us and what the market's showing us, because people are steaming up, like Breece Hall's getting there. Like he'll probably be even more as training camp goes on. But I think we've all said the same thing about Michael Carter. Was a good back, showed up well, did the things, and he's a pass catcher, right? So what does that tell me? I think he's one of the better late round running backs to invest in should anything happen to Breece Hall. Like, I think that he is one injury away from really being a really, really good value in drafts. So, and that's not to take anything away, similar to what Smitty was saying on the converse. That's not to take anything away from Breece Hall. I think he is the better bet on talent. But I do think that Michael Carter should be drafted as well as a contingency.
Yeah, he's one of the better handcuffs in fantasy heading into this year. Alexander Madison, Michael Carter, there's a handful of them. Even the guy that just got taken right now, Kareem Hunt, he's back to being handcuffed, which is great. He's been a third, fourth round staple, standalone pick for a couple of years now. So it's good to see him at that 6.3, like almost like a handcuff territory. But back to what I was saying about Hall. So yeah, Hall, absolutely love Hall. I think he's going to be fully unleashed. The other player that is the best pick in fantasy football I was hoping would fall to me at that 5.12 because his ADP is around 5.5 to 6.5, and that's Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow, as a 6th drafted player, is just it's filthy, ridiculous. This guy could be the number. I'm not saying he's my number one ranked. I got Herbert 1, but for the value, the cost of entry, looking at Burrow as your 6th drafted player, it just wins leagues. Plain and simple. Whenever you can draft a player that can outscore everybody in the entire game of fantasy football in the 6th round, you're putting yourself in an amazing spot to win. I took Jalen Hurts. I don't mind that at all. This guy could run for 1,000 yards. And people would say that Lamar's like having an extra running back. I always disagree with that because he wasn't really a full quarterback. Whereas Jalen Hurts, I believe, is a guy that can throw for 300 yards on the consistent and still run for Lamar type rushing. So that Hurts is going to have a phenomenal year if he stays healthy. And I took Dalton Schultz because I think he is quite arguably the most capable tight end in 2022 of being the next Waller, the guy that could finish the whole season number 2 for all tight ends if you were to try and predict somebody to climb up and do that. And,
you think he's got the physical capabilities and talent to make that leap?
I think he does, and he has the volume. He's absorbing so much target share, and I think Dak loves him, and I think he's going to be fed a ton. I think Dalton Schultz could easily have one of those seasons where it's just like people are taking him to a point where I don't even draft him next year. He's going too high. Like I'm in the business of finding him here in the 6th, 7th round. Pat Freiermuth, I love him too. Those are guys that you want to grab. And then when they become the big name tight end, you can't even take him the next year. So I predict Schultz goes way too high next year because he has such a monster year. But the risk is pretty baked in here. I don't think he could really disappoint me here, even if he repeated last year's numbers. He'd be a little bit of a letdown that he didn't explode. But I feel like every time I'm on the clock, I'm taking a guy that can more than likely earn what I'm paying, but absolutely explode from the ADP. Every single one of these guys, I feel like, can be that guy that can be handfuls of rounds above where you're taking him, or in Swift's case, he can't go a handful of rounds, but he could go
number 1, baby.
Yeah, he literally could be the number 2 or number 3 running back. Like, I'm not saying he will, I'm not saying I rank him there, but you draft him with the expectation that you're getting a very good floor and his ceiling is literally untapped.
Smitty, redraft, do you like in Treylon Burks or Drake London year 1?
Redraft
or other option C, other
London because I don't know that Burks is disappointing me so far, and I don't love his situation. I feel like that quarterback situation, not that it'll be different in Atlanta, it'll be a potential rotation or a switch at some point. I think both starting quarterbacks in both situations come out. I think Tannehill's going to crumble under not only the pressure of not having AJ Brown, but the pressure of a young rookie being drafted behind him. He's pissed off. He's not in a good headspace, but maybe Tannehill proves me wrong. But Burks, I think that's a more volatile switch. Whereas I think Ritter, and I don't love Ritter, but I also don't hate him. I'm not saying I like Malik, but I don't know that this situation is good for a rookie quarterback in Tennessee, especially if Derrick Henry goes down, which is something I think is entirely possible, given the fact that this guy's mileage is just through the roof and they're just going to run him into the ground again. They're just going to abuse this man.
Dude, Tennessee is like a really weird and interesting team from like a boring angle. I know that doesn't like totally make sense, but this is the number 1 team in the AFC, right? Like this is a squad that finished above a lot of teams that a lot of people were betting on more than they were with Tennessee, and they lost Derrick Henry and they still kept winning. And they've got Ryan Tannehill, who, was a sleeper pick last year after having a better than expected finish 2 years ago. But now we're coming in. It's the team now. They let AJ Brown go. They brought in Treylon Burks. Ryan Tannehill's still around. They get Malik Willis. It is the number 1 team coming in. But I feel like, are we surprised if this team like only gets like 5 wins this season? Am I smoking something weird?
No, it could definitely be.
No, I think that's possible in the range of outcomes, and that's what makes it so scary. That's like people are like, well, Burks could be this year's Jamar Chase. Like, I'm much more excited about last year's Bengals than I am this year's Titans. Like, that's just
boring and slow and like not that good, right?
I don't see how it's going to be fruitful for fantasy. Now, that being said, you look at a guy like Robert Woods, like for a floor play later on, I think that's a sneaky play because I think his value's there because he could end up the number 1 guy there, but. Again, that's another guy like I'd rather be swinging for the fences on some upside.
Yeah, those ACL tears are they're brutal. Wide receiver's a little bit easier, obviously, to come back from than a running back. Running backs, you can't use Adrian Peterson anymore. Everybody keeps trying to, but J.K. Dobbins, forget about it. But Gus the Bus, just walk away. And I will say Woods changing teams, learning a new playbook is very complicated. Look at why Winston didn't even attempt to go anywhere else when the Deshaun Watson news was still kind of buzzing around. He just stepped back and then tried to wait for that to play out. And then once it was done, he stepped back in. He didn't want any part of learning a new system while he was recovering.
I think it speaks more to like Jameis Winston's brain other than Robert Woods.
Can I show you?
It's still the postal stance.
Have you guys seen my Jameis Winston? Have you seen my Jameis Winston practice interpretation or
did
my
you,
interpretation?
Did you do
the wiggle bar?
No.
Wiggle bar,
this is him
dude.
in practice. It's like that dude is the most awkward.
He's weird.
Person. Done.
He's awkward.
I've never. And everyone's so impressed by his workouts, and I'm just like, when I watch him, I'm like, what's going on here?
We're not. We brought it up before. We started a section out showing on our news and notes. I think this was Dr. Edwin Porras being like, what do you think about our boy Jameis here putting in work? And it's him on the wobble bar with one leg up on the giant medicine ball,
like 2 shake weights.
Yeah, that's what someone in the comments said. They're like, what is that? Like, he's got 2 shake weights on this bar. What is this dude doing? Like,
I don't know what people are thinking, but anyway, ACLs, J.K. Dobbins, I'm total avoid for me. Cam Akers, total avoid for me. I know that was an Achilles, but Achilles are worse. Yeah. James Robinson, I'm never more shocked when someone brings up James Robinson when you talk about ETN breaking out. Like, what are you talking about? James Robinson is irrelevant. Like, James Robinson coming off an Achilles tear, Achilles injuries, never in the history of the NFL ever has a player ever become or returned to even top 15 running back form after an Achilles tear? And Cam Akers came back and looked awful, right? Now I know a lot of people are hyped on him, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's not possible that he could at some point regain some of what he had. It's not going to be 100%, and we just don't have an example. So if anybody wants to buy into Cam, I get it. He's younger. The problem we have is we don't have a big enough sample of players that are his age with the job opening still being there. So to counterpoint myself, to argue with myself real quickly, we've never had normally when you tear your Achilles, you're a little bit older and the job's not waiting for you. So it's hard to measure, right? But we still have never seen it happen. And the fact that Cam Akers came back and looked awful and had no explosion, and this is an injury that you've never seen someone like look at Deonta Foreman. It took him like 55 years to get back to where he's actually on the field
he beast
again.
out.
He came back.
Yeah, he came back.
So
Now,
it's like a 2-year thing.
To speak more on that counterpoint, because I think that's where it's at. I think it's actually kind of baked in with Akers, because I think what we see is, like you said, the job is there. So the touchdown upside for Akers, even if he is shitty, even if he's not explosive, even if he's not efficient in that offense, could fall in for 15 touchdowns. Like that could happen as long as he stays on the field. And, one of the things that we look at when he came back in that playoff stretch early, albeit, was that they played really, really tough run defenses. The Buccaneers, the 49ers, the Bengals, all really tough run defense. So we can't discount the fact that he also played tough competition, came back early, and has a huge role. I mean, you were starting to say most of that. That's where I'm at with Akers, because I think some of it's baked in. If you can get him in the right sweet spot, sure, he's a prototypical dead zone running back, but I think he's also a guy that could, win you a league, like at that range.
I like those points here too. And I just wanted to kind of round out with the Achilles conversation, because we've actually gotten a lot of really good insights on the Fantasy Whispers here in the last month and a half or so. We mentioned Dr. Edwin Porras coming on the show and talking about the recovery timeline for, ACLs as well as for Achilles, and talking, as Smitty brings in these points of not seeing a player come back. And also you're usually older when it happens. And it's like, if you just kind of say that this injury of Achilles is going to take 15 months for you to be physically back to 100%, fine. That's more than a season. And then you got to also have your mentals sharp and your appetite hungry.
And
I think
he fumbled like crazy because he's worried about what's going on down there. And that's a whole nother aspect of it. And I like the point because it gets overlooked.
Because you got to come back after so much downtime and want to frickin' wreck dudes' faces. When we look at guys who have been perennially really good at the running back position in the NFL, guys who have been in their 30s and still making impacts for their teams. We're talking Marshawn Lynch. We're talking Frank Gore. We're talking Adrian Peterson. These dudes are monsters in so many senses, not just physically, but mentally. I'm thinking about when Marshawn Lynch is in that 60 Minutes interview and he's like, if you hit a dude you got to hit a guy in the head over and 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 over again. It's like, that's a crazy mindset to hold. And if you can keep that for 15 months of a recovery timeline when you're the weakest you've ever been in your entire life, you're a dude who's used to wrecking fools, and now you can't even go to the bathroom on your own. Like that, if you can keep it up while your body gets physically healthy, which is going to take over a year, like then maybe you actually give yourself a chance.
But let's also keep in mind that he is an injury-prone player. And I know a lot of people struggle with the word injury prone. I don't. I'll throw it around all day long, but I don't throw it around. I don't just throw mud at the wall. Like, this is part of it is, and recognizing it for years. You know what I mean? Like, when you see stuff happen over and over and over, you get pretty good at pattern recognition. And when you see certain things playing out a certain way, you see a player getting hurt early on in their rookie year over and over and over, you tend to get a sense of, okay, the odds of this player being more injury prone than the average player are extremely high. Cam Akers had 3 or 4 separate injuries his rookie year that kept him off the field until the very end of the season. And we only saw a brief moment of what he could maybe do. And let's be honest, he looked really good, but then he tore his Achilles tendon walking into the second season.
But then you always have that box in the back of your head saying, hey, but it could be the Keenan Allen case where it's just crazy injuries, comes back and balls out for a good amount of it.
But the problem, though, here's what I was going to say after that, is that when you mix in the fact that this guy is injury prone, in my estimation, 3 or 4 injuries, in his rookie season, tearing his Achilles tendon. He was my number 1 or number 2. I forget if I had Henry or him as the most likely to get hurt last year, and they both got hurt. So it's not. In some people say that's luck. Oh, you got lucky. But it's pattern recognition. And it's also the fact that this guy is the most aggressive player to his own body at the running back position. If you watch him play, he leads with his head. He literally tries to make contact with multiple linebackers that are bigger than him. And granted, kudos for him. I love the heart, but he literally leads with his head. I don't know if you guys noticed, but that during one of those games when he came back, lowered his head during one play, and the other defender got carted off the field. He got lucky, but he literally uses his head. He's so reckless with his body, proven by the fact that he tried to get on the field 5 months after recovery. So he doesn't care about his body. He'll do anything. He'll sacrifice, and I give him credit for that. But at some point, you're going to get hurt, and the Rams not looking out for his well-being. And everybody's saying, well, if the medical staff cleared him, give me a break. The NFL medical staff, teams medical staffs, they'll do all kinds of crazy stuff that they shouldn't be doing. That doesn't mean anything to me. But this guy is a serious injury risk walking into this season. A massive.
Oh, I'm on the clock. It's cracking up.
Not as massive as the effects that this has on Marlon Mack. And that's really what we need to be asking. How does this all affect Marlon Mack? I mean,
how does this whole draft affect Marlon Mack?
How does the way that we approach the mock draft marathon season 4 affect Marlon Mack? That's the important question.
Yeah, Marlon Mack is the only other running back example we even have of an Achilles tear. And, he's on the field, but do we know what he's going to do? The odds of him getting hurt are extremely high. The odds of him, being a guy that can withstand a full season of abuse after that Achilles tear. I mean, you guys, let me make this pick real quick. I need a wide receiver. Potentially I could go running back. Let's see here.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it. Don't
do it, Smitty. Don't
do it. Oh shit.
All right, good. You didn't do it.
Rondo.
The Achilles, you guys, none of you guys look like you've spent any time in prison. So I'm assuming this is maybe new information.
I mean,
when you're in prison, when they want to take you out,
dude. I wish
I
I
would take you. What, Travi?
I was just saying, I wish I looked like I went to prison. I feel like I look like so soft now. So
you do look a little bitch, bro.
When you're in prison, they slice your Achilles tendon. That's the prison injury. They do that to take you out so that you're literally immobile for the rest of your stay at the penitentiary.
We're trying to bring people together.
They don't
go to prison, bitch.
They don't go for your ACL, which would be another good choice.
Dude. I definitely couldn't last in prison.
We know.
Well, that's not the only reason
of all injuries that immobilize. That this makes you literally cripples you to the point where you never return to form. Now these are
literally a mythical injury.
The Achilles walk, dude.
Yeah. There are so one of the biggest things people will come back with and say, hey, look at Durant, look at these basketball players. The running back position is so different than the typical position.
Dude.
Look at my God.
Look at Anatomy 101.
Smitty over here. Look at this.
Everybody, this is an exercise.
Smitty,
everybody reach back behind
get that.
And right above your heel.
Everybody reach back and slice your Achilles.
Yeah. Go ahead and gently grab your Achilles tendon, which is right above your heel. Now move it around just a little bit. Move your foot around a little bit. Just move your foot around a little bit.
Hey,
go left to right. Imagine that thing snapping in half.
Oh, dude, that gets me the heebie-jeebies, dude. That's one of my biggest fears, Smitty.
This takes away your explosiveness. And let me ask you another question. Yeah, basketball players, maybe even a wide receiver, maybe a quarterback could endure this kind of injury. The reason why a running back never recovers to form is because what happens when a running back, even when back in the day when Emmitt Smith lost a little bit of a step, when Adrian Peterson lost a little bit of a step, they weren't the same player. They couldn't hit the hole. Losing explosiveness at all at the running back position, it's a death sentence for your career. So that's why, and you saw Cam Akers on the field looks horrible. He looked horrible. It was like 1.9 to 2.1 yards per carry. He was the least efficient running back in the entire National Football League upon his return from the Achilles. Now, another thing people are going to say is that, this is year 2. This isn't year 2. He came back really early, played when he shouldn't have. It's like, think of it like if your car needs new brake pads, okay, and you're down to nothing. And then you drive on the rotors for 6 months, and then you get new brake pads and you expect everything to be okay. This guy shouldn't have been out there playing on that Achilles that wasn't even close to 100%. I don't care what anybody says. Someone could come on with that's an MD, and that's trash. It's trash to sit here and say that he was 100%. I heard a couple people say he was 100%. There's no way he was 100%. He's not even 100% right now. He's not even 100% right now. I may have just a psych degree. Okay, I may not be an MD, but I come with props.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
And guys, that isn't just like the skeleton you put out on Halloween. That's an actual anatomy prop.
No, we got an assortment. Depending on whatever topic you want to go.
Yeah.
Wow, I love this.
Whatever prison injury you're into, we can cover.
I'll break it down for you here.
Did you order those on Amazon or
prison injuries? We can cover whatever you want. But I'm just when it comes to injuries, your boy Smitty knows what he's talking about. I'll put my injury knowledge up against anybody's just because I've seen it all. It's not that I know some of the ins and outs of every single piece of the body, the anatomy, but when you're talking about knees, not only have I suffered all the knee injuries we're talking about, like I've torn my knees up. I can go straight forward and backward. I no longer do the left to right. That's out. That's out.
With that information, is there any like standout points? Like Edwin Porras, we had Dr. Edwin Porras on the show not too long ago, and he shared a fact that is still blowing my mind. And that was, we kind of thought that there's almost a guarantee of returning from an ACL, and not only returning, but being strong and good. And Cooper Kupp comes back and relearned how to run, and he's even faster now because of the ACL tear. He told us that only 30% of ACL tears result in a comeback. Most people who get an ACL tear don't return.
It depends on age. If you tear it below like 23, 24 years old, there's some studies that say you can have a much stronger chance of bouncing back. Let's see, who am I taking here?
Also,
last turn.
Smitty, I don't think you could ever be a football coach, man, because these kids would get injured. You'd be like, you're done, kid. You just might as well hang up the cleat.
Give us some good advice.
Let me speak to that in 1 second. Let me take
Don't you do it. Don't you snipe my guy here, Smitty.
I need a backup quarterback here.
Okay, good. That's not where I was going. So,
Johnny, who are you looking at?
So
yeah, baby.
It's not that I'm honestly, I haven't really paid much attention to the second half of this draft because I've been screaming and yelling about injuries. But I would say this. I'm not opposed to a player that's suffered injury. I love ETN. ETN's never played at the NFL level, and I absolutely love him. And people will come to me and say, hey, Mr. Hypocritical, you're all down on Henry. You're down on Akers. You're down on, down on Mike Thomas. But what I have to say about that is when you're young, it's a whole different ballgame. Number two, when you see a player back and you see them back to form, you need that validation. Like Barkley, I'm not on the Barkley train yet. I'm not like against it. If you take him in the mid-third, I think it's fine. But people taking Barkley in the middle of the second round. Let me see if any of you guys took Barkley in the middle of the second round before I start trashing it.
Classic Mike did. Q4.
I was heavily considering taking Barkley.
Yeah,
in the second round.
It's not that it can't work out. It can. Like it's like anything. When I say Cam can't return, is there a percentage chance Cam can return? Yes. Like of course there's a percentage chance, but everything is a numbers game. And when you're dealing with a second round pick and you haven't seen him return to form, I'm a little cautious of it. Now he's looking good. You're hearing good things. So he's creeping up my board. But a guy like Mike Thomas, no news is bad news. And we learned this lesson last year. We learned it with Barkley last year. Barkley was my number 3 avoid for all of 2022. And I admittedly liked him in February and early March until things started taking a turn and until we started hearing he might not be ready. And then as things started getting bad, he was one of my biggest avoids of all 2021. And in the cases of like Henry, he's older, the mileage. Do you guys know how many carries off the top of your head without looking? How many carries has Zeke Elliott had?
He's had
100, like 1,600.
It's almost 1,500.
Yeah,
almost 1,500.
Yeah,
and no running back even sniffs that number. That's like no one's relevant that even has close to that amount of mileage. Do you know how many carries Derrick Henry's had in just the last 2.5 years?
Like
not about 920.
Wow.
In just the last 2 years?
2.5 years. Because he got hurt halfway through the season.
Okay.
2.5 years. 920 something carries. Like Zeke Elliott is toast to a lot of people, and I know he still has a shot of having that one more year, and that's debatable. And I can appreciate the argument on either side. I love Tony Pollard. It's Tony Pollard's season, but I think that everybody's saying that Henry's built different, that he's going to be able to take on 27 to 30 carries a game, which is what Tennessee's going to ask him to do without AJ Brown. To expect him to be able to, I think, stay healthy is a tall order. Is it possible? Yeah. But if I was to throw an arbitrary made-up number that came out of my brain, I would say 20% likely that he could stay healthy at that kind of workload. And that's a really, really bad percentage for a guy you're picking in the top 5. So that's how my brain works. That's how I assess risk. Am I always going to be right? No, but I'm going to avoid more of these mishaps and these wasted seasons on guys that the writing was on the wall by doing this. Like Barkley avoided catastrophe. Henry avoided catastrophe. And if you drafted him, my biggest advice was to trade him by double-digit weeks. He got hurt right before. But that would be my same advice for anybody that wants to go down that road with Henry this year or McCaffrey. Draft him if you want. Trade him before, I'd say, a month or a month and a half in and try and maximize the value. But it's hard for me to buy into these guys that are older, to explain what you guys were talking about earlier with injuries. It's hard to buy into the injuries when they don't have the youth on their side and they haven't proven that they're back. Like Etienne looks phenomenal on the field. He's also rehabbing to prevent any future injury with the Les Frank injury, which is a bad injury for older players, but he's young. Already sounds like he's 100%. And the severity of those injuries are a little different, from one player to another. So just because you have a Les Frank doesn't mean you're not going to come back. It depends on how bad it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, there it is. And there is the full draft. We got this next one wrapped. Smitty, could you break down your squad, how you're feeling about this team, and anything you might have done differently now that it's all been completed?
I would have paid attention from the 11.1 on when I got excited talking about injury, and I didn't even remember drafting any of those guys from 10 down, to be honest.
You just blacked out on those.
Yeah. But Ayuk, let's go from 8
to the best of us.
Up. Ayuk, I love Ayuk and Elijah Moore in a wait on a wide receiver 2 and wait on a wide receiver 3 approach, because I think both those guys could easily be high-end wide receiver 2s this year. I'm not saying they're locked into that, but they could definitely produce that. I love Elijah Moore. He's putting on weight. I think that'll be a good thing for his frame. And he's a young guy that hasn't been accustomed to playing at a certain weight yet. You hear about a guy putting on 10, 15 pounds like Lamar, and that's not a good idea when you're accustomed. Your body is accustomed multiple seasons worth of playing at a certain weight, and then you come in and try and change it up on your body. It usually leads to injury. It's about 8 times out of 10, I'd say, if I was guessing at that, obviously. 8 out of 10.
Lamar gained it in his ass, so it was okay.
Maybe, but this is a guy that runs 100 and maybe 70 times a season, and he's going to have 15. Like, hey, go put on a 15-pound meat suit, Johnny, and start jumping up and down.
Hey, that
over and over. Tell me if that's a little harder to get up every time you hit the floor.
You're saying that you're asking a guy that's my main quality is I have a fat ass and
that's your main quality.
That's what everyone says. That's what everyone says. I mean, most of my meat is in. Most of my meat is right there. Okay,
more than just
put another 15 lbs in a backpack and start jumping up and down. Like, I'm just saying, when you're hitting the ground over and over. This is especially the case for running backs, and Lamar essentially is a
running back.
It's a lot of abuse to hit the ground. This is why I say Derrick Henry being built different is crazy talk to me in terms of like that it's going to make him Superman for longer. It's going to be his quick demise. It'll be why he all of a sudden looks like he's running in mud, and everyone's going to be shocked and go, man, Derrick Henry fell off quick. And I'm not saying it's for sure this season. It's just the odds are very, very stacked against him. There was a curse called the 371 carry curse that used to be transcendent through fantasy through all of the 90s and early 2000s, where if you ran for 371 times in a season, you were done. Not just that year, your career was over. You were toast.
I was back in the day when a bell cow actually was a bell cow.
there have been running backs that have breached that and continued on, and so it's not like it's a for sure thing that takes you out, but it is a major concern. And when Derrick Henry runs for over 400 carries in one season, the same season he runs for 2,000 yards, and the 2,000 yard curse, while there's not a ton of examples of 8 running backs, you run for 2,000 yards, your numbers get cut in half the next season. And a lot of that's due to injury. So when everyone says, well, Derrick Henry got hurt, well, that's part of the thing. Is he had 400 carries, if you include the playoffs, and the dude ran for 2,000 yards and he broke. Like, that's fact. You know, whether you want to say it was freak injury, someone stepped on his foot. Look, your foot would be in a different position if it hadn't been through all that work. It's not like, oh, someone stepped on it and it broke. How many times do you think it's been stepped on before?
Please bring the prop up again. Bring it up. We need it. Thank you.
Dude.
Yes.
Let's
right
go.
here. Right here is where he broke it.
Metatarsal, fifth metatarsal.
It's a different shape. It's got a different silhouette now.
Right there.
Yeah, it's got a screw in there too.
He's got screws in it still, right? Like, that's still part of it. A plate's in it right now, right?
Not screws, a plate.
Okay.
But
thank you, Dr. Smitty.
Yeah, it's possible. You can call me master. I have a master.
Whoa. No, I mean, I've had a good time with you, Smitty, but I don't know if I didn't call you master.
You can call me master.
I love
Now
it.
I really don't want to look like I'm from prison. Especially
if I see you in prison. I know,
Come over here, Achilles.
It's in half baked with Squirrel Master, and it's like, I'm somebody's bitch.
You better put foam and tape and duct tape all around those lower parts of the heel and Achilles.
Oh man,
hold this pocket.
Hey, oh, Smitty.
Smitty, why don't we break down your team a little? Oh, we went through it a little bit. Why don't we break down?
I interrupted myself.
Yeah.
Swift, Javonte. I mean, these two guys, in my opinion, could be both of them living inside the top 5, and it's not just because I took them. It's because I design. You know how people do that? They're like, "Well, everyone is amazing." This kid Swift could be 2 to 5. This guy Javonte could be number 1, and everyone's gonna laugh at it.
Baby.
You know why? Because things are uncomfortable until they happen. Do you think people thought, like, when I talk about and I know it sounds like I'm trying to pat myself on the back here. Look, I call Clyde Edwards-Helaire being a monster. He wasn't. So let me just throw that out there in the beginning. Okay. We all missed on Clyde, right? Everybody misses, but my point is, when Josh Allen, when I was talking about Josh Allen being the number 1 quarterback coming in as a rookie, he'd be the number 1 quarterback in the NFL. People laughed at that. It was so uncomfortable because he wasn't there yet. When people talk about Hurts right now, they laugh at you because Hurts had bad accuracy, short passes. One year. No one's given Hurts any kind of benefit of the doubt to improve and become the passer that we.
Well, he did improve. Yeah, he did improve as a passer.
You know, Hurts' first 2 games in the NFL were, I think it was like a 3. If I remember correctly, he came in. It was like near double-digit weeks the year before this year. Came in, I think it was like 340 and 4 touchdowns. His first game. Second game was like 3-something and 3. And then the third game, Doug Peterson benched him at halftime.
And he still had almost 20 fantasy points.
Yeah. So I mean, this kid's proven he could be a consistent 300-yard passer. But what do people look at? Only last year when he was limited, didn't have the options he has right now. I don't know how I got on the Jalen Hurts topic. I own him
because he was on your team. Perfect. Because he was on your team.
Brees is amazing.
I was talking about it.
We've talked about every player.
Yeah.
McLaurin,
and every injury.
Top 5 to 10 wide receiver trapped in a bad situation. I hope we can get at least like the 8 to 12 out of them, because this is like those go-karts at the go-kart track that have the governor on them, where you have I don't know if you guys know this. Here's a little lesson here too. Here's the pedal on the go-kart. They bolt the pedal to the middle of the spring that actually controls the speed of the go-kart. So if you put your foot on the spring at the top, you can push the whole spring down and
go faster.
Dude, I'm about to beat every
dude, I want to see Smitty at a freaking go-kart ring where he goes, he pushes that thing out, and then he's just burning.
There is a track I haven't got kicked out of. But my point is that McLaurin's got that governor on it, so that like that pedal can only go so far, and it's disappointing because he's such a good wide receiver. He's a top 5 to 10 wide receiver in the NFL.
McLaurin in the prison of the NFL.
And Carson Wentz is watching this right now, so he now knows, hey, if you push the top, which is Terry McLaurin.
Right. Go to a go-kart track that has those. You just look at the pedal.
I'm hitting up Sunsplash, bro.
What do we press? How do we do it? Like, how do you have to do it with your foot?
It's the top of the pedal.
Yeah, give us the foot to show us.
in the spring.
He's like, I don't know if I can.
But I'm going. Yeah.
Here's the pedal.
Bro, favorite hour so far.
There's a spring. There's a spring right here, and they bolt it to the middle of the spring. The spring, if they bolted to the top, it would use all of the acceleration, so that you only get half of it because it's bolted. But if you put your foot on the bolt and you push the bolt down,
hidden gem, bro.
That's unlocked like Javonte Williams. Then,
baby,
love it.
I love it. Why don't we do a little roast or toast with Smitty? Why don't you take a look at the board here and give us a team that you'd either roast or you'd toast?
Okay, I'll go through this quickly. Diggs, Lambs, ETN, Metcalf, Murray, St. Brown. As much as I want to rip it, it's a fantastic team. Top 5.
Thank you.
Nice job, Johnny.
Thank you.
Adams, Kelsey, Mahomes, Kittle. What's the double tight end? What's going on here?
Fully tight end.
Yeah.
He auto drafted, I think, a little bit. Is that what happened?
Okay, that never works. Just so anybody knows, you do that, you're done.
You're toast.
The Scott Fish.
Done. The double tight end. The double tight end is done by the guy that's always late to the draft. He's
or me last year.
Lunchbox with him.
Or me last year.
Lunchbox.
He brings his own lunch, but he doesn't even eat the pizza and wings that are there. He's got a salad.
He's on his own diet.
You don't draft double tight ends. Come on. Okay. Who drafted that?
Reed Tyler.
Long
time. Yeah, long time.
We love you.
I still appreciate him.
Yeah, we do.
But he's toasted. Or roasted.
Chase, if I skip over real quick, it doesn't mean I hate the team. It's just not top 5.
Whatever.
Okay? Don't take offense to it. Chase, Barkley, AJ Brown, Connor Jacobs. Okay. Cup, Andrews, Pittman, Mike Williams. Look, I love Pittman. I think Pittman's really good, but he doesn't belong in the 3rd round, in my opinion. I think people are overdrafting this guy. We don't know exactly what we're getting. It could be as good as everybody's hoping for, but 3rd drafted player. Whenever you draft Pittman in the 3rd round, look at your team and ask yourself, look in the mirror and say, is my team stacked or do I feel a little light? You look at this team right here. If you didn't look at this board and you saw this team like spread out, wide receivers over here, running backs, quarterbacks, you would literally have a tough time knowing who his 3rd rounder was. You wouldn't know. You look at the team and say, is Pittman his 3rd round? Is Mike Williams his 3rd round? Is Dylan? I don't know who his 3rd round pick is. I have no clue who his 3rd and 4th round pick is. Yeah. Matty, that doesn't mean you drafted bad. You have a good sense of good players, but you literally are reaching on 2 of those players, Mike Williams and Pittman and Dylan, really, and it puts you in a bind where you're just spread too thin, and it looks like somebody raptured one of your draft picks from you. You know what I mean?
Raptured your Achilles in prison, dude.
Yeah. Eckler, Mixon, Herbert, Cooper, Gibby. Gibby's good value at 5.7.
Right.
I like this team. This is one of those teams where you overlook it and it's kind of in the top 6. You know what I mean? Jefferson, Kamara, you can't take Kamara in the 2nd round right now. I get a lot of people are doing that, but
don't be that guy.
Yeah,
or gal.
If he misses 6 to 8 games, you're in trouble. You could win your league, but you're in trouble. So I would say like 3rd round, top of the 3rd, I start being okay with it. But that's really hard to recover from because you're walking into 6 games with Jefferson, Allen, Deontay, Waller. That's not hanging with anybody for 6 weeks. You know what I mean? So I don't like that. Cook, Hill, Akers, Hollywood, Burrow. Burrow's was a fantastic pick. I like that team. It's just Akers I have a problem with, but if you like Akers, I think your team's good. Henry, Chubb, Keenan, Pitts, Lamar. I love Pitts at 4.9. That's a good team.
Value. That was good value.
Let's see. This guy has my name. He better have a good name.
He called you out here too at the beginning with it.
Debo, Higgins, Waddle, Mitchell. That's pretty good. I like Mitchell. Mitchell's a crafty 5th round pick, especially if you cuff him. If you're in a deep bench, you cuff them to both running backs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's something you got to do if you want to secure that low-end running back 1 production, which you can pretty much get from the trio. I like that team. Big Travie. Let's see here. Austin, what was your team?
1-7. You said it was the sneaky top 6 team.
Okay. Big Travie's got McCaffrey, Aaron Jones, Elliott, Sutton, A-Rob, Bateman, Gabe. So I love the first 2 picks, but I would say the thing I would do here if I was critiquing it, is say that is Elliott worth going that running back? Like, I don't mind it. Like, I would do it with Breece Hall, but is Elliott worth that type of move? I don't know that he is. I feel like this could work out really well if that third guy is a monster, but I really worry about Elliott. What makes you like Elliott this year?
It's really just about Dallas's commitment money-wise and where we can get him. This is the cheapest we've ever got him. He's pretty much been a consistent RB1. And yeah, we're pissed when we take him in the first round and he's RB9, but he's actually been an RB1. So, like, that's what he does. And I actually kind of convinced myself more on the Zeke stuff in the last couple hours because I think he's like kind of an arbitrage on James Conner last year. I really do. He's in a good offense. He's a guy that could score touchdowns. And yeah, you have a really promising younger back ahead of, or like that could be a pass catcher. But again, we've seen this story too many times. Like, we want Pollard to be a thing, but what if he's just that good on limited touches and that's how they like it in Dallas?
Yeah.
Everything Dallas has done has told us that they're going to continue to use Elliott for money touches. They used him more as the receiver last year. He was like top 10 in targets and in the red zone. Like, he's going to be their goal line back.
Yeah, so he'd have to be an anomaly though to push through that 1,500 total carries.
And I agree with you. It was him or Connor there. I really wanted to try RB robust.
Was it? What about ETN? Well, ETN is early there, but ETN's got top 5 upside.
No, I'm with you on the ETN stuff. I just liked the days when we were getting him kind of where we got him in this draft and like in the middle of the 4th.
I would say if you had ETN and Breece Hall would be early there too. But if you had ETN or Breece Hall over Elliott, I would say that those 3 running backs will be really hard to beat, and that all you got to do is land one of those wide receivers. But I like the approach. Maybe just swapping out the player, right? So that's not an attack on the
build's good.
That's preference. That's a conditional grade.
You
know, like
I appreciate that. I'm still not calling you master, but I appreciate it.
Oh my goodness.
I can't. Yeah, I can listen to people and give them advice, but I can't write prescriptions. I'm not a doctor.
There you go. There you go.
I have a psych degree,
well
but I dabble. I what I call is dabble.
Yeah.
I definitely don't coin myself as a psychiatrist. I'm a psychiatrist. I'm a psychologist to my people.
There we go.
Okay, what are we looking at here? Taylor 1-1. Fournette is the worst pick in fantasy right now. I'm sorry. Who is this? Greg. This guy's job is getting taken by Rachaad White. This guy walks in 260 lbs, dropping footballs. At his age, I can tell you one thing, guys. Every year you get older, cutting weight as quickly as he has to cut weight puts his body in an unhealthy, vulnerable to injury position, and he's already an injury-prone guy. Leonard Fournette doesn't play full seasons, and the odds of him staying healthy are slim to none this year, in my opinion, with that 260-pound frame he brought in and is abusing right now to try and get it down to weight. Looked horrible on the treadmill. Rachaad White came in and said, I'm a starter. I'm coming for the starting job.
He's got
so many words, and I believe him. And Tom Brady, I've heard a lot of people that are pretty close to the situation, and this is why they brought in Giovanni Bernard, if you remember back.
Says?
But you what?
Are these sore says?
Right yeah, I mean they really are. But they're not, you know, there's nothing concrete to really throw out there like here's a statement. It's more of a that Tom Brady's been upset about the pass catching situation in the running back room for years. And they brought in Giovanni Bernard for that reason when they brought him in, and that failed. And him dropping passes at the beginning of camp and weighing 260 and pissing off the entire coaching staff. And this guy's a constant disappointment. You look back at Jacksonville, he had one of his best seasons ever, and they got rid of him. Like, this guy is very prone to disappointing you. And I think putting him in a second round draft slot is like, I think one of the worst things you could do for your fantasy team in 2022. There's so many better options. Like even ETN and Breece Hall down at 3.11 and 4.1 are better picks than Fournette in 2022. I would take either one of those guys at 3.1 if I had to. If running backs were just gobbled up and I needed a running back and I wanted to go RB, I would take those two guys over Fournette all day long. Wow. So I'm sorry. You guys told me to roast. I've roasted.
No, dude. No, this is awesome. Apologize. Hey, we are here.
Thank you for this.
Greg, I'm
rundown.
Don't be sorry.
He'll be better for it.
Sorry, Greg.
He'll be better for it.
Got to build up his confidence.
High knees, Greg. High knees, Greg. I'm not mad at you. I'm just yelling at you on the track.
Practice makes better.
Yeah, that's right. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it, Smitty, for coming on here again. You are the dude, you killed it. You took it home. So far, you absolutely have shredded it through.
You made up for the lack of spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He built upon the legacy of epic.
Smitty, tell the people where they can find you and what you're working on, brother.
You can find me at you can go to TheFantasyFootballShow.com or go to YouTube.com/TheFantasyFootballShow.com or Instagram TheFantasyFootballShow.com. Pretty much TheFantasyFootballShow.com or pretty much The Fantasy Football Show wherever you go.
Dude, that's good marketing.
Right. The YouTube channel is where you find me. I mean, look, guys, I literally, when I go live every single day at 7 p.m. Eastern, I do a daily show. Okay, daily show. But I also go live anytime there's breaking news. Ziggy, studio off. I literally wake up. Sometimes I'm in. Let's see here.
He just disappears.
Yeah.
Sometimes he just wake up and disappears.
I like the chair.
Ziggy, shut up. Sometimes I stroll in my bathrobe.
Oh my goodness!
Breaking news. Anytime news breaks, I walk in. I say, "He didn't turn the lights off." Ziggy, studio off.
Ziggy doesn't want to listen to you.
Ziggy, studio off. He's garbage. He's garbage.
Hi.
He just said hello.
Ziggy, studio off.
It must be. It's like,
there we go.
There we go.
Oh,
okay. Now,
but
great
I literally
TV. This is
walk
great
in.
TV.
Anytime news breaks, I walk in here, Ziggy, studio on, and I go live. Like, that's what I want people to know about me most of all. If news breaks, no matter what I look like, no matter what I'm doing, I walk in and I immediately go live on YouTube. So that's where you can find me.
Absolute legend, Smitty. We appreciate the hustle. We appreciate the knowledge and you coming by and dropping it with us, man. We always have a great time. Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys.
Take it easy.
Later, brother.
Dude,
Oh, man.
Smitty.
Yeah. So we are now officially, what is it, into hour 8?
Yeah,
so
really?
By the end of this hour.
Bro.
What?
6.
Into hour 7. We're officially into hour 7. Shut it.
Yeah.
Dude.
You're done with 6 hours. Dude. We're done with a quarter of it.
Yes.
We're a quarter of the way through.
Look, the numbers they're coming together, dude. All right. They're blurring.
1 2 1 1 2 3 2 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, do re mi. Yeah. Anyways, we'll spare Whisper Nation. Drop that like, drop that subscribe. Help us out as we continue to push through these hours here, and we're grateful.
Hit us with a like, a subscribe. Tell us something cool. Tell us something you don't tell your parents. Tell us.
Send us food and beer and coffee and send us the things, please. Send it to us.
Please send us all the things.
No, but we're very grateful to bring in one of our friends from, I'd like to call like our brother or sister channel, a channel we love to get rocking with. Our guy, the legend, Josh Hudson. Welcome to the Mock Draft Marathon. How's it going, Josh?
Woo. I don't know about being a legend, but hey, I'll take it.
You never know. That's what makes you one. That's what makes you one, brother.
By the way, this is twice in 3 years you guys have had me follow Smitty. And I'm like, wow, how the fuck do I follow that shit up?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know how the rest of this Mock Draft Marathon is supposed to follow that up. We talked about prison. We talked about like anatomy. We talked about breaking in or breaking the systems of safety at a go-kart track. I mean, everything you think about.
It's uncomfortable till it happens. Love that quote.
Yeah.
That's good.
This is great. Ryan says Josh works with legends.
The most humble man in America.
Yeah, there we go.
Ryan Weiss.
We'll see him in a couple hours. Sure. But Josh, why don't you tell the people what you guys are doing over at Club FFL, where they can find you, what you guys are working on?
Oh, so many things. ClubFantasyFFL.com is our website. YouTube.com/ClubFantasyFFL, at ClubFantasyFFL, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So many things. Right now, we're finishing up our Look Inside series. We have 2 more shows of that. We're basically team previews where we kind of invite guests on and break down different teams. And starting on August 10th, we will do 4 straight Wednesdays where we have our 3rd annual Women of Fantasy Football shows. If you're unfamiliar with us or anything that we do, we invite some of the best and brightest women in the industry, whether it's fantasy football or football, onto the show and just kind of, have them tell their stories. And just kind of, set it up to encourage other women to want to get involved in the space. We also do a series of raffle giveaways, $5 raffle tickets. All the money this year will go into a scholarship fund for Galvanize. Galvanize, if you're unfamiliar with it, it's run by NFL on Fox Sports reporter Laura Oakman. And she sets up what are called boot camps with different sports franchises across the 4 major U.S. sports. Specifically with football, she focuses on during the summer. This past week, they just had their 4th and final NFL boot camp with the Los Angeles Chargers. And our scholarship fund is going to be designed to pay the way for X number of women to have a chance to experience these and get an idea of what working in sports is all about.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Excellent. We partnered up with you guys last year to kind of get the money in the right areas as well. We love what you guys have been doing over there at Club FFL, like putting humans first. I think is a big part of what you guys do over there, which is amazing.
Yes,
and that's what we should be doing. We talked a little bit about that with Kate and Michelle and Stepmom Lauren when they were on as well, and just let's have fun.
All 3 of those wonderful ladies were on with us for each of the first 2 years of Women in Fantasy Football. So. Yep.
So we are doing a 12-team PPR.
Oh, Austin didn't want to join the stream. I see how it is.
No, he is. He had to pee. He'll be back. He's in the draft. We are doing a 12-team PPR super flex with Josh. Josh, you came in, and I gotta see where you picked here. Where are you at?
3.
103. Talk a little bit about that 3 selection and your thought process there.
I'm getting one of the top 3 quarterbacks. That's literally my thought process here.
Makes sense. Yeah. I mean, especially in Superflex, you want to try and grab those. So
exactly.
I'm trying to buy Austin a little time, but let's start it, man. Let's do this thing. Everybody good?
Oh, he's picking it like, where's he at?
He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's at 7. Oh, no, 8. All right.
Oh, yeah, he's
got rocking and rolling here. Which quarterback would you prefer here, Josh?
I mean, who wouldn't prefer Josh Allen? Let's be honest here.
Oh yeah, you came out. You said you have Josh Allen 60 points ahead of second.
Yeah, in my standard, which are the way that I do my rankings. We do 6 point per passing touchdown, and he is head and shoulders above Justin Herbert, who is my quarterback 2.
Oh,
so yeah, this is it's kind of a no-brainer, honestly, for me for this next one. Just recently signed an extension. Give me all the Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I'm big in on Kyler Murray, and probably
hopefully he starts running more. That's going to be his biggest thing with this season. Last year, I mean, he still had good rushing stats, but they weren't what they were, his rookie year, his second year in the league. And I get it. He's got to protect himself a little bit, and he has James Conner there to kind of eat up a lot of those red zone carries and touchdown potential. So he's not, I don't think he's going to be a 10 touchdown rushing guy. Give me 5 or 6 and I'm fine.
Well, and I think with DeAndre Hopkins out of the lineup,
he can get 30 passing touchdowns this year.
Yeah. I think with DeAndre out of the lineup, he could be forced to run a little bit more. And with the contract extension, like you said, maybe he's playing it a little bit safer before he got the bag. Now he feels like he's
now
more
open it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, without Hopkins, all that does is it's going to make Zach Ertz a top tight end in the league.
Yeah,
especially in terms of fantasy. I mean, he's going to be the reliable target over the middle because that's the role that Hopkins has always played. And they've got now Hollywood to kind of stretch the field where without Christian Kirk, who was kind of serving that purpose prior. So what I am curious to see is how much they're able to work in Rondale Moore, and how much they're going to use him as an actual wide receiver versus a gadget player in the mold of Tavon Austin.
It's interesting. I was seeing. Oh, where's my? Hold on.
Where's my?
Don't let me auto draft. Oh, okay.
You got anxiety, stress. You're not going to make
I didn't like that. I know.
Think about something else really quick. You have extra time. Think about it. Think about it.
The thing that it's always interesting.
I can already tell you where Ryan's going to go with this pick.
So
sitting in the first round of a PPR draft, that's
I normally go Justin Jefferson. I want to switch it up this
time. Honestly, I thought he would take Kelsey first because he loves bumping up Kelsey's ADP into the first round. But gets him on the turn. Same concept.
I think to start right. I'm going to go with my other.
Every time Johnny starts to
know.
make a point, he's on the clock, and then
Yeah, exactly.
can't finish. And then somebody else starts talking just like this.
God damn it!
And we move on to the subject.
So with Hopkins being out, and you talked about Rondo more, I do think in the beginning of the season he could get a lot more usage. I'm reading that, or I was seeing that they actually plan on using AJ Green on the outside and play the Hopkins role this year, and then with Brown now adding to the wide receiver core, which I do think that kind of makes AJ Green a little bit of an interesting pick as well in the late round deeper leagues as well, at least for the first 6 weeks, because he did show some juice. It wasn't like, it's not like he's going to be top 5 or anything like that, but he's going to see targets. He'll see the number 1 red area option as well. So I do think, and again, I think they'll get Rondell, more targets that way over the middle.
I'm not buying into AJ Green. I didn't last year. I'm not going to this year. You can't convince me to buy into an over 30 wide receiver. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
not a single one.
Miles.
You just
we like Emmanuel.
That's a good.
Is there any? Do we have any
glitch? Fantasy glitch was a wide receiver last year over 30. But I'm mostly on Josh's side. I'm not saying like take him. I'm just saying if you're so happen to be in the Scott Fish Bowl and you don't take a wide receiver until like the 7th round and you need another receiver for depth, AJ Green was there in the 19th. It's good.
Well, at that price, sure. I mean, he's definitely worth a dart throw, but I mean, I just, if you're sitting here telling me that, I'm going to spend a late round pick on AJ Green because I think he can have 100 targets, I'm going to ask you what kind of weed you're smoking because I need you to send me some. Like, it's just not that's not going to happen. It's just not. He doesn't catch the way that he used to. He doesn't separate the way that he used to. Yeah, and at this point, it's really just a matter of when's his body going to break down because he's suffered way too many injuries in the past. I still can't believe he played 16 games last year, so I'll eat some crow on that one. And yes, Ryan, I'm speaking directly to you in the chat.
I don't think it's even so much about just his body breaking down. I think it's just losing that explosion and trying to keep up with somebody whose body is just now developing and some like younger, newer guy who's coming in, who's got a different level of appetite. And I think the mental side of it really comes into it. And I don't know why AJ Green just would be that dude. Like he's kind of in a more like coasted out.
He did see 92 targets last year and Hopkins was there most of the year. Well, I guess it was half the year as well. So maybe you're probably right.
Hopkins was in and out of the lineup, but I mean, just look at Zach Ertz's target share after.
I absolutely, I think Zach Ertz.
That's what I'm saying. Like that rapport that he's already built with Murray, like with now Hopkins being out, why would he not continue to just force feed Zach Ertz? Like he proved that he can still do it. So
our offense,
not even and not even Hopkins out either. Like that's the bigger part of it. But Chase Edmonds is gone too, and they're going to run similar routes in the center of the field and dump offs and stuff like that. So I think that's another reason why you could be in on
Chase Edmonds is out. Enter Keontae Ingram. That's all I got to say.
I hope so, man. Drafted him in Dynasty, so I hope he's a thing.
How are we feeling? We've done a few super flexes now. How are we feeling about? Okay, everybody here except for the Fantasy 5. It's the Fantasy 5 right at the last spot. Everybody here has gone for a quarterback. And excuse me, not you, Johnny, either.
Right.
Really interested to see what we think about passing on a quarterback in the early rounds of a super flex. Like we hear pretty much most people have religiously said you got to get a quarterback in the first 2, but I don't know. Is that true? How do we feel about that now at this point in a super flex? Do you have to or can you wait?
I mean, you don't have to do anything. Let's be honest.
This is America. It is your life.
Do what the fuck you want to do. No, I mean, is it smarter to at least get a one top 12 quarterback? Yes, that's kind of the route that I would take. But for me in this point, without the 3rd round reversal, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, let's kind of wait it out. I'll see kind of where. The second quarterback lies. I can usually get a pretty solid option in the 4th, 5th round, but it's kind of one of those things too. It also depends on the settings. Like, I mean, you look at something like Scott Fish Bowl where, you end up losing points because of lower completion percentages and you end up losing more points to interceptions. If you have settings like that, then it becomes that much more important.
I feel that.
Oh,
one of those
no,
quarterbacks.
Oh no!
Man,
Nick Chubb,
what's
Johnny.
going on here? And
Let's
I'm
take a
the one talking here, and you're timing out.
No,
Like,
Your words are so engaging and captivating. Johnny was just
definitely-
mesmerized.
No, I definitely clicked before the timer, and it wouldn't let me click. Oh my gosh! I knew.
Let's take a more proactive approach.
And this is exactly the kind of point. Like Ryan can go through, he can wait on guys like Kirk Cousins and Derek Carr, who can very easily end up in the QB12 range. Like he gets 2 elite pass catchers in the top 2 rounds, and then comes back with guys that most of us aren't looking at for upside, but ultimately put up fantasy points year in and year out.
I guess so. Here's the question on it: if you're going to pass on quarterback in a super flex and you're going to go the no QB strategy here in this super flex format, what would be an ideal double quarterback build if you did wait until, close to the double digit rounds? Like, are you looking at like a Tua and a Matt Ryan is the best one, or what would be a couple of combinations of high ceiling
Tua's
but
not
question
making
mark
it
guys?
double digit rounds. I can tell you that.
Well,
right now.
I don't know. We had a super flex
Josh
here
will
earlier.
take him. Josh will take him.
I was able to grab
I will
Tua
gladly
pretty
take
late.
Tua.
I'm okay with it. I think people are down on Tua.
You know,
and like,
when I look
I do
at
too.
quarterbacks in double-digit rounds, I'm looking at guys like Daniel Jones, Carson Wentz, Davis Mills, Zach Wilson. Like those are the types of quarterbacks. Mitch Trubisky, correct. Marcus Mariota, guys like that. Those are the quarterbacks that I think ultimately end up slipping.
And is there any one of those that stand out to you the most?
32.
Like, is there any guys you actually have an eye on, or it's just like, hey, here's the dart throw tier at the bottom, take a grab bag, it's the dentist.
If I was looking at your, all right, so again, you're looking at Superflex, right? And if this is a 12 team, I'll look from 25 to 32 in terms of starting quarterbacks. The one quarterback that I'm looking at potentially from that group is Davis Mills. Like I'm all in on Davis Mills this year. I'm not saying that he's going to be a QB1, but I like what he has with the weapons there. I'm a huge Brevin Jordan guy. He made some strides toward the end of the year. Nico Collins, I think, is a solid number 2 that can work opposite Brandon Cooks. The problem is there is no running game there. I'm actually willing to bet that the running back that leads this team in carries is not on the team right
dude.
You're
telling me what does this do for Mac already? Oh, this is horrible. You just
hit with the auto
dash.
Oh, no, that's okay. Kyle Pitts was going to be my guy. I'm very big on the tight end early. I actually
just make sure you do hit the make sure you just hit the off auto before your next rolls around.
And Donnie.
I like Davis Mills a lot too. I tried to put a bet down with Johnny that Davis Mills would score more points fantasy wise this year than Mac Jones, and he hit me with the laughing gif on this.
I think that's hold on.
I think that's just a defense mechanism.
Hold on. Rookie quarterback last year combined. Like, why would you not like Davis Mills?
I don't know, Johnny. Hold on. Timeout.
We can't. The draft never stops.
Of course, Mac. Mills has a greater opportunity to point. Also, what he didn't share was he tried to sneak in those sly little points per game average, which of course Mills is probably going to have a higher points per game average when you do a whole season and he has like 2 or 3 games where he has to come back because their team's so bad. Sorry, the Pats are just that good where he could be a very good and competent.
I would like to remind you all
the
Patriots do not have an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's Mac Jones. They
have a second-year quarterback and a 70-something-year-old head coach as the brains of the whole operation.
He is one of everyone.
He's good on defense.
Everyone.
So this team is basically run. I am not buying into Mac Jones as even like a top 22 quarterback this year.
Well, you're going to be prepared to be a believer, just like a lot of people coming on today's show talking about DeAndre Swift and how much they believe in him. I'm in front of this wave. And I'm telling you, Mac Jones and everyone that has met him and talked about him, players, coaches, everyone has said, this kid is beyond brilliant. He's taught coaches the offense. That's how much he understands all this stuff. And
he's teaching them the offense because they weren't there last year. They don't know the offense.
No, but he just has that much of a command over it. And same with Alabama. That's why then when they brought in, and here's the thing. I also listened to another player that was talking about Bill Belichick.
But there's a difference between being a good, like, hey, I'm going to run this offense, but then being an elite fantasy option at quarterback. That's
right.
He doesn't have rushing upside. He's not going.
He actually does. You know he has. He ran a 4.6, a 4.640. That's
okay. Cool.
Pretty quick.
How many yards per carry did he average last year?
He doesn't need to.
He's like Ryan Fitzpatrick rushing upside.
If he throws, how many? Okay, hold on.
If they're at the 5-yard line, why are they not giving it to 240-pound Ramondre Stevenson? Let's be honest.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Well, because
if you are not running in touchdowns and racking up 400+ rushing yards as a quarterback, you need to throw for 4,500+ yards and 32 touchdowns. That's basically your barometer to be a relevant fantasy quarterback.
I think he can.
With what weapons?
My boy Jacoby. You got Jacoby
and all 2 career touchdowns, right? Yeah.
That's all right. It only takes 1 year where it breaks out and gets 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we jump on.
But again, when they're in the red zone, they're not looking to throw it unless it's to Hunter Henry. Like they're going to run the football.
Or they got Devontae Parker. I'm just saying.
Wow.
They're going to be good. And Mac Jones is really good.
Devontae Parker. That's cute.
Say it with your chest.
I know. You notice that each time he argued a player, it did get a little lower in octave, Johnny. It did get
Devontae Parker. Right. Because I'm not saying but here's the thing.
Well, I do want to say on Johnny's behalf, he's not saying Mac Jones is going to be an elite fantasy quarterback either. Like, that's not the argument. I think he's just saying that Mac Jones could take a step, which I could be on board with. And I do think he's a decent second quarterback in a super flex if you want to take a stab at somebody. It's not like they don't have weapons. It's really about the health of the weapons, right? It's really about if they can take a step forward. Now, Josh's point is valid. They haven't named an offensive coordinator. What is that going to mean? Could mean nothing. Bill Belichick knows a lot of football, but I think it's probably going to mean something. Like I think it's a little bit sketchy that they don't have.
And I really am not. I do not think Bill Belichick's reluctancy to name high-level positions within his own organization is a moot point. I think it points to the way Bill Belichick likes to run his organization. He likes to control it from the top to the bottom all the way through. And I just don't think he's rocking at a fast enough cylinder rate to compete at the highest level in the NFL today. I think if he was to bring in more help and actually listen to a council of advisors around him, he could stay there and he could keep it going the way Josh McDaniels helped him out in the years past, but he doesn't have that anymore. He's going to be relying on himself, and he's bringing in old familiar faces like Matt Patricia. You know what I mean? It's just dude, this isn't going
to the Super Bowls.
10 years ago, bro. And most recently, they've fucking lost their own jobs and had embarrassing.
They won against the Rams a few years ago. And
we've moved very far ahead since then. Yeah, Tom Brady is in a different jersey since then.
So much that they outcoached.
Tom Brady is in a different jersey, and Bill Belichick has not won a playoff game since, despite having control of every single level of that operation. He did, and then what happened?
Yeah, we're having some good TFW stuff. We're arguing the Patriots. If we're arguing Bill Belichick versus Brady, I love it. But
crusty, dude.
Yeah, crusty, dusty. All right, so your second quarterback, Josh, is Trevor Lawrence. You expecting that we're talking about an uptick for Mac Jones, a second-year leap. You expecting that out of Trevor Lawrence here?
I don't know about a big uptick. I mean, if we're looking at me being a Philly guy, I'm very familiar with Doug Peterson and the type of offense that he runs. He's going to heavily target the slot because it's just what he does, which I think. Christian Kirk can have a fairly decent season at that point. But he's going to have to be able to spread the ball around. He's got to rely on Evan Ingram to catch passes. He's got to rely on, let me make this pick really quick. He's got to rely on, Dan Arnold to be used in that 12 personnel. He's got to rely on Travis Etienne to be heavily utilized out of the backfield, and more to the point, stay healthy and hope that foot injury is nothing to be concerned about. I think that he can make those moves. They made some adjustments on the offensive line. Hopefully it's for the better. But that offensive line was absolute dog shit last year. The whole season in general, that organization was just a dumpster fire. So in reality, can Trevor Lawrence really get worse than last year? Let's be honest here. So, he only had 12 touchdown passes. Not great. I think he can easily get above 20. I don't know how much farther above 20. I think I only have him targeted for about 21 or 22 touchdowns this year, just based on my projections. But because they don't really have an alpha wide receiver one. I like Christian Kirk, but he's a slot receiver. He's nothing spectacular. They need somebody to be able to step up and kind of have that outside. So if Marvin Jones can be that guy, and again, he's pushing 32 years old, not really going to be able to be a reliable threat for much longer. So, but if he can kind of bounce and have a decent season, I think he can do okay. And I think for a second quarterback, I would much rather have Trevor Lawrence than Mac Jones. So
I really appreciate you airing out T-Law on this one, because I was going really close back and forth between Matt Ryan and Trevor Lawrence. And after you spoke all these points on Trevor Lawrence, I am so happy that I've got Matt Ryan as my second quarterback.
Matt Ryan.
I love the Trevor Lawrence, and the upside is through the frickin' roof. When you look at all of the variables that he brings, when you take the mulligan approach to last season's Urban Meyer-led Jacksonville squad, we're talking about the most hyped up prospect, the quarterbacking position to come out since Andrew Luck. But dude, even in a horrible system that was set up totally for failure, 12 touchdowns and 17 interceptions. Wow. That's not good. What is the best case scenario for Trevor Lawrence, flipping it around, 25 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions?
Like a redone.
I think that's probably best case, because again, I don't think they have the type of weapons that are going to be able to push him into that 30+ touchdown range. But again, could they throw the ball a lot? Absolutely, because that defense hasn't really gotten much better. So, I think there's a lot of variables with Trevor Lawrence. Could he be equally as bad? Absolutely. Could he be marginally better? Sure. Could he be through the roof better? Absolutely. I think there's a lot of range of outcomes there. And quite honestly, if Matt Ryan had fallen there, I would have scooped him up in a heartbeat.
I want him to do better. I really want him to do good. I'm really pulling for him here.
I'm going to sleep over here talking about these second year quarterbacks. Can we talk about some exciting players, please?
Hey, I'm answering the questions that you guys are posing.
I asked you about Lawrence. I'm taking the blame. I'm just saying it was bad programming. Okay. Can we please, Johnny, talk to me about Juju Smith-Schuster in the 8th round here. You took him here. You're in on.
Again, this is a PPR league right now that we're mock drafting for. I needed wide receiver, and he's a really talented wide receiver. We all seem to forget how talented he was when he had a lot of opportunities and a lot of targets. He had, over 1,400 air yards. I think that could be in the range of outcomes for him, and he's going so late. It's definitely worth the upside swing. Very similar to Will Fuller of past years, where he was just, certain things were keeping his value so down. But again, we had always seen what the true potential was. And if, certain things happen. So I do think that Juju is the guy. Again, I understand if people want to say, I'd rather just take the late round dart throw and try to pick out, Hardman or MBS. I do understand that. But to me, the way I like to build teams, I need at least one receiver that is going to get me a steady I can rely on. Because when I can bank on certain things definitely happening, then or 90% chance of happening, then I can build the rest of my roster out accordingly. As opposed to if I'm just trying to take dart throws on every single position I'm trying to throw for, you can end up whiffing on all those darts, or you can, use the advantage.
I want to, in that same context, right? To avoid whiffing on somebody, we're doing a lot of mock drafts here, Whisper Nation, right? And this is actually now getting me to a point where you end up finding yourself, and somebody brought it up before in the chat here. It's like, oh, Travi, you like me like to draft the same team, right? And we end up falling in love with certain players. And so what I want to do right now, while we got this panel here, is to take this opportunity to actually zoom in a little bit on the draft boards and really hammer out some of these differences between players that we're grouping into the same groups. You're on the clock. Do you take Ken Walker or Tony Pollard? In this, or Kareem Hunt? Of these three guys, you got Kareem Hunt, Tony Pollard, Ken Walker on the board. Who do you grab? Or Gabe Davis, Juju Smith-Schuster? Who do you really like at that position? Let's take the top one here. And I took Pollard, Travis, you took Ken Walker. Start with you here. If you had both of these guys sitting in front of you, clock is ticking. Who do you take, Ken Walker or Tony Pollard?
I'd probably take Pollard. I think that he's got the better shot to establish a role week 1. And he's probably already got some sort of passing down role here. He's a Zeke injury away from an RB1. I think Ken Walker's talented, maybe the most talented runner in the class, as we've talked about several times. But again, I think he needs the Penny injury before he's going to get the real work. And the one question mark about Ken Walker is, getting passes thrown to him, and catching him. Now, I don't think that's a big deal, but the Seattle offense hasn't thrown to the back a ton. So if he is, he would have to be better than we expect as a pass catcher to demand the targets. So I just think that Pollard's the better pick. I just think he's on a better offense. He's got a better environment, and he's got better upside than Walker. And that's why.
Anyone disagree? I agree with that one. Anyone
Yeah, I would definitely take Pollard over Walker. I mean, it's not because I don't think that Pollard or that Walker is, infinitely less talented than Pollard. Like, I would much rather take Walker from a talent perspective. It just boils down to, until Rashad Penny gets hurt, Walker's going to be limited. We know exactly what Tony Pollard's role is. He's going to come in. He's going to be a change of pace back. He's going to be efficient. And I would not be shocked if he sees over 60 targets. And that, to me, is going to be a worthwhile fantasy option. Like, I have him as a top 30 running back. I don't know if he's going to be a consistent, week to week kind of guy.
Yeah.
But, and until Penny gets hurt or is finally like, you know what, we want to see what the rookie has. You have no idea what you're getting with Ken Walker.
I agree with all those ones from there. Johnny, I wanted to take a similar question to where you were at in the draft here. In that same round here in round 8, you took Juju Smith-Schuster. Gabe Davis was taken one pick before you. If Gabe Davis had been available, who is the pick between those two? Is it Juju Smith-Schuster, question mark, high ceiling receiver for the Chiefs, or Gabe Davis, question mark, high ceiling receiver for the Buffalo Bills? Who would you like, Johnny?
I think it depends. I think it really works for the team build for FF season 1. I would say for that build, I would probably go with the Gabe Davis, because you've got, Waddle should be consistent. Bateman should be on the more consistent, but also has that upside, where Davis, it becomes your swing for the fences. You're looking for that gamble and trying to hit on that. It makes sense as your wide receiver 3, because if you miss it, you still have Waddle and Bateman, who I do think are going to be good wide receivers. Where in my case, I only had Mike Evans. So I needed more stability in that one, because again, I was able to swing for the fences with my Olave pick. So whereas, if I swing and I miss on Gabe Davis as my second wide receiver, then I have to now go and try to, I'm trying to just mitigate some of my, downfall, my floor there. So it all just depends on your process, again, and how you like to draft and how you like to build out your draft. If you don't mind going into the season with a weakness at wide receiver, then you can be a little bit more risky and gamble with all those wide receiver picks.
I'm going to take all in on Juju simply for this moment right here. Juju is a bum. He's not worth your time drafting him. He can't separate. And very quickly, Mahomes is going to get tired of all the TikTok dances in the middle of the field and just say,
"Bro, look at who his brother is. He doesn't care.
Dude, he loves it, dude.
You think he loves it?
Yeah, they have a TikTok.
He does not love it, but I don't think I think he's immune to it at this point. He's just like, this is my life now.
Or is that what's causing his decrease in efficiency year after year?
Because he's a TikTok star, not a football star.
Juju's mind is elsewhere. It's not on football. Why do you think that no other teams have rushed out to give him a contract after those top 2 seasons that he had his rookie?
Wait, we don't know that. We don't know what teams are giving him.
Receiver. He cannot separate. He can't get down the field. He works in 5 to 10 yard radius, and that is Travis Kelce territory. And if they want to get a running back involved, CEH, whom they drafted to be an elite pass catching back, Juju's not going to have much of a role. I'm sorry. I would much rather take
is not
a flyer
good though.
On a
the Raiders drafted DeMarcus Russell to be a quarterback, and he wasn't able to do that for them either. Like we all hope.
All right, I'm going to end up. God damn it!
That's
what happens.
Why? Hold on. You just ended that whole argument, which I could have given you. I would have said, okay, maybe
gloves are off now.
But the moment you try to compare him and say, but they also have CEH, which they drafted, who is a terrible running back.
Bro, he said they drafted him to be
terrible
running back.
What he does very well is catch passes. They just haven't decided to use him because he can't figure out how to pass block.
Or they just don't like him and he can't catch that well.
Or his feet stink and they don't want him around anymore.
he still breaks tackles very well, which tells you he has pretty good feet in terms of that. Hey,
they may smell, but
so Travi, you're in the pick before the one you're making right now. You took Zach Ertz, and I've been thinking about the Dalton Schultz comments. I think it might have been Smitty who had made it. Another great panelist. Yeah. And I've been kind of off of the Dalton Schultz wagon. I've been like, he's a Logan Thomas, which is good. He's going to be opportunity based. He's going to get a lot of work. He'll be a top 5 tight end again. And now I'm wondering though, if I've been a little too harsh on Dalton Schultz, and is he more of like a Zach Ertz type of tight end?
I think that is the kind of projection you're making. And even prime Zach Ertz, you could make that projection because all of the volume. I think there's 2 things we talk about with tight ends. We want them to be on the field. We want them to be 3 things. We want them to be on the field a lot. We want them to be running routes, and we want them to be athletic. And I'll tell you what, Dalton Schultz may not be
and have a relationship with their quarterback.
Yes, he may not be the most athletic tight end, but he checks all the other boxes. There's vacated targets. He was already good at targets. There's vacated targets in the red zone, which is really important because Amari Cooper had targets in the red zone that are now gone. So if he becomes a guy, like you could easily make the case for touchdown swings. You could make the case for Zach Ertz fall down tight end. You can make the case for old Jason Witten fall down tight end. Dak's had a history of targeting the tight end. He's going to trust him. Dalton Schultz is he's bust proof in a lot of ways. And the only way he would bust is injury or they trade for somebody big that demands targets, like that's really what you could see. And that I will say though, maybe there is a path because we talked about it a little bit. Running backs tend to run some of the same routes as tight end and the slot receiver, right? So it's in the middle of the field, garnering your attention there. If Pollard does take a huge leap and commands so much of their target, maybe there's a world where Dalton Schultz doesn't, hit his ceiling. But I think Dalton Schultz is kind of one of those slam dunk tight ends in the middle rounds.
Definitely a piece you'd like to have in some like best ball or dynasty redraft. It's all about the price, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need one of you guys to bring up Ryan's comment because we need to address this.
Oh yeah.
So
it's a good one.
Okay.
Josh wants you to keep trade cut Claypool, Juju, or Kmet. This must be all players.
Little bit of backdrop here. On our show, obviously we're the ultimate I hate Cole Kmet podcast because Cole Kmet's hot garbage and a terrible, terrible tight end in the NFL, but everybody wants to point to expected target share, which isn't going to be there. Chase Claypool, yeah, he's okay. Juju, as I mentioned, he's a bum. Just don't worry about him. So I'm going to keep Claypool just because I think he's the most talented of this bunch. I'm going to trade Kmet because everybody else seems to have a hard-on for this guy, and I still can't figure out why. And I'm going to cut Juju because he belongs on TikTok.
Wow.
So there you go, Ryan, to answer your question.
Wow.
Josh, you should have done some sort of dance with that keep trade cut thing to commemorate Juju.
Yeah, me dancing. That's not going to happen.
That's what you come on the marathon for right there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I'm still really mad about this 11th round pick. I wanted none of Mike Gesicki.
Oh, he auto drafted.
Travis got auto drafted by Gesicki last week or last draft. Uh-oh, it's starting to happen.
Apparently, that's the only way people are going to take Mike Gesicki is if they auto draft him.
They're missing out because he's a good tight end.
He is a good tight end, but there's a lot of good skill players now, right?
He's a wide receiver. Let's be honest. The
dude's even better.
Like 93%.
That's not better.
Yeah, he can't break tackles, and he gets 0 yards after the catch. So
he's just a freak
really
athlete. What do you mean? He broke like a 60-yarder last year.
He's good if you're like drafting a Madden franchise and you're looking for this type of build to go in there. But he is sitting now behind Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Cedric Wilson's no slouch. It's just like, is he going to get the opportunity? It's like, I want to go and do certain things, but I've also want to do other things before I want to do those things. Like, is that Mike Gesicki's problem? That there's just too many other mouths to feed and there's not enough food to go around?
111 targets.
I think that'll definitely be it, but I'm really curious to see how much of the 49er offense that McDaniel brings over and how much they're going to want a blocking tight end in this offense to actually line up in line and make blocks, because if that's the case, Gesicki's snap share is going to go way down because he's a wide receiver. He's not a tight end. You do not line him up in line to block.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I've been. I just think Gesicki's the odd man out. If we're trying to make a case for Tua to make this step, which I think he could, I'm not like trying to just come on here and talk shit on Tua. But the next man up for that is like Waddle or Hill, whichever one becomes the number 2. I think there's going to be too many targets that are going to funnel to them on a team that's not going to pass a lot if it goes like the way the 49ers have gone, because that's what they do. They do not pass a lot. So it's going to be a very condensed target tree with those 2 target hogs, which we know they are, and then who's in the cold? Probably Mike Gesicki, and then let alone talking about we want them on the field, we want them running routes, and we want them to have a relationship with the quarterback. Now, I will say to Johnny's point, he did show some chemistry with Tua over the last
a lot of targets.
Yeah,
100+ targets.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely, but again, there was a giant Tyreek Hill hole, not in that offense that's coming over to town, with a giant contract to say they're going to like target him.
Just really quick on this one, just to get how massive that is, because Johnny caught me with those numbers. Just to put it in reference, like everybody here in the fantasy community and people drafting, especially in best ball, like Dawson Knox is a really popular tight end pickup, right? We got like this appeal for Dawson Knox. Dawson Knox and the rapport that he has with Josh Allen. Dawson Knox secured 71 targets last year. 71. Mike Gesicki secured 112 targets. That's an entire like tight ends difference. That's 50 targets.
Knox missed like a couple games though too, right? With a broken hand. But I'm not saying he would have got to 100, but
I'm just saying, like 112 targets is a lot of targets.
Look,
what does that
right.
What does that say then? Is that actually saying there's actually a problem with the game plan or his hands or something? Because I think he should be a better finisher with 112 targets.
He was number 5 in receptions for tight ends. And then now you get a tight end friendly system and people just think, oh, it's just going to disappear. It's not. They're going to.
You say these nice things about him, but he's a number 9 tight end. That's not very good.
Yeah, because every year people doubt him, just like people doubt Deontay Johnson and they doubted DeAndre Swift.
What does that have to do with him being the number 9 tight end last year?
It's good. Gobble of it up. I'll take him, because here's the thing: is like when the other thing is like we act like he can't learn to block. He's not. To Josh's point, he isn't or hasn't been a good blocker. But how do we know he didn't go to tight end university this summer? He could have been there.
Even if he did.
So the whole base, maybe
he's been in the league 4 years. If he can't figure it out now, he's
why is he
probably not going to figure it out.
Hey, tight ends take a while to figure it out.
He has the best weapons ahead of him. He has the best weapons ahead of him he's ever had. He's got the best weapons he's ever had ahead of him. Why? And he already got 112 targets last year. Why would Gesicki do better this year than he did last year?
Less people to guard him. They got to take their attention.
That's the case. That's the supporting point for Gesicki. Let's do the guard.
I mean, I gave you like 5. Like the system is tailored.
Yeah, but those don't override my question. He got 112 targets last year, and now he has the best weapons ahead of him he's ever had, and he was the number 9 tight end in PPR, which isn't great.
And I said the exact same thing. I said the exact same thing about Kittle, and I was arguing, oh, there's plenty of targets to go around.
Your point on Kittle was off.
System.
Your point on Kittle was off. Like
it's the same. It's the same argument. It's the very same argument. They are both freak athletes.
Kittle's the best athlete in that whole system, and Kittle's a beast. Like,
okay, well, you should go look up. Look, 95th percentile, 96th percentile, 99th percentile. He is a freak athlete. Those are Mike Gesicki.
Literally 4 missed tackles. That's it.
It's because he was running away from everybody. He didn't need to be tackled.
Like, I hear all these little cute like one-offs of why it didn't happen.
But the moment you touch him, he's down. So like when he's getting, all these balls up in the air and going up for 50-50 balls or catching a ball in traffic, he literally falls. He doesn't advance the ball. So if you don't hit him in stride,
he had 222 yards. He had 222 yards after catch. So
he was outside the top 20 in yards after catch, Johnny.
Yeah, that's
it's
fine.
not
He's
good.
A tight end. He goes up and gets it. He's a big tight end.
No, not out of everyone, out of tight ends.
Right.
That's what
I said. Yes, I
Your only argument, I think the only argument that can be made for Gesicki is maybe he has a huge touchdown bump. Okay. And that's like, you could say that about a million tight ends. So swing the fences, but I'll do that later at tight end. I won't do it right in these early rounds, or earlier is in the 11th. But I would just say this about, again, it just comes down to me. It's like, is Waddle a better wide receiver than Mike Gesicki is a tight end? I would argue yes. Is Tyreek Hill?
There's not an argument. The answer is yes.
So the bottom line is there's only so many places that target like a quarterback can go on a not pass heavy offense with the ball.
Yet we're
That's
arguing that same thing about Kittle and the 49ers.
Dude,
and
we are not talking about Kittle right now. I'm talking about Mike Gesicki. Like,
I
if we can
understand.
talk about Kittle later, but like I'm talking about Mike Gesicki right now. But anyways,
By the way, Kittle in the 6th round, an absolute steal for the gregarious. I'm just going to throw that out there.
My whole point.
You're gonna get Johnny's gonna get going now.
Unbelievable. That's fine. It's fine. You guys can, people can hate on him because that is the truth. The difference between Gesicki being number 8 tight end and number 2 or 1 is touchdowns. And all they need to do is use him in the red zone where he goes from 2 to 7 because tight end, especially tight end touchdowns can fluctuate heavily. And sure. They also didn't use him down there because they ran a lot last year in the red area because they didn't necessarily trust Tua. But this coaching staff could trust Tua, and the system would dictate that the target would go to him. So you all of a sudden jump him to 7 touchdowns, and you pair that with, even if he diminishes down to 700 yards receiving, let's say it does dip to 100 targets. He's still catching a massive amount of the percent of targets that are coming his way. And so you give him 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. That's a top 5 tight end. You don't have to. It is what it is. It's value.
I just don't think, like, look at where we're like. I'm not taking him over Pat Freiermuth or Cole Kmet. Even if we hate Cole Kmet, I'm not taking him over guys like Alberto and Irv Smith. Like, why?
He's just in that camp.
He's in that camp. Like, that's
like he's fine. Like he's just a late grab bag type tight end who's got some cool
and that's
points,
the problem is that you're drafting him inside from that 7 to 12 range because that's where he finished last year,
right?
Versus some of these other guys that didn't finish there that have just as much of an opportunity to get to that tight end 7 spot.
Meanwhile, all these other guys are tight end guys. They just scored a lot of touchdowns last year. So what's we just said? What's more repeatable, receiving yards or touchdowns? Receiving yards.
And just what you said, the number 2 tight end, the difference between number 2 and number 9 was just touchdowns. The difference between the number 2 and number 9 was not just touchdowns, but also about 500 passing yards as well. We're looking at top 3 tight ends break 1,100 yards. I don't know if that's in Gesicki's wheelhouse.
Okay, he had over 1,000 air yards.
Oh, how many yards did he have?
Yeah, Tyreek Hill wasn't there, dude. Like,
you look at air yards to say what he could potentially get to. So you just said, I don't see him getting over 1,000 yards. Well, he got over.
How many air yards did the actual number 2, who did actually break 1,000 yards? What were their air yards? You know what I'm saying? Like,
was it okay?
All right, we could spend the rest of the time talking about Mike Gesicki, but we'll let Josh kind of break down his team, and then we'll get into some roasting and toasting here.
Oh man, let's see. Well, I mean, for me, it was pretty simple. I mean, get the guys that are going to help you win, and Naji, Mixon, both high level carries. They're going to touch the ball a lot, both with carries and passings, or excuse me, receptions. Both score a ton of touchdowns. Kyler Murray is going to throw for 30 plus. If he adds in another 5 or 6, that's an easy top 5 quarterback. Kyle Pitts is an easy one. I mean, he's only the 2nd rookie ever to top 1,000 yards. I really don't care who his quarterback is. He is the wide receiver 1 on that team. I don't care that they spend a top 10 pick on Drake London. At the very least, Pitts is still their wide receiver 1 this year. Deontay Johnson, I mean, look, I won the draft right there. He's the best wide receiver in the league. It's fantastic. Trevor Lawrence, good bounce back candidate. I'm actually kind of a little upset because my guy Zach Chalupa Batman took Josh Jacobs right before that pick, and I know he was trying to elicit the Scott Fishbowl reaction out of me that we got in Orlando because I got sniped on both Johnson and Jacobs. Had to get at least one of those guys this time. But Brandon Cooks, I have Johnson and Cooks both as top 12 wide receivers, so to get them in the 5th and 7th round, that's easy for me. Hunter Renfrow, even with Devontae Adams coming in, he's a slot guy in a Josh McDaniels offense. Like, let's be honest. We know that's just absolute PPR gold. Christian Kirk, I talked about him a little bit with Lawrence, and obviously we had a nice long debate, useless debate, mind you, about Mike Gesicki. Talked about Davis Mills. Khalil Herbert, I think, is going to he's going to see a lot more run. You bring in a head coach in Eberflus that is more defensive minded. He's going to want to play more defense. Usually when you play more defense, good defense, you run the football more to control the clock. We saw how effective Khalil Herbert was in spilling time for David Montgomery when Montgomery was hurt, and he did that against 2 top 10 rushing defenses a year ago. The kid can ball. He's going to get some run. And if you want more information on that, head over to clubfantasyffl.com and read the article that our man Joel Worth wrote about him. And for me, KJ Osborne, you bring in Kevin O'Connell to the head coach for the Rams. He's going to run a lot more 3 wide. The Rams have been notoriously high in 11 personnel in the NFL over the past 5 years. If they run a very similar system, which I fully expect them to do, Adam Thielen getting up there in age, he was banged up last year. KJ Osborne has an opportunity to exceed 90 targets as a wide receiver 3. That's something that I will gladly take in the 14th round of a draft.
I like that.
There it is.
All right, let's get into a little bit of roast and toast here. Josh, the chat is begging for it. They want all the smoke. So let's take a look at some of these teams, look at the whole board here, and then Josh, if you want to just scan it and take a look at somebody you'd either roast or toast.
Let me. I'm gonna point to my guy Chris, who I know is gonna be on with you guys at 10. I'm gonna roast him only because he drafted Cole Kmet, and I've been notorious about my hatred of Cole Kmet. He is Chris's first tight end, so I'll knock it just from that standpoint. And as much as I hate Kmet, waiting until the 13th round is where you take a guy like Kmet.
Now you love
people
Kmet.
that are like chomping at the bits to draft them as like the tight end 9. I don't understand that at all. He had 90 targets last year and finished outside tight end 20. That's not a good tight end. I don't care that he only had 0 touchdowns. Like you give him 2 touchdowns.
He only had 0 touchdowns, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Like the 4 of us combined on this stream had the same amount of touchdowns as Cole Kmet last year.
Dude, I knew I was going to make it one day.
Yeah.
But and here's the thing. Everybody wants to bash Miles Sanders for not scoring any touchdowns, yet they praise Cole Kmet because he has nowhere to go but up. Like, really? Miles Sanders can do the exact same damn thing. So shut your mouth on all that Cole Kmet.
Well, no, not if you ask Miles Sanders. If you ask Miles Sanders, he can't even do it.
I mean, except Miles Sanders averages over 5 yards a carry. Cole Kmet can barely crack 10. So,
While we're in this tight end talk, I got to throw this one out here on the mock draft marathon. There is a tight end that was not drafted that is going to score more fantasy points than every single tight end taken in round 10 and later minus Zach Ertz. And that one tight end is Austin Hooper. Austin Hooper is going to outscore every single other tight end drafted outside of the top 10 here besides Zach Ertz. You heard it here. You heard it now. Call me on it when it happens or when it doesn't. But it's probably going to happen.
14th round pick on Jahan Dotson then.
Did I?
I'm just saying.
Because it was up there and I clicked it and it was like we're rolling the conversation. But if this is in my league of record,
I'll agree to your point
multiple
that
time
Hooper
tight end
very
one
well have some relevancy because we don't know what we're getting with the asthma and Treylon Burks. We don't know how much of a bounce back Robert Woods is going to have. So
all right.
Sure, there could be some upside there, but I mean, look at new weapons that have come in to work with Ryan Tannehill. How great did Julio Jones go? Like
they're off to the reports off.
Julio was actually all right. He just wasn't on the field.
27 years old. That's a problem. He's got multiple tight end.
You can't do well if you can't get
in
on
a
the field.
high passing volume offense.
Yeah,
that's how Austin Hooper has been fantasy relevant. This is not a team that's going to.
It's not the Falcons, but I think he's going to get a lot more love than he has, especially in Cleveland, which is why we're not even thinking about it. But this is a guy who was a tight end one.
He's no better than
the
an
highest paid tight end.
Target tight end. Like it's not going to happen.
I mean, I did say there's only one tight end that's going to do better than him on these ones. These aren't amazing.
I'll tell you a tight end that's doing great work. That's Hayden Hurst for the Hayden Hurst Foundation.
Okay.
Wait, no, we're not stopping. Come on, Josh. Hayden Hurst is doing great for the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation. Gonna have to mute Josh's mic over here, damn it. So if you want to help donate to a great cause, yeah, exactly. If you want to help us donate to a great cause, hit the Venmo at TheFantasyWhisperers or the super chat right here on YouTube. A portion of all the proceeds going directly to the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation and supporting mental health solutions. It's an amazing cause to get behind. Whether or not we think he'll make an impact in fantasy football, he's making an impact where it matters most, off the field, and that is amazing. Josh, this was an absolute blast as always.
Fuck yeah, man!
For 4 years in a row, we made it work. Almost didn't happen, but we got you here on the solo show. The rest of Club FFL will be in a little bit later, but tell us what you guys are working on over there and where they can find you.
As I mentioned in the top of the show, our biggest thing that we're doing right now, we're gearing up for Women in Fantasy Football. We have a lot of giveaways, 5 of which we have officially announced so far. we're giving away a signed Naji Harris Steelers jersey, what are the ones have I officially announced? Oh, a signed Emmitt Smith Cowboys jersey, a signed Deion Sanders Falcons jersey. There's a whole slew of them that we've announced so far. You can find all of our announced giveaways on our YouTube channel and our no pun intended podcast, youtube.com/Club Fantasy FFL. You can follow us on Twitter at Club Fantasy FFL. And I guess because I'm obligated to, only because I'm on the stream by myself and not with the rest of my team, you can follow me at the One Hudsonian on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. But I do most of the tweeting off of the Club Fantasy account. So by all means, follow that and follow our Women of Fantasy Football account. That's at women_FF. That's where we will have all of our Women of Fantasy shows that begin on August 10th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Look for the next week or so. We'll be officially announcing the lineup for the event and what days that we'll be giving away the jerseys. $5 buys a raffle ticket. You can always go to womenoffantasyfootball.com. When those things are live, they will be posted on the site.
Hell yeah.
Josh, we appreciate it, man. Appreciate it so much. It was a blast. Love a good debate with Josh. Always prone to some good debating over there, man. So we love it. Thank you so much, brother.
Good times.
Much. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Take it easy, brother.
All right, well,
hour down.
We're cruising and rocking and rolling. We've got Sigmund Bloom, the absolute legend, coming up next. I mean, it's just been legends on top of legends over here. We're just stacking them up on top of each other.
The legends and the myths.
Oh, yeah. You got me in on that. But we just want to say thank you to Whisper Nation. You guys are the most important ones here, rocking and rolling with us throughout the entire time, dropping money into the super chat to help support a great cause, dropping money into the Venmo to, again, help support a great cause. And speaking of which, Josh, with the master move on his way out here, Big Daddy here.
Dude.
He's like, my hour's not done yet, you mother effers, dude. Like, let's get this going. So you know what we have to do. We gotta hit him with a whisper. Woo!
Let's go.
Huge stuff here. And we
appreciate
move
right there.
Just appreciate
it. Drop the mark.
All the boys
right there.
Oh, I'll sit down next to you on that velour sofa and tell you that I like you and has nothing to do with my profession. I'll tell you that. No,
dude, awesome.
Appreciate you, John.
Yeah, we just Club FFL.
Club FFL.
They're awesome. They'll be on in a couple hours as well.
Yeah.
Before we get to the next guest, we're going to roll with a little bit of a clip here. So enjoy the clip. Grab some drinks, grab some snacks. We'll be back with you on the other side. Appreciate you being on here, Steph. You're an inspiration to us, and we love having you on here. But we want to help Whisper Nation get to know you a little bit better here. So we've got some rapid fire questions. It's, kind of, one word answer. Just get through these here. We're going to rock through them. So you ready? Cool.
Yes, got it. Okay.
Do you root for your NFL team or your fantasy team more?
I'm a Giants fan.
That's all that needs to be said there.
Enough said.
What year did you start playing fantasy football?
I was trying to figure it out today. I think it was about 2008 or 9. I was like sneaking on and playing with random leagues behind my parents' back.
Favorite fantasy football player of all time?
Adrian Peterson.
Least favorite player of all time?
Evan Ingram.
Favorite fantasy football team name?
Eddie Lacy DM me.
What is a sound or noise that you love?
Opening a high noon.
Nice. Crack it open. Favorite swear word?
Fuck.
That's too good. Yeah.
Stop.
What are the most leagues you have played in at one time?
Like 34.
Damn. Most exciting fantasy football moment for you?
Oh gosh, winning last year without a QB at all somehow because of my team. It was insane.
You grinded that one out. I like it. I like it.
Which is probably luck.
Favorite game day beverage? I think we already got a clue on this.
Yeah, it depends what the mood is. I could do anything. Probably still high noon though. Seltzers of some sort.
Versatile. Boneless or bone in?
Bone in.
When you rank your players, do you prefer to ask the experts or trust your gut?
Gut.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now, this is a specially tailored question, but I'm actually going to ask Johnny and Austin first and see what their response is. This is actually Steph's question, but for you guys, and then we'll finish with Steph here. So out of the current NFL players, Austin, we'll start with you. Who comes to mind when I say dad, daddy, and father?
Dad, daddy, and father for NFL players. I'm going pure kicker edition on this one, Travis.
I love it.
Dad,
different.
Dad, Rodrigo Blankenship. Daddy, Evan McPherson. Father, Justin Tucker.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with that. I think you could swap McPherson and Rodrigo, but I dig it. Both of them are awesome. All right, Johnny, you're up. Dad, daddy, father.
Okay, I'm not gonna go with kickers because, like, when I think of a dad, daddy, or father, I instantly think of a quarterback. So mine would be a dad would be Daniel Jones. I'll go with the Giants, but he is a dad. Like that's like
the khakis, baby.
Standard.
Yeah, daddy now is like someone that's got a little bit more suave. Gets it. That would have to be Aaron Rodgers, right? Got to be Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that guy.
He thinks he is.
Hey, he can sell catalytic converters, or he can win Super Bowls. You never know. Hey, and then the last I'll say is for the father, I'd have to go with Derek Carr here. Derek Carr gives me father vibes right there, so that would be mine.
Peace be with you, and also with you.
Hey.
All right, Smalls, you're up here. This is your question. Bring us
Oh
home.
gosh, dad, daddy, father. I'm gonna do a Vikings edition because they have been on my mind a lot lately. So Justin Jefferson is just straight up my dad. Like that is my dad. He's going to be my dad. He should be everyone's dad. He is going to have a phenomenal season, and I can't wait for it. My father is Kirk Cousins for sure.
Oh,
a
yeah,
guy,
definitely.
and I'm sure at some point it will come up because of my Kirk Cousins love. That I don't know how much love it is, but yes, I okay, whatever. What am I missing? So I did father, I did daddy, or I did dad.
Yeah.
I need daddy. Oh, well, I'll go spicy. I'll go with my buy low candidate right now, and Alexander Madison, because I'm trying to get some word out about this guy. So he's my daddy this year. I think this is going to be the last year you're going to be able to get this guy cheap.
Yeah, it might be his last daddy year priced in. Then he's going to go full dad after this.
Exactly. Yeah, there's levels to this shit, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
What is up, Whisper Nation? Welcome into hour 7, hour 8. I don't know. We started at 10, and here we are right now. We've got Sigmund Bloom, the one and only legend, coming up, joining for our 14-team PPR Super Flex. So we got another big boy one here, huh, Travi?
Yeah, we have a couple. Sig, we put you in this one. I hope you don't mind a little 14 team.
No.
Get a little weird. I know you like to get weird.
What's
Always.
up,
Well,
yeah.
the more complex puzzles are the most interesting ones, right? And the ones where you don't really know what's going to happen. The most exhilarating drafts are the ones where you're genuinely surprised and you have to think on your feet. And we all are tired of drafts that just go by the book, right?
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
So 7 of them consecutively. We love to see some of these shakeups here in the industry. And we are so honored here to be doing it alongside of you, Sigmund Bloom, obviously one of the founders over at Football Guys. Please tell the folks just a little bit about where they can find you and some of the incredible stuff I know you guys are working on.
No, I mean, it's real simple. I mean, we've been around for the 19-somethings. I think the Football Guys was around 2000, 2001. And we obsess about football. We think about it first thing in the morning, last thing before we fall asleep. And we enjoy connecting with other people who feel that way. So if you don't know about Football Guys, there's something there for you. Maybe our free newsletter, just to give you the news of the latest day and our takes on it. Something like that, just to see what you think. But it's great. You can really feel the world, the fantasy football world's opening up, right? I mean, we got the fire hose is turning on of news from training camps, and everything is being put to the test. And really, guys, as the fantasy football community gets bigger and bigger, we get kind of stir crazy, right? We get kind of tired of just talking to each other and talking about the same things. We need stimulation. So this is good. You get it all out. This is like a vision quest, right? I mean, get to the end of it, and then we start brand new, right? Just eliminate it, sweat it all like a sweat lodge. Let's sweat.
Oh, this is definitely a sweat lodge segment. This whole 24-hour thing is for sure a sweat lodge. I just got to shout out that dope ass hat you got rocking there.
Yeah,
guys. That thing is sweet, man.
That is awesome.
Hand painted hats on Twitter, Paul Oster, and this was actually our David Dodds. If you don't know the name David Dodds, folks out there, he's the man. And he retired from Football Guys last year, but Joe Bryant and David Dodd started Football Guys a long time ago before I was ever even part of it. And he sent each of us one of these hats, which is like every time I think about it, I think about, I don't throw the word genius out very often. David Dodds is truly a genius. David Dodds has to put graphite between the cubes of a Rubik's Cube because it won't turn fast enough to keep up with his brain. He can usually solve a Rubik's Cube. He can do whatever you want to it. He usually solve it in like 20 or 25 seconds.
That's insane.
That is
awesome.
Wild.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just like stunned. I've never even heard of anything
anyway, like that. I can't tie a cherry stem in the knot with my tongue. I can't do anything.
Yeah, nothing.
We used to have I worked when I was a swim instructor with this kid who was scored very, very high on IQ tests as well, and competitive Rubik's cubes was one of his things.
Right.
And what we would do is take a Rubik's cube, mess it up, throw it at the bottom of the 12-foot dive tank, and then he would go down to the bottom and he would solve it before he came up to the top.
I saw the video of the person who can solve them while he juggles them, which is I sent it to David and I said, "Here's a new challenge for you, David."
Yeah,
I bet he loves it too. I bet he wants. He's gobbling it up.
Give it a year, so he'll do it.
Well, we filled this 14-teamer, and we are excited to get going with you, Sigmund. You picked the 4 spot here. Is that correct? 6 spot.
I wanted to be next to you, Trappy.
Yeah, I noticed that you snuck in there, and I left you the 6, but I didn't realize we were in a 14 team because we talked about your favorite position to draft from.
Yeah.
So I left you the 6, and then I'm like, oh, I should have left him the 7. So I apologize. I stole your 7 from you directly in the middle. But, you know, look, as we say, we're some cool motherfuckers in here. So let's get it going. Let's rock and roll here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
How are you approaching the top of the drafts this year, Sigmund, in a PPR Superflex?
Yeah, in a Superflex, I think that you can still see that the number 12 quarterback is a lot less steep of a drop than the number 12 quarterback in typical years. But that being said, by the time my second pick comes around, will 12 quarterbacks be gone? So I hate to say it. Now, you know, let's see. A Taylor, McCaffrey, a Cup maybe gives me some pause, but I have to think that I'm looking at a Hurts or a Murray. And probably, I just think that it's good to get your first quarterback pick out of the way so that you don't have to be forced into a quarterback pick later. Because you're going to find in a Superflex draft that at least for the 2nd through the 5th or 6th round, every non-quarterback is going to have a big discount. So you're not getting a discount, right? Like Jonathan Taylor is not really a discount 5 picks later. I'm going to go ahead and take Jalen Hurts here. So if you don't get your quarterback, I get it. You're overpaying for a quarterback, but you're going to get that discount back on the running backs, quarterbacks, and wide receivers, and tight ends you take in the next few rounds. And if you try to zig where everyone else is zagging, then you're going to end up taking like Mac Jones in the 4th round. And the 14-teamer aspect of this turns the screws a little bit tighter.
This is our Whisper Listener League status. The 14-team Superflex, right? That gets weird, man.
Yeah, and then we didn't do what we did there last year, but we had an even extra flex there. Sorry, these nuts I'm chewing on are spicy. Excuse me.
You're gonna lose your voice again?
Yeah,
Are we done?
I thought your voice just started.
I hope not. So far, for all the sexual innuendos, I think I'm winning the bingo card because I keep dropping them pretty good. Johnny, you're a bit low. I don't know if you want to adjust your mic there.
Oh.
I'm just gonna go weird on it. I just want to see what happens if I take Cooper Kupp. Yeah, let's just see what happens.
I'm excited to get Sigmund in on the front half of the 24-hour mock draft marathon. He closed us out year 1, and man, Dude, we were probably speaking nonsense then.
Running on fumes. That's all right, though. When you start speaking in tongues and you start getting to that point where you're broken down, I mean, that's when you can really get some shit straight. That's when you can really start to.
Johnny looks like Jesus. Like, we've got the whole speaking in
Sigmund
tongues.
sounds like Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I actually, I'm telling this story, or I'm hinting at this story for the first time ever. Publicly, but when I was down here in New Orleans for Mardi Gras when I was like 22, I might have thought I was Jesus. Every young Jewish man should think he's Jesus at some point in his life.
Just has this moment where it's like, could it be?
Right.
Me?
I was conceived at the King's Apartments.
Oh, there we go.
Mount Lebanon.
It's really weird. The whole family was really frankincense. It was weird.
Exactly.
Now we do have some spots opening up in the listener league. Be on the lookout. Ooh. Usually we announce some giveaway spots usually in this event, but we're trying to finalize some of the details of that. But yes, the listener league is back on for 2022. So
gonna have some cool opportunities to be a part of that coming up.
Exactly.
Are we going to be doing the same format? I know we always switch it up a little bit. Usually been a 14-teamer.
Well, I'll just go ahead and announce the first part of the listener league. We are announcing that our intern, our legend here in the 14th spot, Don Flick, is actually going to be the commissioner. And I've bestowed upon him the responsibility of picking the point system. So we actually could be in for something absolutely new.
Oh, shit.
And it's up to Don Flick. So say nice things to him so he doesn't give us some 16-team, triple flex, third-round reversal craziness. Although that would be
point
fun.
Per first down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something really
Point
weird.
For looking at your team weird.
Right.
Points per
you
huddle.
Only open up the app once a week.
And if you want to open it up again, it costs you 10 wob.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Someone told me it was Drew Davenport, who I love on our staff. Auction, legal stuff, all kinds of great stuff. He told me about bare knuckles drafts. You guys heard of this? Where you're not allowed to have anything. You just go in with just your brain. Man, yeah, that sounds like my kind of fantasy draft.
I'd like that.
We talked about doing that in our league of record of just drafting in like the woods with and they're like, what about the Wi-Fi? We're like, yeah, no Wi-Fi. Mm-hmm. We're going to do it here. You got to bring your magazines.
The magazines that are out of date, like before they're even out on the newsstand.
I just gotta throw this one out there on there because Johnny was the big magazine repper back in the day. Like we would be making.
He can't even defend it. The mic is still out. He can't even defend his case here.
He'd bring the magazines, and we would be making the drives of destiny. From our point of location out to wherever we were drafting. We do a live draft for our league of record, where the winner of the year before gets to pick where the whole league drafts from. Wow. A couple of qualifiers in there, but that's the general setup for it. And Johnny, we would drive out there and he'd always have his magazines ready to go. But I wanted to bring up Johnny. I'm in a rewatch of Breaking Bad, getting ready here for the final episodes of Better Call Saul. And there's just a part when Hank's wife comes in and he's been injured and he's in bed and she's like, I got you some fantasy football magazines, and she throws them at him. He's like, the draft is in a month. These are going to be totally useless anyways.
Oh, he does? That's great.
Yeah, he says that.
That's terrific. You mentioned Breaking Bad. First of all, I got to mention Albuquerque, New Mexico, city I lived about 4 years of my life, and it's still very near to my heart. New Mexico truly is the land of enchantment. But Breaking Bad, if understood correctly, I think is a critique of the American healthcare system.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the biggest critique on the thing is that nobody questions it. It's like, okay, hey, what's the show? Breaking Bad is pretty popular. What's the show about? Well, it's about a high school teacher who gets cancer and can't afford the cancer treatment, so he starts making meth. And everyone's like, oh, I understand that. That makes sense.
Yeah, totally. That checks out.
That's an American story, yeah.
Yeah, right?
Nothing more American than that. And it's good to hear Johnny's laugh again. He's back in here.
I don't know what is going up. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't want me to speak today. It's like, Johnny, save your voice.
Johnny, I fucking love you so much.
Well, appreciate
Johnny, I do fucking love you so much because I don't care how many if Mike Gesicki takes, just freaking make me mad. And then I hear your laugh come in 7 minutes later. I'm like, there's my guy. There's my dude.
Always here for you guys. I love you guys too.
So we were talking a little bit about League of Records.
Yeah.
I want to hear about, maybe one or two of your League of Records, like what's the nearest and dearest? What's some of the rules? What do you guys do?
Yeah. The closest thing I have to a League of Record is our Fessel Football Guy Staff League. And our Football Guy Staff League has gone to the point now where there's like Fessel Alpha, Fessel Beta, Fessel Omega, Fessel Delta. There's levels. I think that Jason Wood, he's an OFBG. He runs it, and I think he's even got like relegation, where if you win or lose, you get pushed up or down. I forget the name. No Mercy, was that the name of the league, original leagues back in the day that had relegation? Can't remember. It's all been done before. But my favorite story about that league is that back in 2010, I might be off on the year, 2009, 2010. Cecil Lammy, my work husband, he took Jamal Charles and he cut him after week 1. And I picked him up. That was the Jamal Charles breakout year. And I rode Jamal Charles to the Vessel Championship. And then like 7 or 8 years later, Cecil sent me a Chiefs Jamal Charles jersey in the mail. So I can always commemorate that. Yeah, because it's just one of those things I bring up every now and then. Don't get too hasty. If you're going to take a young player, then don't release him after week 1 like Cecil.
It's so true. I'm saying work husband there because I'm with my 2 work husbands right now, and just start using that. I'm running with that phrase.
Yeah, well, I mean, we spend so much time together.
Yeah,
we see there's a lot of stuff that the people don't see, right?
Like amen to that.
We know each other better than we might like for people to know us, but the fact that we still accept each other, and I mean that's what makes it very much like a marriage, right? And we're going on. Our Audible can get a driver's license now, so it's exciting.
And I think Karina's coming in here. She says, "Also, I'm stealing your girl now."
What's up, Karina?
Yeah, she says,
that's so good to see.
Good to see you in here, Karina.
I'm working through apple slices and chicken tendies, so we're working through it. We're doing okay.
Trader Joe's chili and garlic cashews. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I have some of those. They're outstanding.
So good. Yeah, they're so good.
Those are outstanding.
And like, I'm not a big spicy guy, but these are just the right amount.
Yeah.
They're good.
These spicy nuts. I always looking for more. I saw some ghost pepper cashews or something like that.
Ghost pepper cashews?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. That was exactly how it went through my brain when I saw it. I didn't pick them up, and now I want to go get them right now.
How many before you can't like that bat would take
before it turns you into a goat?
Yeah,
right. That's good though. Look, they say. I mean, it's so simple, right? Spicy food's good for you. It's good for your constitution. And I love spicy food for breakfast, especially. I mean, spending about 20 years in Austin, Texas, breakfast capital, breakfast taco capital. Yeah, your huevos rancheros or your chilaquiles or whatever, however you want to do.
Tamale with an egg on top.
Right. But the breakfast taco is a perfect thing. Ooh, it's one of the perfect things. It's one of the things that God delivered us in the Garden of Eden. Right.
You breakfast are Jesus. Tacos. What the hell? It's full circle here.
At one time. I visited Amsterdam a few times. That probably doesn't surprise y'all. And I noticed there was no breakfast taco place there. And I thought maybe that's my life mission.
Oh, that's your That's
you moved to Amsterdam and open a breakfast taco spot?
Because breakfast tacos should be everywhere. Breakfast tacos are an idea whose time has come. I mean,
that's Starbucks over there.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to tweet at you to get you on the show. Like, hey, Sig, it's another year. We got to get you on the show. It's gonna have a sign that says "Gone to Amsterdam."
Yeah.
Breakfast tacos.
Really, my wife would be the one. Her breakfast tacos are just amazing. So we're gonna pick up. I even had books. This was like 15 years ago, before the fantasy football thing took off. I had books like how to get citizenship in the Netherlands, et cetera. But it worked out okay, I think, doing the fantasy football thing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then now you're here on a 24-hour mock draft marathon,
and we can still get breakfast tacos.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
honestly,
spicy food is one of the keys to happiness, really, and from a health perspective, like that it gets your blood up, that it makes you sweat, that it stimulates your system. It's important. I just feel sorry for people that can't. Like their stomachs, or for whatever reason, they can't handle spicy food. Because I mean, I'm down here in New Orleans, right? Like in New Orleans, they're like, nope, keep going. Nope, not yet. Okay, keep going. All right. That's probably about enough spice.
There's levels too, and your body obviously probably does different things with the different spices. But I think, not to get on this huge tangent, but we're gonna do this all draft because it's SIG, so whatever.
It's 24 hours too.
Yeah, like we might as well. So I can't really do like the Mexican or the pepper spice. Or at least like the Mexican pepper spice or like jalapenos and stuff like that. I can't really go that far, but I can mess up some Thai food or Indian when that spice level goes a little higher. And it's just something weird about the way my body reacts, but I can really get into it.
Yeah, I think, what do they call them in when you have like the jungle curry in Thai food? It's like young peppercorns or something like that. I can't remember what they are, but
I'm not sure. Yeah,
that's one of the only, because my wife and I both like our food to be so spicy that it's right up to the point where when you first eat it, you're like, ooh, have I made a mistake? Like right up to that point, you know? And Thai food was a place called Tataya's in Austin. It was the only thing I've had where like really and truly I started to eat it and I said, this is too much, but I'm not gonna tap out because I ordered it. But yeah, Thai food spicy is like a whole other level of spicy. Like it's so spicy that like you hallucinate.
Yeah, right. Like you can really feel the sweat, and then you like taste it, even though it's on the back of your head. Yeah,
well, it's one of those dishes you have to have the lime that comes with it to cut that spice, or else yeah, you're screwed. You're sweating. Your nose, you're like sniffling. Yeah, it gets
nose running is like crawfish down here. You get some good spicy crawfish, and crawfish boil season. Remember, folks, crawfish season is only like January to May. So if it's like past May, it's like don't wear white after Labor Day. Don't eat crawfish after May.
Travi, remember we were eating that crawfish? We had our buddy's wedding in New Orleans year before last. It was March or April, I think it was.
Yeah, it was definitely in the right time. It was originally supposed to be in October. And that's why I was thinking October, but it was in the right time. Next time we go to New Orleans, though, we're going to have to get with Sigmund, start hallucinating, eating spice.
Get lost.
Yeah. All right, Sig, how's the build so far? How are you feeling about what you got?
I'm liking it. You know, in a 14-teamer, I was able to get Travis Kelce in the mid-second round. Super flex or not super flex. I think in a 14-teamer, what you see is, and I'm going to give a shout out to Joe Bryant, our mayor. I always call him the mayor of football guys. And he came up with the term value-based drafting. And it might seem intuitive now, but the idea is a player's not worth his total points. A player is worth how many points he is over the replacement, right? So when you go from a 12-team to a 14-team league, just those 2 extra spots, well, maybe those 2 extra spots at wide receiver or running back don't matter that much. At quarterback, it might matter a little bit, just because I bet if you put together a list of quarterbacks you like, right around quarterback 14, depending on how you feel about like Kirk Cousins, right around quarterback 14, as you might say, like, okay, there's a drop-off, right? There's a pretty steep drop-off. Maybe it's more like quarterback 15 or 16. But at tight end, boy, I mean, once you get past the top 5 tight ends, there's a drop. And then right around tight end 9 or 10, there's another drop. And then, guys, your tight end 12 might be my tight end 23, and my tight end 23 might be your tight end 12. So at that point, why are you even reaching for somebody? So the other reason I like Kelce here is we can look at Kelce, Andrews, and Pitts as the cream of the crop at tight end. And why? Because they're going to be the primary receiver for their team, right? Well, Pitts and Andrews have no experience with that. I mean, Pitts we saw last year. I mean, I hope that he takes that leap from year 1 to year 2, a la, say, Calvin Johnson, where it doesn't matter how bad his surroundings are. But I'm not necessarily counting on that, partially because of the quarterbacks he has. Not that Calvin Johnson had good quarterbacks in year 2. With Mark Andrews, I'm really reluctant to take him at ADP because if they're really going back to 2019, that's an extremely run-heavy offense. And how many times do you remember Mark Andrews putting up fantasy points because of some individual play he made? Right? Like some play at the catch point, some amazing move after the catch. His points are generated by the offense.
That's a good point.
How open he gets, right? And without Marquise Brown taking the top off the defense, opening up space for Andrews to operate, if the running game's not credible and they're not stacking the box, Andrews' job gets tougher. Who's the one who has to
doesn't take a step.
Right. Now, Kelce and Mahomes, guys, that's like Stockton and Malone, right? I mean, these guys they can finish each other's sentences, right? So I don't care what the game plan is to take Kelce out. You know, on 36, 37, they're going to find a way to hook up, right? I won't be surprised if Kelce leads the league in receptions this year. I mean, the other part of that equation is Hardman and Valdez-Scantling and Smith-Schuster and Sky Moore. Like, what do those guys do? Clyde Edwards-Helaire, what do those guys do? But there's no rule. This is why I picked Mike Evans in the 3rd round, too. There's no rule that a quarterback's only allowed to target his favorite receiver a certain number of times, right? A good quarterback is going to keep, it's like the punch that's open wherever your vulnerability is. And I think that Kelce is going to get his. So I was happy with that. Then Evans, I mean, with Godwin coming back slowly, Russell Gage, we'll see. We'll see where he goes. Brady went out and recruited him. So that's really interesting. And Gage is kind of new to the wide receiver position. Let's remember, he got drafted by Atlanta, and they weren't sure what he was going to play. There's like, this guy's athletic. Let's figure out where he fits. So we'll see. But Evans, I think it's another one where we might see some amazing, insane games from him because in the pitch and catch game, they're going to have it going on. Then with James Conner, we all know he's not going to play 17 games, but he's the lead back. And then Mike Williams, and someone put it out really well. I wish I remember who it was. That basically, if you just take out the games when Mike Williams had that knee injury, and hey, he's not known for his durability, he was a top 5 fantasy wide receiver last year.
Yeah.
So
we finally saw it all come together for Mike Williams.
Right.
But then again, what he always does is get hurt. That happened. I wanted to flip it back to what you said about Mike Evans.
Yeah.
And who else was it? Travis Kelce. And really talk about, we've got our guy Dwayne and other people that are looking at the metrics and the analytics at these guys, and they say, they are kind of taking a step back, right? They are kind of looking a little bit slower. So be it. Oh, this is terrible. I didn't want to. This bad podcasting. I did not want Hayden Harris. But I wanted to ask you, in your experience, if you see that not mattering more in instances where chemistry is so good, where the quarterback is so good, like Mike Evans and Tom Brady, like Kelce and Mahomes, right? We can bypass their age and maybe their downswing in production because of who they're paired with.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's old man game, right? I mean, that's old man
strength.
Game.
Yeah,
that's old man game for you. It's whenever you're using your experience, right? Like, what defense can they throw at Tom Brady that he hasn't seen, right? What deceptive look? What can they feign the snap and then drop into some other coverage that's going to make smoke come out of his ears? He's seen it all. Yeah. So I think that absolutely. And Patrick Mahomes is another one where there's just no way to completely short circuit him. I mean, there's just, I don't think you're going to really totally hem him in. It's going to be interesting to see the challenge without Tyreek Hill. But I absolutely think that quarterback wide receiver chemistry, I guess we could introduce an idea, guys. Like quarterback wide receiver chemistry, the importance of it changes depending on the skill level of the quarterback and the experience level of the quarterback. So this is why Cooper Kupp was Cooper Kupp last year, right? I mean, you give Matthew Stafford, and now all of a sudden new possibilities open up. So I love thinking of wide receivers and tight ends as a quarterback to wide receiver connection or a quarterback to tight end connection.
Sig, I also wanted to ask this question through our guy Zara.
Yeah.
Sig, I've always envisioned you as a person with your ear to the ground.
Yeah.
Can you drop the names of beat writers you found reliable?
Yeah, and there's so many. I'll tell you who comes to mind right away when I get asked a question like that. Let me try to concentrate on my pick so I don't accidentally time out again.
You don't do what I do.
No, that's okay. I mean, it's all for the importance of what we're doing here.
Yeah,
man, you guys are making this tough. This is a great. These folks.
Some sharps.
Seriously, I mean, seriously.
I know it's really funny when you do this for a while and then you get into just like somebody else's draft, and you're like, oh, well, this.
Well, and they're not making it easy, and that's the thing is I actually have to think because there's nothing obvious. Beat writers that come to mind right away: Mike Reese from New England, and that's a tough one because New England doesn't offer out information. When Mike Reese even hints at something, you should pay attention. Matt Mayoko from San Francisco is outstanding. Has always been on top of things. I think he just broke the idea of the committee, although we'll see. Elijah Mitchell went already, didn't he? Did he? Yeah, he did. So good. I'm glad that in this draft, we're not buying that. We're buying the dip. I want to kind of think of this in terms of teams, right? I mean,
Dig, you got muted. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right. I mute myself often. Guys, I could spend at least 5 or 10 minutes thinking about this. One of my favorites, Ed Bouchette, just retired from Pittsburgh. I was reading his stuff in the 80s when I was a kid, and getting to have him on our show was just I was nervous. I mean, other beat writers for Vic Tafur has been covering the Raiders forever. I mean, that's another thing is you do this long enough and you see John Keim has been covering Washington forever. So, these guys have seen different coaching regimes. They've seen, in the case of Vic Tafur, the teams move to different places, right? So that gives you an idea of the perspective they have whenever they tell us. But it's a good question, Zara. And maybe I'll have a Football Guys article about this. Good idea.
Yeah, it's really good.
It is, yeah. All right, we're coming up on halfway through here. Austin,
these 14 teamers are no joke.
Yeah, they don't mess around. Like the talent dries up really quickly.
I think you just end up accepting that, and the value over the replacement, as Sig pointed out at the top, becomes a really real thing. I think you're going to get to like, how did I feel about this build that's coming around? I did a little bit of a zig when it zag. I liked Brady. I would have taken Brady next in the 1 spot. I decided to take Cooper Kupp simply because I had grabbed Tom Brady in the draft before this one. So I just wanted to try it on for size. I don't hate the Trey Lance, Matt Ryan stack. I think actually both of those guys could be top 7 quarterbacks. I think that is within the world a possibility. We've seen Matt Ryan be a top 2 quarterback multiple times. And I think the weapons over there in Indianapolis are pretty solid. We saw Wentz thrive. It not consistently, but he did go on some good runs. And I think Matt Ryan is better in pretty much every way, shape, and form over Carson Wentz. So I'm excited to see what he could do over in Indianapolis. And Trey Lance, we all know the upside that he brings there. Cooper Kupp, big fan of Cooper Kupp. And then Waddle and Amon-Ra St. Brown in this PPR format, I really like that. And so to be able to get through the first 6 rounds with players that I'm really happy that I think are going to make differences, I'm stoked with. George Kittle, full disclosure, was an auto draft, but I think he is also a separator if he can stay healthy. So I don't hate it. And in some of these like 14 team builds, you're looking for a bit of a splash. And maybe that could end up being that if George Kittle can be a top 3 tight end like he's been. But, that's going to take some things. And then Pollard is my leading running back. Like, we'll see. I'm just going to start filling in other running backs of that nature that, like, they're not going to lead my way, but hopefully don't sink my squad.
Sig, we were talking old man's game. Austin talking about Matt Ryan here, and he had even said after the trade, I'm trying to model the Matt Stafford situation. Like, I look at what Matt did, and I'm saying, and so that I wasn't really, I think that he'll have a good year. I wasn't really in as a fantasy option, but like, I think there's a point there, with all these increased weapons, great line. Like, he's one of the best players or best quarterbacks with a great line.
And just to stick just want to say one thing on the Matt Ryan one here is, and this is because I had a personal experience with this one. I think it was in 2018. It must have been, where he did finish as the number 2 overall quarterback. But the year before that, he was the number 15 quarterback. So he really wasn't being considered. And I remember punting on quarterback and taking Matt Ryan in round 15, and then ended up being like, a top 3 quarterback. So it was just like, oh, this guy can do this. And it's already happened before. And I think he's kind of set up for it to happen again.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Matt Ryan, okay? It was almost unanimous among Colts beat writers. They were watching practices and OTAs and minicamp. Wow, this is what the offense looks like when the ball comes out on time. This is what the offense, and the receivers too, this is what it looks like whenever, really, this is what it's supposed to look like.
Wow.
There's a Terry McLaurin or Antonio Gibson, whoever taken here. But I think because of the offensive line and because of how powerful that running game is, Mike McDaniel had a really good angle where he said basically, like, you have to earn single high coverage. You have to earn that safety coming down in the box with your running game. Indianapolis has already done that. So with Matt Ryan, you have an offense that's actually going to work the way it's conceived, the way that the coach, I'll use a term sometimes, a quarterback that's an extension of the coach. And you mentioned Matt Ryan's big year with Kyle Shanahan, and that's why, because he could execute everything faithful to the way the coach drew it up and the way the players executed it. So when you look at Michael Pittman, Naeem Hines, like every other week there was an item. Frank Reich comes out and says, take Naeem Hines in your fantasy leagues. I think they feel like that they need to rectify him not getting used as much with Carson Wentz. I think it means there's even some upside to Jonathan Taylor. And even someone like Mo Ali Cox. This could be an offense. Sometimes there's just dudes you love to play, you love to watch play, and it's okay to take a dude on your fantasy team because you just love watching it, right? Because he makes you get up out of your seat.
I'm gonna say it. Mo Ali Cox fucks hard. We just like that's what we need to. He does. Like he's amazing.
A unit.
Yes, dude. He is. Ian Hartit's like anybody bigger than Mo Ali Cox, and then he gets like a Photoshop picture of him and puts him up there, and I think he's just like on the field, but he looks that way, and he's that big with great yak ability. Like he just looks so good with the ball in his hand. He's like
he can
souped up Jonnu Smith. So I think it's like something to really be excited about. And Matt Ryan, obviously, it's taken some time. Johnny, you pointed this out a couple years ago that it takes some time for Matt Ryan to get the tight end he likes, maybe, but I just hope that Mo Ali Cox is such a specimen, a unit, as Sig says, that we can get some upside out of him.
I just love how much they use them too in the offense, right? Like they use tight ends in that Mike Reich system pretty regularly. And then when he got signed, he actually talked about how he was going to be taking that number one role for the tight end. So he should see an expanded role from even last year. And again, pairing that with Matt Ryan now, and we're not saying he's going to be, auto top 5, but he could definitely get into that top 10 range. He's definitely going to have top 10 weeks for sure. And then again, like we've seen, like these tight ends pop off for this Mike Wright, and be starters.
Yeah.
I got sniped there with Tyler Lockett, and this is a name that it's Sig. Are we doing what we always do with Tyler Lockett, and that is under expect or
well, look, and the 14 team variable here is important, right? Because one of the things we say, know your scoring lineups, and that's why I like that y'all are changing it up, because everyone needs to understand that player values can differ greatly simply based on your scoring and lineups. And Tyler Lockett is going to be a maddening player to have this year in your typical 12-team league, because he's going to be right at that line where you're probably going to have a safe play in PPR leagues, especially, that you can play that's going to bank you 10 or 12 points that you can play over him. And some weeks he's only going to have a couple of catches. I think the offense is just going to be miserable, but he's so talented that there will be weeks that he gets that long touchdown. Now, in a 14-team league, especially a 14-team super flex league, especially one looking at the length of this mock draft, this would be a league with 14 teams and 14 roster spots with, I would call a fat waiver wire, right? I mean, you're going to have a lot of churn at the bottom of rosters. I think that Lockett is someone you can leave in your lineup and just ride the ups and downs. So just changing it from 12 to 14 teams makes it more palatable. Now, in a typical league or in a 10-team league, I think he's going to drive you crazy. So I love Tyler Lockett, but there are just some times that as much as we wish, players are not going to be able to overcome their surroundings. That being said, I'm in on Darnell Mooney, kind of a young Tyler Lockett. So there's no one size fits all way to solve these questions. I think it's more like familiarize yourself with the range of outcomes and understand what kinds of developments will put a player on different parts of that range of outcomes, and then just pay attention. And I think I said recently something like, it's not necessarily about being right. It's about being the first one to realize you were wrong.
Mm-hmm. Love it.
Yep. Much as we love to rag on Jerry Jones, he had a great line. It was like, you're only right half the time. The best one, just know when to fold or admit when you were wrong. Admit wrong. And that was what
Rogers said. You got to know when to fold.
No, hold them when to hold.
Yeah.
And Sig, we
what you can hope for is to die in your sleep.
Know when to run.
Sig, you had a great point on the show a few weeks back, and Travis and I had brought it up a lot. And that was when you're emotionally invested in a player, take that added level of analysis you hold and just be honest with it. So if you start to get disappointed because you were really high on a guy and then he's disappointing, like, you're going to be closer to it than most are, and that means you're going to be ahead of it.
Right.
Pivot, trade.
Right. Yes. Well,
I don't wish it's different.
So when you know your emotional landscape to begin with, and then you start to have those thoughts that you don't want to have, you don't want to see it, you want to push it down, then, like you said, because of that emotional, because I think there's a lot of people that are decrying emotion in fantasy football. Like, there's certainly people that go about fantasy football, take all the emotion out of it. Are you kidding? It's the most emotional sport. Why would you want to take the emotion out of it? Right?
Yes.
And there is such a thing as emotional intelligence, or a way that your emotions are conveying things to you about your surroundings, about how you're doing with things, and so on. So absolutely, if you love a player, you might be the first one to really see those cracks where other people aren't seeing it, because you want it to happen so bad. And when you start to see the signs going counter to what you had in your mental picture, then you're ready to act. So yeah, it's one. So let's just keep emotion. There's the bumper sticker. Keep emotion in fantasy football,
bro. Yeah, I love that.
I just want to speak on this point a little bit, because it's so in line with what we chose to do as far as the charity that we're giving to for the mock draft marathon, the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation, which shines a light on mental health solutions for people. And Sig, we talked about on the last show we were on, and the mental health aspect that fantasy football provides. And I think when you say, hey, cut the emotion out, well, why the hell would I play it then? Why the hell would I even do it if I'm not going to be able to get emotional and be in touch with my emotions and have emotional intent? Yeah, exactly.
And
so
guys,
I just think that's
go ahead, man.
No, yeah.
I think that, and boy, is this true now. And I'm going to use this because y'all are for 24 hours, so I can say whatever I want, right?
That's right.
Yep. and I don't know if I mentioned this the first time we were on, but as a nation, we're traumatized. All of us, different. Each person's story of how they're traumatized is different. What traumatized them, but we're all traumatized. Unfortunately, we can't stop and take care of ourselves and take care of each other because of the nature of the pace of life. I could go off on some things that would probably get me blacklisted at this point, but I won't do that. But the point is, we're all hurting, man. We're all hurting. We're all hurting. And I think in general in life, you don't get to do a touchdown dance in life when something good happens, and you don't get a chance to really hang your head and absorb defeat or failure. You just have to keep going. And I think that in fantasy football, or when you're watching your favorite team and you're letting it out, right? I mean, sporting events are one of the last places where public drunkenness is not just tolerated, but even celebrated.
Sure.
Right. So you get it out, right? You have all this stuff. Get it out. When you're cheering or bemoaning your team, it might be some stuff that's backlogged, right? The tidy bowl man in your head's got to get that stuff going. So yeah, absolutely. Sports give us that outlet to get out emotions that it might not be appropriate, or we just don't have a time or the birth to do that in our regular lives.
Wow.
If you had the 8 hours of me almost crying, then you scored the over here.
Well, I'm trying to write down the notes in this one here.
I mean, I'm just, I'm with you 100%. And I think we just need to be better to each other, and then better in this industry. And I think we're surrounding ourselves with the right people, and the right people in Whisper Nation in this chat. They've always been in that right mind. So we keep those right people around us, man.
That's such a cool point that you bring up there, man, about there's no time because of the pace of life and whatnot to have your touchdown dance, to have your commiserating moment. You just got to keep it moving. And that also points to one of the reasons why we do love sports so much, because they're kind of like this microcosm of life where there's a protagonist and an antagonist right away all the time. There's a winner and a loser all the way. There's, I love when we look at sports players and we just commend the adversity that they overcome. It's well, they put a path where it's nothing but adversity. You got to work out every day. You got to get up at 5 a.m. It's you got to go up against the big bad team. It's that's the whole nature of sports. Right. And it's and we love it so much because you can't avoid those larger things in life. But honestly, in the sports setting, it's the roller coaster of activities. I mean, roller coaster because it feels thrilling and dangerous, but it's actually not. In sports are totally manufactured drama. It's real dramatic events in life that we can all relate to and connect with, but it's all a fucking show. It's not actual battle. It's the Coliseum. It's a game. It's a thing that's set up, but it pulls those real primal emotions from us. So it allows us almost to dissect our human nature in a 60-minute orchestrated event.
Look, guys, at a football game, what do? You paint your face, you roast some meat, maybe play some drums. This is old stuff. This is old stuff, guys.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. Absolutely. And we are here. We should have painted our faces. That's honestly
that's tomorrow. Warrior style.
That's at 5 a.m, dude. And we're just oh yeah.
This is how you keep the marathon fresh every year. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just add different face
got
paint.
Sigmund's psychology hour and then face paint 4 hours later. So we'll be good.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, it's a wonderful personality test, right? When you go up to the face painter, what would you pick?
That's a good.
You guys remember that old Looney Tunes? Whenever the hat truck crashes and the hats keep falling on Elmer Fudd and Bugs, and depending on the hat makes the man, right? Depending on what hat lands on them, they have different personalities.
I love Pizza Belly here. Maybe for you, it's a game, but for Bill's Mafia, it's a way of life.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Is there a better fan base right there?
Right. I mean, I'm a Steelers fan, and Steelers and Bills fans are cousins. I mean, the communities are very similar, and I don't even know what to say, because what does it mean that you're in the book of record as always the team that is so valiant and so brave and so embodying greatness, but you never actually get the moment? The gods won't give you the moment. The gods give you the
4 Super
special
Bowl
honorable mention.
Sounds like being a Phoenix Suns fan.
Yeah, very
well. Yeah. Hey, the Phoenix Suns. It's real interesting. I know that way, Patrick Beverley. All right, who knows why he's getting up at 4:30 in the morning to slander people? But I still want to say that the Pelicans because I got my New Orleans pride here.
Oh my God, they were scary.
The Pelicans, I think,
should've
kind of unmasked them and shook them, and the Pelicans are coming this year. They're coming.
Yeah, I love Alvarado. I love your wings are enormous.
Yes.
What's your two boys? The you got the one punk
Ingram.
But then you got the. Not even Ingram. I'm talking about the other ones. I'm talking about the younger guys. Actually,
Herb Jones.
Herb Jones won, yes,
right.
And then the guy who got suspended in that series.
Oh man.
Hayward.
Jackson Hayes.
Jackson Hayes.
Yeah.
Right.
Jackson Hayes has. I mean, yeah,
he's a punk, but
he's got to figure out how to play basketball.
He's super athletic
and be a human. Got to figure out how to be a human a little bit and like process those emotions, gain a little emotional intelligence, as you would put it. But like that dude's got some scary capabilities. Yeah. On the Pelicans side of the ball.
Speaking of scary capabilities, that's what my team is. And not in the good way.
Talk on that, Travi.
I waited too long on quarterback. I'm ended up with Mitch Trubisky. Also, speaking of the Steelers, but I do think he was kind of the last guy there with any kind of upside, in my opinion, with that rushing ability. Sig, would you speak a little bit on if you think he's got a shot to stay the QB all year?
Yeah, he does.
Long as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Yes,
he said that
absolutely. He absolutely does. He absolutely does because he will be the quarterback as long as they're in the playoff race. And because of the defense, and I mean, here's the thing. Let me tell you, as a Steelers fan, folks, the plan this year is to win every game like 13-10 on a turnover touchdown. Okay. So it's not necessarily going to be a fantasy hotbed, but as long as they're competitive, and look, we saw this team competitive with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph. All right. As long as they're competitive, Trubisky's going to, I think, remain in there. And the nice thing about Trubisky is, I got to make a pick here. Let's make one for fun.
He's low-key got that rushing upside.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? And not only does he have the rushing upside, but Matt Canada's offense, because let's be honest, guys, Ben Roethlisberger was basically the offensive coordinator the whole time he was there. I don't, whatever the actual. That's why Todd Haley didn't last long in Pittsburgh, right? Todd Haley actually had Ben Roethlisberger.
Or Wisenhunt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez.
Forgot about him.
Or
Bruce Arians.
Sorry, Bruce Arians. I mean, sorry.
Sure. It's funny you said Wisenhunt, and my brain heard Arians because for Steelers fans, that's just one of those things that'll never sit right.
Yeah.
So Matt Canada's offense is going to get Trubisky moving a lot, which is good because the offensive line is probably the worst in the league. But there's no incentive to preserve him. He's not a franchise quarterback. They don't have a ton of money tied up in him. And Trubisky himself should want to lay it out on the line, right? This is like the Marcus Mariota narrative, right? You know this is your last chance. You know this is your last chance to potentially get that $100 million contract. Look what Ryan Tannehill did with his last chance. So Trubisky, the other side of Trubisky is this. How much do you think Matt Nagy was holding back Chicago? Because it looked like he was holding back Justin Fields last year. So it really didn't matter the quarterback. So if we're solving for variables, right? Solve for X being how much was Matt Nagy dragging down this offense? Notice I took Daniel Jones. How much was Jason Garrett and company dragging down that offense, right? Trevor Lawrence, right? I mean, we can even apply this guys to like Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson, right? How are these quarterbacks and their offenses going to grow or perform when they don't have to swim upstream, when they don't have to be working against a philosophy or an offensive scheme that doesn't put them in a position to succeed? So I think that if you just look at Matt Nagy as a limiting factor for everybody in the Bears offense, then there really might be something there with Trubisky. At the very least, say a Tyrod Taylor level quarterback, where if you have to bring him in, he can at least keep you in the game. He's got some athleticism and enough skill. If you just have him colored in between the lines like Chris Sims, give him simple binary decisions, this or that, or throw the ball away or run. All right, look here. If it's not there, just run. Like Colin Kaepernick later on in his career. Trubisky can be serviceable, and as long as they are around 500, he'll probably stay in the lineup.
I don't think the Steelers are going to do bad. Like at any point, I think it's just such a well-run organization that whoever is finding themselves in that quarterbacking role is going to get that bump. Like you're going to look better because it's going to be such a competent, well-run team outside of you that you're going to get all that rub off.
Especially on offense as the weapons. Like the weapons are just so good. Like, and they're deep at wide receiver. So no matter what happens, like with health, like we like these guys that are behind, Claypool and Deontay Johnson. And then Pat Fireman was an awesome pick. And then Naji Harris. So like I know, and Sig, I've heard you say it a million times, this line is shoddy. and it could be very
like name one starter on the Steelers offensive line.
I'd rather not. Don't make me do it.
Right, exactly.
So
it's like saying Voldemort or something.
Yeah. I said you could say anything, Sig, but come on. I think
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I just think that maybe they have enough weapons outside the line to really float Trubisky and really float the offense to be competent. And maybe with his legs, he's got a little bit more juice than some of these other guys that would be game managers.
Yeah, and look, the Steelers are going to be happy with like a 12-play, 52-yard drive that ends in a Chris Boswell. God, I've been on for too long. Chris Boswell field goal. That's right. Fine. That's staying right in their plan of how they win games. Milk the clock. Naji Harris converting some 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2s. Pat Freiermuth catching a tough ball over the middle on a 3rd and 5, and just keep the chains moving. Keep the other team champing at the bit against a Steelers defense that should be forcing turnovers. That should be a defense that we can just go back the clock a couple of years when Roethlisberger had that elbow injury, and you can see that team was in the mix right down to the end. That team took Lamar Jackson to overtime. Right. So they're going to be competitive, which is bad news if you're waiting on Kenny Pickett, who just went.
Well, I just had to. I just basically handcuffed my quarterback because it's super flex and there's nothing left. So I just want to make sure.
In a 14-teamer isn't always such a bad route to end up going.
But Johnny and I shared a team in our listener league last year and ended up with Justin Fields with negative points. And you can get screwed on quarterback super flex too.
Well, dude, that's
that murky.
That is a real point to everybody here who has been professing taking at least one, if not two quarterbacks early. Like, we get lulled into this idea that you're going to be able to get a quarterback who's going to be productive for you. And it's like, dude, there are not 32 capable quarterbacks in the NFL. Right. Like, just because you got a starter doesn't mean you have a starter for your fantasy team. And I had weeks when I had Ben Roethlisberger as a quarterback of mine in the Superflex, and I had Deontay Johnson as well. I would play Deontay Johnson ahead of Ben Roethlisberger, and it was usually the right call.
It is a flex position after all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we got another one in the books here. Sigmund, why don't you take some time here and we'll go with your build and how you're feeling afterward.
Yeah, and there are a few auto picks that are always going to be there because I just enjoy hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
How can I? Oh yeah, that's right. We're drafting too. I just came here to. I just came here to hang out. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Why not? Okay, we weren't in on first round Clyde Edwards-Helaire. We weren't third round Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Didn't quite work out. 6th, 7th round. All right. Why not? We found out he had that gallbladder surgery. Got down to 160, 165 in the offseason. Doesn't it make sense that he's the second most tenured receiver, basically? I mean, because Mecole Hardman always frustrates the team no matter what he does. Like, they finally figured out a formula for using Hardman. Throw him the ball behind the line of scrimmage. And it's okay. He'll contribute. But I'm just saying, why not Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Hunter Renfrow. Can I talk a little bit about Hunter Renfrow, guys?
Oh, please do. Yes.
This is a 3-man offense. Adams, Waller, and Renfrow. But the ADP doesn't seem to indicate that. And you just saw that item. You guys, Zare's question was great about beat writers. I'll give you a national writer that I always trust, Charles Robinson. I mean, Charles Robinson says it. And Charles Robinson's a cool dude, too. Cool-ass dude. Cool motherfucker. And he just had his dispatches from the Raiders camp. And he said, because of the offensive line, and if there's a critical point of failure for the Raiders, it is offensive line. And because of the offensive line, they're going to focus, Josh McDaniels is focusing on getting the ball out quickly. That's Hunter Renfrow's music, baby. I mean, that's Hunter Renfrow. That's what Hunter Renfrow does. So should we be surprised if Hunter Renfrow catches 100 balls this year? Not at all. And I know you might say, well, it's just because Darren Waller was out last year, and now there's Devontae Adams. How's it going to work out? He was extremely consistent last year before Waller got hurt. And let's face it, Derek Carr is a good quarterback in the sense that whole throw to whoever's open thing. I mean, Derek Carr is that quarterback. He's a little bit conservative, but that means he's going to want the easy decision. He's going to want the low-hanging fruit. Again, that's going to be Hunter Renfrow with Darren Waller clearing out the middle, with Devontae Adams probably drawing double teams a lot of the time. To Cordell Patterson for fun. I hope that they use him more as a receiver, right? I mean, there's another simple answer. Your best receivers are Drake London, Olamide Zacchaeus, Auden Tate, Brian Edwards. How does Cordell Patterson not get on the field as a receiver? Even if that's not Arthur Smith's plan at the beginning of the season, right? Why not? If Cordero Patterson was getting the targets he got as a receiver in the second half of the season, what would he be, guys? 3rd round pick, right?
Yeah.
Why not? I love Cordero Patterson. I'm glad that he finally had his moment, and he's the emblematic player for us. So, like, if you are, you're the Japanese soldier they found and the war's over and you're still ready to fight it.
30 years later.
30 years later, like, you have that player, you're like, I'm telling you, he's good. If he ever gets a chance, he's going to be good. I promise. So hold on to that guy, whoever that guy is for you. Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, he's going to be the number 1 receiver for the Titans. I don't know what that's going to entail, but I'll take that in the 9th round of a 14-team league. And then I got to my sneaky backdoor cover for my super flex, right? Daniel Jones.
I love that one.
And if you squint, he kind of looks like Josh Allen. What I mean is he's big, he's rugged, he can run. He actually is faster than Josh Allen. And he's a brave quarterback. You can knock Daniel Jones for a lot, but it's not a lack of bravery. I mean, that dude will stare down the barrel and deliver a throw. If anything, he needs to have a little more self-preservation. So, again, this is that situation like Mitchell Trubisky. I mean, Daniel Jones, the rest of his career is going to hinge on how he performs this year. So why wouldn't he and Brian Dable lay it all out there? He has a good set of tackles. He has a good set of skill players. Why not? But just in case they trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, just in case Daniel Jones shows that it was him the whole time and not Jason Garrett, not Dave Gettleman's personnel, took Jared Goff. And I want to have some Lions optimism. I'm all about rainbows and unicorns when it comes to the Lions. I could spend the rest of my 7 minutes left in this hour.
Especially this year, right?
Well, why not, guys? I mean, look, Ben Johnson is an offensive whiz. When Anthony Lynn was basically, emasculated, deposed, whatever, last year, Ben Johnson was the one who stepped into that. I think Dan Campbell called the plays for one game, and then Ben Johnson really stepped into a bigger role, and that's when the offense took off. This is why Amon-Ra St. Brown was an outstanding pick.
Yeah.
And they have an outstanding offensive line. Again, I'm sure I did this when I was on with y'all recently. Like, I'm always going to talk about the offensive line, because if you don't understand how the offensive line is woven into, so I said, when you take a quarterback, a running back, wide receiver, you take the quarterback and the wide receiver. It's really more than that. I mean, really every player, the fact that we focus on individual players and individual player stats is a reason I understand why people hate fantasy football, because every stat in football is collaborative. Every single one. I could try to think of one, guys, like holding penalties for offensive. I'm trying to think of a stat that is truly an individual stat that doesn't involve the efforts of another player. There are very few, if any. So the offensive line is good. And we know that if Jared Goff is put in a good situation where he's set up to succeed because of what's around him, he can go ahead and pick all that fruit. I mean, he can do, if it's easy, he can handle it. Maybe the Lions offense will make it easier. Khalil Herbert, guys, I'm not convinced that David Montgomery's a better runner than him. Maybe a better receiver. New regime, all bets are off. Irv Smith, it's only 24. And the Vikings offense is another one where the players seem really optimistic about it. They seem really excited to be in it. I think Mike Zimmer might have been holding that team back. I mean, if you saw Mike Zimmer at a press conference, would you want to play for that guy? Right? Remember how Mike Zimmer was an annual head coaching candidate and never got hired? Right? It's because he's hard ass. It's because he's like, a bitter pill to swallow as a person, but obviously he knows his defense and he runs the ship that he runs. But you feel among the Vikings an exhale that now with Kevin O'Connell, these guys, let's see what they can do. So Irv Smith's part of that. Sammy Watkins was an auto pick. I would have taken Randall Cobb instead, but I do like looking in the Packers offense late in drafts for someone who might
breaking my heart as a Packers fan. I was trying to get you to get me hyped on Sammy because I drafted him earlier and I got a
$350K guaranteed. Makes me think they're like, yeah, sure, let's see. But Randall Cobb was the guy, guys. Anytime he got more than 5 targets last year, he was basically a startable fantasy player. So all we need him to do is stay on the field. And the other thing is Aaron Rodgers, more than any other quarterback, we were talking about quarterback wide receiver chemistry earlier in the show and weighting it based on experience or skill level. That's Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, that's why you might go in on Alan Lazard because Lazard's his guy. You might go in on Randall Cobb. Demanded that they trade for him if he was going to come back. So who is he going to go to? Or Aaron Jones? I think it's going to be one of those 3 answers probably. Who's going to take up the slack for Davante Adams?
It's kind of a funny one just to bring it in. We have brought a couple of Giants fans on the show, and they have talked about how it's almost as if people forget that the ball's got to go somewhere. And I haven't heard anybody really make the case though in Green Bay, where it's a similar-ish situation, except Daniel Jones is playing for his career and Aaron Rodgers is playing for his third consecutive MVP. So it's like the ball's got to go somewhere. Aaron Rodgers before Davante Adams showed such a incredible ability to diversify. I'll never forget the stat when he had 10 completions to 10 different receivers. No one had done that before Aaron Rodgers had done that. It's like this guy is a really good quarterback. Yeah. He's going to find avenues. He's going to make plays, and wide receivers are going to benefit from it probably better than they're being expected to right now. We're just trying to pick which one.
Yeah.
All right, Sig, you get to close us out on hour 8. So just some final words here. Maybe about the fantasy football industry, what you're loving most about how much it's grown and what it means to you.
Well, I'm loving what you guys are doing. I mean, I'm loving getting to hang out with people that are they're lovers of life. It's life affirming to spend time together and be part of each other's lives. And I know it's cheesy to say it's about the friends we make along the way, but it really is, guys. I mean, it really is, ladies. It really is everybody. Sorry, the football guys. Hey, we would have picked a different name if it wasn't like 25 years ago. Anyway, my point is that this brings us into each other's lives, and it brings us into each other's lives, hopefully in a positive way, in a way that we enjoy. And I think the main thing is, so I'll tell you guys something really funny. My wife is loving baseball. Watching a ton of baseball. I might have mentioned this the first time I was on. Just watching a ton of baseball, and she's getting the fantasy bug too, because we do the lineups on the Top Spunt app, to get coins to buy more packs of fake baseball cards, digital baseball cards, or whatever. But the point is, when you're managing your team, everything else fades into the background, right? Everything else fades into the background, right? Like you could be in prison, but when you're setting your lineup, you forget you're in prison, right?
Yeah,
right. Hit the over/under on two.
Hopefully, Smitty didn't just cut your ACL.
Yeah, right.
But we had him on before. He talked about getting your ACL sliced in prison. So
watch out. Yeah, make sure you have a good shiv. No. So I think that we all celebrate that way. That whatever is outside of the fantasy scope, when we're in it, it's our zen, it's our peace. And we can interact with each other in a way that is much more positive because we're in that mindset, because we're at that vibration or that wavelength. We're doing that. You all do a fantastic job standing for that idea. And I look forward to any time we get to cross paths.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sigmund. We appreciate everything you're doing. Go follow Sigmund Bloom over on Twitter and get his work at footballguys.com. Remember, he said that newsletter is free, so just sign up for the newsletter. He's writing all sorts of blurbs and stuff in there on that. So, and he's got great articles coming out. Sigmund, you're an absolute legend. Coolest motherfucker we know, man. Keep rocking with it. We appreciate you, brother.
Get crazy, get jiggy with it, guys.
Hey, we're about to get into the night hours.
We got another cool motherfucker coming up.
Yeah, we do. So again, guys, this is the end of this stream. So make sure you're hopping on over to part 3. Okay, so before you leave, like Austin always says, drop a like on this thing. This stream's about to be done. Hop on over to the new stream, part 3, with our man Dave Kluge from Football Guys. This is like the Football Guys mega block right now. But make sure you're getting over there. Follow us on Twitter and the Discord link that's in the description. That's how you get the link to these mocks, so you can be mocking with us and the best in the industry. Appreciate Whisper Nation. We'll be there right now.
Right here.
Hey, do you like mock drafts? We do too. You can come back every Monday and mock with us. Check out one of these videos and make